goose-stepping stormtroopers to go marching down Constitution Avenue. I don't think that that's likely to happen. If you're looking for, millions of people to be chanting his name, it doesn't happen. As I wrote, people leave his rallies early when they get bored. No one left the Nuremberg rallies early. So it's not the parallel to look for. The parallel is today. It's in Hungary. It's in Venezuela. It's in Turkey. It's in India. It's democracies that erode, that don't collapse overnight, that erode. And what happens is, one by one, the checks on the leader's power disappear or fold. Congress becomes a rubber stamp.
That's happening, yeah.
The civil service is turned into a legion of toadies.
Now, on the GDP side, this is our third time around the block on Q2, and we see a really solid revision, 3.8%. I'm a bit shocked, to be honest. Usually the revisions, as you get to second and third, become smaller and smaller. So 3.8% would be the best quarter going back to, and we have to go back a ways here, to 4.4, and that was the third quarter of 23. Now, it is important to point out that if you look at the first quarter final, down 0.5%, there's a balance there, but the balance is moving in favor and momentum is moving in favor for better growth.
I think, one thing that stands out to me as someone who is not as close to these types of issues as the two of you is with Trump so often, right? Like the chaos is the point. So he can publicly name and publicly shame and point fingers and get on X and post whatever he wants. It's incredibly difficult for the average American to keep up with, okay, this guy's in, this guy's out, this guy's indicted, Comey, what did he do again, right? It all sort of collides together into this giant ball of chaos where what's happening is ultimately despicable. But the average American, I think, has a very difficult time even discerning what Trump is up to here.
Kevin, how would you assess the macro story today?
Right. Well, the macro story right now is, first of all, that inflation has dropped sharply since President Trump took office. Growth has been very high. We've got industrial production at an all-time high, capital spending up 8% so far this year. Mortgage rates are down in part because of the tariff revenues, down by about 70 basis points. So the typical new home buyer right now is saving $250 a month because of the lower interest rates because of these policies. And the thing, when we go back and talk about the disappointing Fed policies that the president's talked about, one of the things that I found odd, and Governor Myron has been talking about it, is that economic theorists know that if tariffs have any effect on prices, that it'll be a one-time adjustment, not an increase in inflation. And to have Austin Goolsbee and a lot of the other people that are on the FOMC talking about how inflation is why they're being so restrictive is, contrary to fundamental economic policy, economic theory. And I think that Governor Myron is just pointing that out. And I actually see, watching the Fed people discuss inflation and tariffs over the last few days, that they're moving towards the consensus, which is the economic consensus, that if there were to be a price increase from tariffs, that it would not be inflationary. It would be a one-time movement. And I think that's a good thing if you're optimistic about future rate cuts.
Rid of all the independent offices, whether it's inspectors general, prosecutors who are independent, federal commissioners, for example, on the FCC, central bankers, Federal Reserve, and you replace them with loyalists. And then society beyond government. And we shouldn't forget about the courts. The lower courts seem to be acting as an independent judiciary. I'm a little worried that the Supreme Court has become a kind of firewall for the administration whenever there's a direct legal threat to its power. And society itself begins to atrophy. Even the press, we're here criticizing the administration. I don't think they're going to be coming in and hauling us off to prison. But journalists start asking themselves, what will be the consequences of this story? Are we going to get sued the way the New York Times is now facing a $16 billion utterly frivolous lawsuit? Am I going to get investigated? Am I going to get named and abused publicly by the president, which brings a lot of hurt onto me, perhaps my family? These questions start to gnaw, and meanwhile, the major media are one by one falling under the control of the president's friends which happened in Hungary, until eventually there's really not a whole lot of independent media left, some small outlets. So when you get beyond the day's outrage to the kind of cascading effect of all of these erosions of checks,
right,
you begin to think, what's the limit to his power? For me, it's largely his attention span. So that describes authoritarianism, not the 20th century version that we all grew up studying and fearful of. A modern version that is more boring, more cynical, but to me just as dangerous, because democracy has this blood in its system, and if you cut off the blood flow, it starts to die.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime.
Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
It's Thursday, 25 September in the year of our Lord 2025. Our show today is absolutely packed. We have Wade Miller on the government shutdown over from CRA. Sean Davis from The Federalist joins us on just amazing articles talking about the political violence on the left. Rosemary Jenks on the H-1B scam still continuing. We've got David Lynch, who's written a magnificent book called The World's Worst Bet about globalization, its rise and fall. David will join us in the second hour, as well the Viceroy Mike Davis, and then we're going to have Claire Dooley and Britt McHenry are going to be live from the symposium, or the roundtable is going to take all afternoon. We're going to carry it on all of our platforms here in the War Room, and REV, Britt McHenry, a new reporter for them, is going to be covered in REV, and then she'll be back at 5. It's so much going on, so I want to break it down in pieces, and then we'll tie it all together. Let's go with the economy first. Joe Lavarnier from the Treasury Department joins us. Joe, now we're restating. We found out that the Bureau of Labor Statistics has created 1.5 million jobs under Biden's watch that didn't exist. Now we're going back and recreating or updating the GDP, and it's almost 4%. CNBC is like jaw dropped. It's 3.8% on the analysis of the last quarter. The numbers are looking great, but people on the left are not happy. The mainstream media is not happy because I think they're spinning the wrong numbers. Your assessment, sir?
Yes, Steve. The economy, the fourth quarter actually was revised down a bit. So you take that and the downward revisions to employment under the prior administration, and the handoff to the president was no way near as solid and robust as many had thought just a few months ago. But in the second quarter, when the president was fully in office for the entire quarter, we grew 3.8%. It was led by consumer spending. Consumer spending was running significantly faster than what was first reported, up 2.5%. That's important, Steve, because I think there was excitement and optimism about the one big beautiful bill being passed, which is benefiting blue-collar workers and no tax on tips, overtime, all those things now which are law and are being codified by IRS makes people excited. We just recently, Steve, got very strong retail sales data. Overlooked this morning are durable goods orders, which are booming. That tells us third quarter is going to be running over 3%. This golden era that the president has talked about is very much here. So these are excellent numbers and very consistent with the president's messaging now for forever.
Okay, so Scott, our old colleague here, would come on and talk about the big, beautiful bill. And actually, before he became Secretary of the Treasury, for the years on here, and then when he was working with President Trump on the campaign, said this is our last shot to get a supply-side tax cut that really focuses on production, capital, to drive the economy forward. The bet there was that we'd get to 3 to 3.5%. What does this tell us right now? Is the new target? I mean, I think Scott said a couple of times, I think he even said it on the show, and I think you might say, hey, maybe get to 4%. What is your current assessment of Treasury, like third, fourth quarter, as you see it? Because the CapEx is just starting to kick in right now, correct? People are just starting to build these facilities, plan the facilities, actually break ground on the facilities, sir?
In the first quarter, CapEx grew over 21%, and that's because the bill was designed to make things retroactive. So companies excited about the Trump presidency already started to spend. We grew over 8% in the second quarter, so the outlook is really strong. Productivity is accelerating. Could we get to 4% growth? I mean, we had a big technological boom back in the late 90s, and you could argue what's happening now and all of President Trump's initiative of encouraging foreign capital in, with AI, crypto, all these potential newfangled innovations in industries, growth could be 4. If we get to 3, Steve, which people don't think is possible, have been poo-pooing that for a while, which was consistent with the first Trump term, we're going to do wonderful things. And if we could get better than that, even better. But I think the point is the economy's back. The president knows how to grow it, and he's going to grow it, Steve, in a way, and the secretary knows this as well, grow in a way that's going to work for average working class Americans, people who suffered disproportionately over the past 4 years. It's improving their living standards by lowering the cost of goods and services and raising their real wages.
Last thing, I know you got to bounce. Monetary policy. This is why we had Hassett on. Are we getting to a plan where monetary policy could actually dovetail with fiscal policy and the president's economic strategy, so we can kind of all work together as one big happy family, sir?
You would think so, Steve. I mean, I heard Stephen's speech earlier in the week at the New York Economics Club. It was excellent. Kevin Hassett repeated that inflation is not driven by a potential one-off increase in the tariff level. So, yes, if monetary policy goes in the direction it's supposed to, and by the Fed's own admission, Steve, they say policy is tight, the economy could do even better. And again, what we saw under President Trump's first term is strong growth for everyday Americans and low and stable prices. There's no reason why it's not going to happen again, and the data this morning reinforced that very key narrative.
Sir, what is your social media so folks can follow you?
Thank you, Steve. It is at Livornianomics. And, of course, they could also link, there's a link there also to follow the Treasury Secretary, of course.
Yes. Always get them to follow Scott. Joe, thank you so much for taking time away. I know you're busy today. Thanks.
Thank you, Steve. Thanks again.
Monetary policy coming from the Federal Reserve, our central bank. Fiscal policy coming from the administration. Folks, take your number 2 pencil out. Our called shot's going to work here. Old government shut down at midnight on the 30th, or I guess 1 minute after midnight, could run out of money. Russ Vought, OMB, the great Russ Vought, might have been thinking about this for a while. Wade Miller from CRA joins us after a short commercial break.
I got American faith in America's heart.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Hi, this is Chris from Wisconsin, and I love Real America's Voice because we have great news and a great chat family. God bless all of you.
It's Stacy from Texas. I watch Real America's Voice because I need to learn, and I know I can get the truth through Rav. God bless everyone, and always love the children. Amen.
Hi, this is Chris from Wisconsin, and I love Real America's Voice because we have great news and a great chat family. God bless all of you.
America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec,
and so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
Okay, welcome back. If you're on Getter, earlier, my next two guests, in fact, my next three guests, Wade Miller at CRA, you've gotten all the reports, Politico and everything else. I put up a little commentary about the shutdown. Sean Davis, the Federalist, on fire. I think the intellectual center of gravity of the populist nationalist movement. Incredible pieces on this political violence. Of course, Rosemary Jenks on the H-1B scam that we'll all get into. And then we've got, and this is, look, Erdogan showing up today at supposed to be 11. I'm sure it's going to be a little bit late. We've got Lynch, one of the top economic reporters from the Washington Post, with an amazing book on the rise and fall of globalization. That is a must read if you want to understand the whole history of it and the personalities and everything that went on. So he'll be on. Mike Davis, we're going to try to get it all in. When I talk about monitoring fiscal policy, is Lula coming to the White House? Maybe it's a phone call next week. And somebody in the president's staff please give him Lula's speech that Lula had right before the president walked up there, because he's trashing all of President Trump's policies. He's not a fan. He's not a fan. He's the bricks. That's why I go to birchgold.com. Promo code Bannon, End of the Dollar Empire, 7 free installments already there. Walks you all the way through everything related to the dollar as the prime reserve currency, why it's now a fiat currency, and why gold is a hedge for 5,000 years of mankind's history. We're not here to sell you a fish. We're here to teach you how to fish. That's why we've done this for the last 4 years. Gold's now, I don't know, it was over 3,800, backed off a little bit. Check it out. Not the price, it's the process. So Wade Miller, I think the Democrats have now walked into a trap they set for themselves, kind of, because they're arguing that unless President Trump agrees, essentially, and Miller said this last night, I think, over at Fox, unless the Republicans agree and the president agrees to continue to fund illegal alien health care for illegal aliens, they're just not going to vote on anything and shut the government down. Now, I realize people are out of town, but Russ Vought has just ruined their dreams of chop blocking the Trump revolution by saying, this is very interesting because this really, as OMB director, I think we have essential and non-essential workers, and I think the agencies ought to be prepared for, quote, mass firings, unquote. Brother Wade Miller, we got to get our hands around this fiscal policy. Even the Clean CR, House Freedom Caucus supported it. We kind of said, hey, if you got to do it, you got to do it, because Russ Vought's saying, I got rescissions, I got pocket rescissions, I got impoundments, I'm going to start cutting away at this thing. But now we're talking about mass firings. We're finally getting to what Doge kind of attempted to do. How real is this, sir?
Well, I think it's very real, and it's an amazing own goal by Democrats and a strategic failure on their part. Republicans were basically ready to fund government at current levels, and of course that wasn't good enough for them, so they're heading towards the shutdown. And I don't think that they really understood the mindset of the Trump administration towards woke, weaponized, and wasteful government. Because essentially on September 30th, October 1st, there is no appropriation in place. So, in past shutdowns, presidents have decided to furlough, but there's no requirement to furlough. The Trump administration can instead just start firing large-scale woke.
Hang on. This is so key. This is absolutely. This is what I say. This trap was set. In the past, you could kind of. And they did. They kind of played footsie. That's why you just had a couple of park rangers that maybe took a day off or something, right? This is totally, completely different. What Russ Vought's saying, hey, at midnight on the 30th, it runs out, baby. The new fiscal year starts at 1 a.m. on the 1st of October, and we got no money. We have no appropriations. We have nothing. So I've got to go to all non-essential workers. I'm not going to furlough them. I'm going to fire them. Is that essentially Russ Vought's plan?
Well, yes. If there's no appropriation in place, then the president of the United States has a significant amount of authority to eliminate spending to comport with the lack of that appropriation, minus security, things that are life-saving, national defense. But otherwise, the president has a broad amount of authority. And if the president authorizes OMB Director Russ Vought to put that plan in place, they can take a wrecking ball to a lot of these bureaucracies that are unnecessary and are just elevating the debt, serving no public purpose. So in that respect, just legally and statutorily, I don't understand what the Democrats are thinking. And I'm kind of glad that they're this inept.
Russ has always been very aggressive about this. Do you have a sense of the White? It seems from Politico and these other stories, the White House, I mean, everybody's moving forward because Russ is not a guy to get out over his skis. Do you anticipate now that this, because I think it's technically too late to get everybody back together before the 30th, right? I think it's, first of all, you have to do it a couple of days in advance, but I don't even think the House is back until next week. Right, so are we marching forward in unison? They could call back. That's true, but you got the Senate. I mean, but the Democrats have laid down that they're not prepared to back President Trump's current plan. That it has to be, health care for illegal aliens. So where do you think we stand with the administration on actually doing this? Is maximalist strategy? What do you think? What do you think the probability here is?
Well, Russ is one of the most loyal people I have ever met, and he truly believes that his job is to serve the interests of the president, not his own agenda. So if Russ Vought is out there talking about this, that tells me it's almost a certainty that the White House has approved this. It would be extremely unlikely for Russ to ever do anything that he didn't think that the president would support or had authorized. So that tells me that this is a very likely outcome should a shutdown occur. And look, the left can throw a hissy fit and say that they're going to sue, but I don't understand from a legal perspective how they would be able to stop in a shutdown where there's no appropriation in place the firing of bureaucracies and bureaucrats that are unnecessary in a government shutdown scenario that have nothing to do with national defense, life-saving measures, or security apparatuses.
We've talked about it on the show for the last couple of weeks. Russ has been signaling essential versus non-essential, essential versus non-essential. Do you have any sense right now of the scale that we're talking about?
I don't, but there's a lot of bureaucracies out there that I know that the president and other cabinet secretaries, and remember, this is not just Russ Vought. This would be all cabinet secretaries tasked with identifying woke, weaponized, and wasteful bureaucracies within their areas of responsibility. So it would be all hands on deck effort to identify. So my guess is it would be significant.
Wade, where do you go? By the way, I sat in my office in the West Wing next to the president, or right next to the one down from the president, with Russ Vought, then deputy, in May of 2017, and he whiteboarded out the waterfall, how cash came in on the debt ceiling, and also we were heading towards a potential government shutdown in September. And Russ had thought it through back then. He's refined it. I mean, this guy, he is the perfect OMB pick, the perfect right hand for the president. Wade, where do folks go to find out more about CRA and also follow you on social media, because you guys are on top of the story like nobody else?
Sure. AmericaRenewing.com is our website, and my social media handles on X is Wade Miller _USMC.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you.
Thanks for having me on.
Okay, prepare for Russ Vought. Russ Vought's going to get eviscerated. He'll go front and center. It's his turn in the barrel, starting probably this afternoon with MSNBC and CNN, New York Times, Washington Post. This guy's cruel. He's a Christian nationalist. He's this, he's that. Hey, they had every opportunity to work with President Trump. And now they're saying, well, the logic, last night on Stephanie Rule, they had this guy, well, the logic's worked against it because the president can't say, yo, the Democrats came up with demands that the president said there's no need to sit down. If this is what you're demanding, you can't negotiate that. And you've said you're demanding it, so no need to meet. Remember, the fiscal part of this, we still have to get our arms around. It's still, I believe, too much of a Keynesian stimulus, because the deficit, I think, on the 30th, as I've said, I thought was $2 trillion. It's going to be 1.9. I think we could get to 2 if it's all appropriately accounted for. You got to deal with that. That has to be dealt with. Russ has got a plan for rescissions, pocket rescissions, empowerment, because the folks on Capitol Hill they're not equipped to deal with the problems. This is, remember, the whole single subject spending bills and appropriations bills. We're here where we are. The best alternative, I know this audience is wildly enthused about that, is a CR that goes to 21st of November, 21 November. That looks like that's not going to happen. Nobody's around. They're trying to call the president's bluff. And he's going to bring out the heavy siege guns. He's got Russ Vought. And Russ Vought, the brother's got a plan. And this is really going to take a meat axe to the administrative state. As Russ Vought has thought this thing through for years and years and years. The folks over Heritage helped him with Project 2025. Many people worked on this. So I kept telling you, essential versus non-essential. And the lovers of big government over the Democratic Party are going to be shocked at what's determined to be non-essential. Short break. The great Sean Davis and the Federalist next.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of the Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered. Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rev has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with RAV. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are RAV.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
I'm Terry from New Jersey, and I just want to say that I love Real America's Voice. I love you guys. Keep up the good work.
Hello, all you Ravagers. I'm Billy Howell, your old buddy Carefree Largo from the chat, and I'm thrilled to be part of the Rav family. When I want to be heard, I use my Real America's Voice.
This is Giselle Chaffin. I'm from North Carolina. I'd like to let you know that Rav News is the best news. Number one news. Truth seekers seek to find the truth. It'll set you free.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
When I talk about monetary and fiscal, you can get a primer on that. That's Birch Gold, The End of the Dollar Empire. Promo code Bannon. Birch Gold, promo code Bannon. Thank you. Not Warren, Bannon. That would be me. You can also text Bannon, B-A-N-N-O-N, at 989898 to get the ultimate guide for investing in gold and precious metals in the age of Trump. It's a quick primer. And of course, Birch Gold's got IRAs, 401ks, tax deferred, I guess some tax free. Get all the details from Philip Patrick and the team. And like I said, it's not about the extraordinary run. It's about the process of how that happened and what it means for the future, your future. So check it out today. Spend some time on this. You need to learn it yourself. You shouldn't just have guys, oh, buy gold, buy gold, buy gold. You need to learn it yourself. That's why we've done this. It's a lot of work went into it, and the response we got is amazing. You don't need to know math. You don't need to have taken any economics courses in college. None of it. We made it totally accessible to the War Room Posse, and the feedback we've got is extraordinary. Okay, Sean Davis, The Federalist. I want to first thank you. First of all, we have two articles specifically, but the whole thing I want you to take. The two articles, one, you've got an amazing article, 3 more left-wing attacks follow Charlie Kirk's murder, which is really about how the media is goading this on and is an active partner in this. It's extraordinary. Then you go back with an amazing piece about the legacy of John Brown and how the left is using this. Andrew Colvett had on his Twitter feed a handout of at Georgetown University, of which I'm a graduate of, that had, hey, catch this fascist, right, about the bullet. That's one of the things on the bullet that assassinated Charlie Kirk. And it's put out by the John Brown Society or some new society. First of all, I want to thank you. You've been the intellectual center, your site, The Federalist, with so many amazing articles every day from just top-line thinkers and writers that if we didn't have you right now in this movement, I don't know where we'd be. I point people to the Federalists all the time because you provide the intellectual kind of framework of the fight that we're in, and it's a fight. So, Sean Davis, can you talk to those two pieces, and then overall this moment in American history and where we are?
Yeah, so we had two great pieces. The first was from John Davidson looking at the terrorist legacy of John Brown. And make no mistake, John Brown was a terrorist. He went and butchered innocent people in the cause of abolition, which is a good cause. But the definition of terrorism is using violence against non-combatants in order to bring about political change. It's not guerrilla warfare. It's not conventional warfare. It's killing innocent people to terrify a populace into doing what you want them to do. That's what John Brown did, and now John Brown has become something of an icon for these ugly gay communists who style themselves as anti-fascist. They've decided that they're not the communists going out and murdering people in the street for Marxist ideals. No, they have in their heads this idea that they're just trying to go and free the slaves, and therefore, just like John Brown thought, they can do anything they want, they can kill anyone they want, they can perpetrate any violence they want to whatever ends they want. And then the second article we had was a spectacular one from Brecken Tees about all of the additional left-wing terrorist attacks we've had since Charlie Kirk was murdered. I believe our headline was that there were 3 terrorist attacks. I think we can add a 4th, because I think there were a bunch of terrorists who went and shot a Little League coach while he was praying last night or the day before. And, I like hearing what I'm hearing from the administration about, they're calling the terrorists what they are. They're calling the violence what it is. I kind of think the time for talk is over. It's been 2 weeks. 2 weeks and a day since Charlie was killed. The time for talk is over. The time to roll up these terrorist Antifa networks that are out there openly calling for and executing violence on us. The time for that nonsense is over. So, they need to get cracking and quit talking because lives are at stake. Our lives are at stake. And we can't stand for this nonsense anymore.
The president had to put out a tweet or a True Social last week directed to Pam to say, hey, look, I don't know what's happening here, but you got Brennan and these guys on TV still doing smack talk, and they all should be in prison. What's happening? And a part of that was driven, I think, by Comey not being indicted and the statute of limitations running out next week. We know that the FBI has now designated these transgender militias, these radical, and trust me, they are radical, violent militias, NVEs, nihilistic, violent extremists. In the categorization, it gives them a broader range of things to go after. Also, we designated Antifa on Monday. President Trump coming back from Charlie Kirk's commemoration or funeral service, however you want to call it, saying, hey, where is this thing, to designate Antifa a terrorist organization, which gives you a broad toolbox, not just to go after the first level of the front men and the guys in the black bloc and all that crowd, but the second tier of people to train them. Many of those come from the United States military. You just got to understand that, and from our national security apparatus and from the intelligence apparatus. And then the most important is all the foundations that give money, all the media works with the partners, and all the billionaires, the sources, and all those guys throughout the world that finance this crap. What do you anticipate? You say it's time talk's over. Do you, we had Glenn Youngkin last night filling in for Charlie and Megyn Kelly. Is that aspect of what Charlie was trying to do over? Or are you saying, hey, on a macro level, we got to throw the gauntlet down and stop putting up with this crap?
Yeah, and I actually think Trump needs to go a step further. I think it's great that he's designated Antifa and all the little tentacles from that is domestic terrorist organizations. I actually think there's more than enough evidence and information to actually designate them as foreign terrorist organizations because that opens up an even bigger and more powerful toolbox. We know they get a lot of their money from overseas. We know they get a lot of organization and help from Germany, from within Europe. So I think Trump needs to go even further and treat them as the not just domestic, but foreign funded and organized terrorist organizations that they are. We're looking at an ISIS equivalent. We're looking at people who are highly organized. They operate in cells. They all have the same goals. They're trained, whether it's by former U.S. military or foreign military, to go out and perpetrate violence. They need to go and they need to be crushed. And I think that means going and doing raids on these people who are trying to seize and run sieges against federal courthouses, against federal buildings. These are terrorist organizations. We need to treat them like we treated Al-Qaeda and ISIS and every other group out there. It's not enough just to have executive orders. We actually need to have people going after them, hauling them in, taking them off the streets. And most importantly, they need to have their financing networks absolutely destroyed.
You're going to see people that were either former government officials or in the government today. You're going to see financiers, all of it, media, politicians, all of it. This is what you got to go start kicking down some doors. I could not agree with you more. Sean Davis, last thing. The pressure on Federalists to crush the Federalists and to get you guys shut down. How intense is it, sir?
Oh, it's extremely intense. There has been a extremely well-coordinated and financed operation coming after us really since we began uncovering the Russia hoax, but it was kicked into overdrive in February of 2021. Facebook worked to crush us. Google worked to crush us. YouTube made sure nobody ever saw our videos. None of them have apologized. None of them have offered restitution. It's the kind of thing that cost us millions and millions and millions of dollars. As you know, running a media organization to tell the truth and to go against the left is not a cheap thing. It costs money. We have to hire people. We have to hire editors. And the entire left-wing movement, the entire Democrat power apparatus has been focused on crushing us. We're not going anywhere, but my goodness, is it a fight trying to just stay alive when you have all of the forces of evil in this world trying to crush you?
Sean Davis, where should people go right now to follow you on social media, and where do they go get the Federalist? Folks, you got to make this part of your media diet every morning. It's the intellectual kind of framing mechanism we have. Where do they go, Sean?
Thank you, sir. They should go to thefederalist.com. We're actually running a matching campaign right now. So every dollar people put in, up to $100,000, we've had a donor who will match it dollar for dollar. It's really important for us to get that kind of support. And then number two, they can find me on X at Sean M. D-A-V, SEANMDAV.
Sean Davis, thank you so much. Keep the fight, man.
Thank you, sir.
Incredible. This is very dangerous. He's 100% correct. This is terrorism. I'll get more information. They shot that Little League coach. Shot him. Praying. I think there's going to be some announcements. Supposed to be a news conference this afternoon about what happened down in Dallas. Once again, like in a progressive mother, babying these grown men. And what they do, they go out there and shooting people with high-powered rifles as snipers. And then because they have such great backgrounds in religion and the Judeo-Christian West, they commit suicide. They shoot themselves. It's a fine mess they made, but that doesn't have to destroy the United States of America. You're having a color revolution run on you, and there are people standing up and saying, we've had enough, and we're not going to tolerate it. And I don't care how much the mainstream media, there's nothing to talk about. This is not a debate anymore. All they're doing, and the media is pushing this, saying, oh, Trump's an authoritarian. Trump said, fine, say what you want. It's time to shut it down. You've got the tools, and I agree with the major terrorism, to get more tools. But shut it down. Let's start kicking down some doors. FBI they kicked down doors on the abortion people. Got a bunch of grandmothers in prison. I know because in my prison, and I went into camp, the prison I was in, the holiest people I've ever met, folks in their 60s and 70s, because they prayed the rosary outside of an abortion clinic and they're in a federal prison, doors kicked down by the FBI, Merrick Garland sent them to prison. Why is Merrick Garland not in prison? Why is Lisa Monaco? Well, she's at Microsoft, the general counsel. Why is she not in prison? It's time to take the gloves off and stop screwing around with this. Let's get on with it. And you can see, don't take it from me. Do not take it from me. The frustration of President Trump when he's got to send a public message to his attorney general like, get off, I need some action here. And first off, Halligan, he installed an Eastern District. And, hey, I guess she's bringing the indictment on Comey. Although last night during Lawrence O'Donnell, they said there's an internal memo now coming from 3 career prosecutors. No, you can't do it. It's not going to hold up in court. Et cetera, et cetera. Rosemary Jenks, we've got about a minute and a half here. I'm going to hold you through the break. H-1Bs, and particularly Senator Grassley. Where do we stand with this mess that Howard Lutnick didn't explain, kind of misled the president, misled the country, misled Wall Street, misled folks in India? Give me a minute on this before we go to break, and I'll bring you back.
Yeah, Senator Grassley is exactly right. The only way, and he didn't actually connect these in his tweet, but the only way that Secretary Lutnick's plan works is if you end OPT, because the fee for the $100,000 fee does not apply to people who are in the country and adjust from one status to another. And the most common is from OPT to H-1B. So all the Microsofts and Amazons and all of those are going to use that in-country adjustment to avoid 100%. The fee.
Okay.
The only people will be paying it will be the body shops unless you get rid of OPT.
Yes. Lutnick, you're a sleazy bond salesman, and that might have worked when you're at your sleazy bucket shop selling these crappy bonds to the unsuspecting, but it don't work here. You've lied and tried to sell a bill of goods to the President of the United States and the American people. And it is unacceptable. And you are unacceptable. It's a clown show. So we're going to break it all down for you. And thank God for Senator Grassley. Short break.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Hi, this is Becky from the Florida Panhandle, and I love watching Real America's Voice for the programming, the hosts, and my Rad Chat family.
I'm Patriot Mermaid, and I'm from West Haven, Connecticut. When the mainstream media wasn't giving us the truth, I went and looked for the truth and found it on Real America's Voice. Come and join us. Come on.
Flashosaurus in the chat. I love Real America's Voice because I can watch news being delivered to me live while I chat with a family I love.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
By the way, we had Pavlovsky on last night, and Chris, because of this YouTube and Google thing, and remember, here in the world, we want to break up Google. We don't want to work with it. We want to break it up. We built one of the most largest and most powerful shows in all media, and we're banned everywhere on all the big platforms. Now, how'd that happen? It was Real America's Voice and our ability and Grace and our ability just to get the content and you as force multipliers. Well, YouTube, we're going to let Bongino ban it back on. I said, hey, F you. Zero interest. I think the report is Alex Jones and Nick Fuentes actually put up YouTube channels last night. Guess what? Taken down right away. That's what Pavlovsky's telling me or showing me. Unbelievable. Rosemary Jenks. This was a bait and switch. It's a bait and switch. The reason is Reed Hastings and all these guys at Netflix, all the big shots are coming out saying this is wonderful, it's a solution. So if those demons like it, you know it's bad. H-1B visas are a total and complete scam. And it's an insult to to the kids and young men and women that went through all the training, everything to say that their foreign workers are better. They're not better. No one's ever showed me one billet that we didn't have the education and the job experience to do. It is a scam to destroy American workers by big corporations and the oligarchs whose greed is unlimited, unbound. What they want is to pay people slave wages and have them live as indentured servants. It's not acceptable, and we are going to get this program shut down. Now, talk about first off, he lied about everything in the Oval Office. If any other guy had ever done it, be fired immediately. This is not a tiny program, and it's not a small issue. It's a central issue for American citizens. And he sits there in the Oval and just lies. Oh, it's an annual thing. All this money we're going to generate to shut the deficit. Just bald-faced lies. This is not a miss. This is a bald-faced lie. Then the most important part is OPT. Tell people what that terminology means. What's the concept? And why is it they're sneaky? It's Lutnick's sneaky workaround here with his corporate buddies in Silicon Valley. Ma'am.
So OPT stands for Optional Practical Training, and it is a scheme that was cooked up under W. Bush to allow foreign students, once they've graduated, to remain in the United States and take a job. They don't have to pay FICA taxes. The employer doesn't have to pay FICA taxes for them. So that's basically, a 7.5% discount for employers to hire them over American students. And then Obama actually expanded the program for STEM OPT to 3 years instead of 1 year. So these foreign students get 3 years at a discount for the employer to essentially find an employer to sponsor them for an H-1B. And since they're already in the country, they're not going to have to pay this fee. Now, I'm going to step out of bounds here, Steve, and say that I don't actually believe that Secretary Lutnick was lying. I think that he doesn't understand immigration law. And I think he probably believes everything he said, or at least did. But
okay, hold it. Hang on. Hang on. Okay, fine. I say he should be fired for lying. You say he should be fired for being a moron because if the Commerce Secretary doesn't understand, this is not esoteric. This is central. And that's why knowing Lutnick and knowing what a sleazy bond salesman he was, right? This is the kind of bait and switch he does. But look, I'll go with you. Let's say he wasn't lying. But if this is the case, he's too dumb to be the Commerce Secretary. So pick it. He's either a liar and should be fired, or he's too dumb and should be fired. Either way, he tried to screw, and he's screwing American workers. Is he not, ma'am?
I don't think that is his intention. I think the H-1B program needs to be eliminated. Full stop. I think he is trying to make it microscopically better. But it's not going to work, and it's not going to work because of the complexities of immigration law. And I don't think he included the Department of Homeland Security in coming up with this order, or the gold card order for that matter. And the fact is they're just not going to work because of how complicated the law is and how many workarounds there are for these big employers who don't want to pay a fee, don't want to hire Americans, and can get away with it still under this order.
You see what a nice person and a good person Rosemary Jenks is? You're a good person. You're a nice person. But you damned him so much. By the way, the gold card's not right. He didn't talk to – you didn't include DHS. It's got to be central. Listen, here's the bottom line. The bottom line is that people like yourself – they go about it very methodically and don't get all worked up and say, hey, no, this is where you're wrong, bing, bing, bing. And Senator Grassley, who's an old warhorse and from Iowa and's got that kind of common sense out there in the great heartland of this nation, right? You guys think this through and say, hey, neither one of these work. They're not even close to coordinating with existing law. But more importantly, they're just kind of all workarounds. So when Reed Hastings comes out, Reed Hastings, who hates the President of the United States more than anything, when he comes out and says, yeah, I think this is great, it's really going to work, you know that the big shots in Silicon Valley, it works for them. That's right. So what's your recommendation now, how we get this shut down, particularly backing Senator Grassley and what he's doing, ma'am?
Well, so we need to stop OPT. And because it was created by executive fiat, the administration can stop it dead in its tracks today. Just a stroke of the pen can stop OPT. But more importantly, we've got to eliminate H-1B. And by the way, I don't know if you have seen this, but Senator Banks has introduced a bill that doesn't end H-1B, but it does eliminate OPT. It raises the base salary for H-1B to $150,000, which is almost double its current salary. It makes a lot of changes that would make a big difference and would definitely cut out the body shops and the people who abuse it most. So that's a step, but we need to eliminate it.
Ma'am, you're fantastic. I'm going to send everybody to your site so they can get up to speed on this. Where do they go, Rosemary? Social media and your site.
iaproject.org is our website. Our Twitter account, just look for Immigration Accountability Project. You'll find us on X, on YouTube, on everything. We haven't been banned yet, but we're working on it.
You're a happy warrior and a good person and a decent person. So thank you so much for coming on. Dave Bratt, by the way, is on our board. Folks, think about where we were at the fight with Elon back in it's trust the process. We're getting there. Eliminate this scam, all of it. Stop taking jobs away from American kids, men and women who have worked their entire life to get into this space. It's unacceptable. Unacceptable. And let foreign students take their jobs, incredibly unacceptable. Short break.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of the Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, Thursday, 25 September, year of our Lord 2025. Okay, we've got even more to cover in this hour than last hour, and we're going to have an interruption as the president of Turkey arrives. There's going to be a bilat, and I'm sure the president is going to make a few comments and maybe take a couple of 3 questions from the Oval. So we'll go to that. And I've got Mike Davis, the Viceroy, coming up. Also, we're going to go to the Maha Institute today has the roundtable about autism, the vaccines, all of it. It's going to take place from noon to 5. We're going to cover it all live. We're going to have a pregame if we can fit it in, and then postgame at 5 o'clock. So just stick around. We're going to get all this done. But one thing I've wanted to do, I've had actually an in-studio interview scheduled before the Charlie Kirk assassination, so we delayed it. But it was important enough for me that it's a book that is extraordinary and an author that kind of had a ringside seat. You know, Gibbons wrote the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, but he did it, you know, many centuries later from his interest in going back to Rome as a young man and seeing all the what had once been a great civilization and wanting to write about it. This is not the Decline and Fall. This is the Rise and Fall. It's called The World's Worst Bet. It's written by David J. Lynch. I could not recommend this book higher to get you up to speed as quickly as possible about this. You just heard my rant on H-1B visas, as you hear every couple of days. It's all part of globalization. David, I just want to toss it to you. Just give your background. You've kind of had a ringside seat for this, and you do the Rise and Fall. And it's extraordinary. It's an epic tale. I mean, it almost reads like a novel, right? It's an epic tale of just people, some who are well-intentioned, some are not, who just made decisions and got us in a situation where it didn't work for people. And now we're kind of in a populist nationalist uprising that we're very proud to be one of the major platforms for. And that's why I want people to read this. So just, how'd you get the idea for the book? What's your background in it? And just talk to us about it.
Well, first, thanks for having me on. I was struck a few years ago on the sidelines of one of the G20 global summits, which was a very messy affair. Nobody was really getting along. Vladimir Putin didn't even show up. Xi Jinping proved kind of prickly on some key issues. And it struck me at the time that this was not at all the kind of harmonious environment that the architects of U.S.-led globalization had anticipated back at the end of the Cold War. You remember the so-called end of history by Francis Fukuyama, the idea that democracy and free markets were spreading around the world as sort of the natural end state almost of human evolution. And, I lived through that as you did. And I'll confess, I was kind of part and parcel of that conventional wisdom. And it seemed like, why not? Anybody who lived through the collapse of the Berlin Wall, the dissolution of the Soviet Union on Christmas Day, of all things, in 1991, it was easy to think that, happy days were here again, and we were going to end up with more and more globalization, more and more trade liberalization, and the result would be widespread shared prosperity here at home, but also a more peaceful world abroad as authoritarian nations like Russia and China opened up their political systems and joined a U.S.-led international order. And of course, that's not where we've ended up. And I try to tell that story through the eyes of a half a dozen or so representative Americans, a worker, a venture capitalist, a couple of presidents. And I think it is the economic story of our time. I think it's important to understand what's worked and what hasn't worked over the last 30 years so that we're better positioned for what comes next.
Let's go back to that time in the 90s, because you had a guy I worked for. Now, I didn't work directly for him. He kind of ran the trading side of the firm. Steve Friedman ran the investment banking side, and Bob Rubin ran the trading side. But when I was at Goldman Sachs in the 80s, you had Bob Rubin and Bill Clinton. Because that kind of is the point of initiates this. The Clinton, their concept of globalization, and particularly this bet that everybody had that liberal democracy and free market capitalism had actually won, and that these other cultures and societies and everybody would just do it because Wall Street and the global corporate community thought it made sense. I mean, when I was at Harvard in the 80s, like I said, you got, that was West Point camp. You got stamped out as a globalist. It was like a immutable fact. It was like the second law of thermodynamics. There was no debate. It's just, here's the way to do it, and here's how you perfect it with supply chains and, labor that can go everywhere, capital that's borderless, etc. So take us back into the book in this concept of the decade of the 90s, and the personalities that really were the initiating event.
It was a heady time, and you go back now and you read what some of the main policymakers of the era were saying from both parties, and many of the quotes have not aged well. And I think of Bill Clinton as sort of the godfather of U.S.-led globalization. And I think he understood the pros and potential cons better than anybody, certainly articulated it better than just about any other American politician I can think of. And he always warned at the time, well, he said a couple of things. He said, globalization's a fact, not a choice. And I think he was referring there largely to the impact of technology. But he said, this is going to be a good thing. It's going to make the society wealthier and more prosperous overall, which it did. But there are going to be distributional effects. There's going to be so-called winners and losers. And that's okay, because the winners are going to do so well that some of their gains can go to help the quote-unquote losers, the folks who otherwise might be left behind. And we're going to make sure they get all the assistance they need, retraining, relocation, whatever sort of support might equip a basic factory worker to fully participate in this brave new age. We're going to make sure they get that help. And as I say in the book, it was an attractive theory, and for a while it looked like it might even be true. But the problem was it never happened. It never happened under multiple administrations.
David,
sorry.
Yeah. I want to go to that. I want to go to that fight. I don't want to bury the lead. You said about both political parties. If you read this, and that's why I think the book's very powerful now for people to go back and understand how we got here and where this goes, because we're hardcore economic nationalists and populists here in the war room. There was no dissension. There was no meaningful dissent of both political parties. People would say today we're so divided. Well, hey, we were united, kind of. I mean, there were cultural issues, but on this basic central fact of the modern industrial economy, both parties essentially had the same outlook. Maybe on the margins they had some differences, but the same essential. You had unity. You actually had unity in what was a business model for the United States. Now, it turns out that business model, as we would argue here, was 1,000,000% wrong. It's the reason I love the title of your book. It's the world's, I would call it the dumbest bet, but certainly the worst bet. But go back in time. There was no dissension on this. This was essentially kind of Wall Street and corporate and political kind of mind meld, was it not?
It largely was, and there's a quote from George W. Bush as he was running for the presidency in late 1999, I believe. And it's a lovely quote. I don't think I can quote it all from memory, but the paraphrase is something like economic freedom, and he was talking here in terms of the opening to China, bringing China into the global trading system. Economic freedom, he said, creates habits of liberty, and habits of liberty will create pressure for democratic change. There was a very strong rhetorical narrative at the time, not that China would necessarily become a Jeffersonian democracy or that was even a formal objective of U.S. policy, but there was a clear sense in both parties that expanded trade by making China more prosperous would create a burgeoning middle class. The Chinese middle class inevitably would demand more of a say in their governance, and that would lead over time to a more pluralistic China. And I think what happened there was we collectively, but American policymakers, underestimated the extent to which the Chinese leadership, the leadership of the Chinese Communist Party, was not stupid. They knew that was what folks in the West thought. Jiang Zemin, the then president of China, gave a speech to party officials and explained it and said the Western powers think that by bringing us into this trading system, they're going to lay the seeds for our demise, but we're not going to let that happen. And we underestimated the extent to which the Chinese leadership was intent on preserving not just its authoritarian political system, but also its non-market economy. And that's another key part of the story.
What I want to go back to the initial theory that, hey, the winners are going to the winnings are going to be so big that the losers will get taken care of. Explain to the audience, when did that become pretty evident that was not going to happen? That part of the deal was not going to be fulfilled, sir.
I think it didn't take long. Within a few years of China joining the WTO, it was clear that the amount of Chinese imports was far exceeding what the U.S. government estimates had been. There was a study by the International Trade Commission as the U.S. was taking up the legislation that facilitated China's joining the WTO that estimated that after that happened, after China joined, imports of Chinese goods into the U.S. would increase by 7% in the first year. Instead, they rose by 25%, and over 3 years, they rose by 50%. And a lot of those products had an impact on factory towns across the midsection of the United States, even as we were all benefiting from cheaper Chinese goods, from lower interest rates, thanks to all the capital that was flowing into the country as the flip side of the trade deficit. That spread benefits across the economy almost like frosting on a cake. But the problem was the costs of this transformation were laid on the backs of folks in our society with the least amount of education, the fewest skills in basic manufacturing. They took the brunt of it, and what was left behind was almost the equivalent of economic tumors in some of these communities. But within, by 2005, 2006, in the Bush administration, Treasury Secretary Hank Paulson was pushing for the administration to do more to address the needs of the workers who were hurt by this. And I remember interviewing George Bush in 2006 or 7, I think it was, and I put this question to him and asked whether more wasn't needed, whether the system shouldn't be more robust, and he said no. He thought the existing program, which is called Trade Adjustment Assistance, always terribly inadequate, poorly funded, he thought that was sufficient, and of course it wasn't.
David, can you hang on 1 second? We're going to take a short commercial break. David J. Lynch is with us, the author of The World's Worst Bet. If you want to understand the rise and fall of globalization in a very accessible book, tells it through stories, lots of data, but tells it through stories of individuals. This is the one that could be a very quick read and get you up to speed, up the learning curve, because this has not been sorted out yet, as you can tell. But we argue every day here in the War Room. Short commercial break. Also, the Viceroy, Mike Davis, as we await the President of Turkey to arrive to the White House for a meeting with the President of the United States. Short break. Back in a moment.
I got American faith in America's heart.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, We are RAV.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Hi, this is Becky from the Florida Panhandle, and I love watching Real America's Voice for the programming, the hosts, and my Rad Chat family.
I'm Patriot Mermaid, and I'm from West Haven, Connecticut. When the mainstream media wasn't giving us the truth, I went and looked for the truth and found it on Real America's Voice. Come and join us. Come on.
Flash a source in the chat. I love Real America's Voice because I can watch news being delivered to me live while I chat with the family I love.
America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
So, folks, instead of me just screaming about it all the time, you now get to read about it in a really terrific book, The World's Worst Bet, The Rise and Fall of Globalization. David Lynch is the author. I want to get you back when we got more time because I want to talk about kind of where we are now, where we go. But a question I've always had to myself is because President Trump is not a politician. When he got into this, he's a business guy. But he has these kind of innate instincts, right? How did the Clintons, as savvy as they are and understanding Bill Clinton, Bob Rubin, these guys were kind of the architects in the 90s. How did Hillary Clinton, who, is kind of our arch nemesis here, but I've always said, hey, brilliant, and particularly they have great political instincts. How did they miss the importance of this story to the American people and how the American people out in particularly the heartland of this country. And this is how we pierced the blue. When I got into the thing, I said, we're going to go after the blue wall. We're going to go after Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin and Iowa and Ohio, which weren't in our camps at the time, because this is the heart of where the destruction was. And Clinton can't stand up. And she never changed. In fact, she kind of doubled and tripled down. How did that happen, sir?
Good question. I remember interviewing her during the 2008 campaign, primary campaign, when she was running against Barack Obama. And the white working class was sort of her last stand in places like Pennsylvania. Yes. And I remember interviewing her in a high school gym in that state. And she was saying things about the need to adjust our approach to globalization, use more industrial policy, the kind of things that really didn't come to fruition, certainly in the Democratic Party, until Joe Biden was elected in 2020. So I think to some degree they saw this, but they didn't act on it. And by the time we get to the 2016 election, a lot of these communities, these so-called China shock communities that have just taken in the chops from the rise of China, they get hit again by the global financial crisis in 2008. And that's made worse by global capital flows. And then you have the weakest recovery in the post-war era. So by the time 2016 rolls around, these people have been battered and bruised, and they're desperate for anything other than the establishment approach. And, they didn't have much of a choice seen through that lens in 2012, but by 2016, you've got a pretty clear choice between an establishment, well-regarded establishment figure, former Secretary of State, Hillary Clinton, or this very disruptive, very unorthodox populist figure, Donald Trump, who is basically saying, we're going to throw all this stuff out and do it 180 degrees different.
David, I want everybody to get the book. We're going to have you back very quickly. Where do people go to, if you're giving any talks or book visits, any interviews, where do people go to get up to that on your social media, and where do they go find the book?
Well, they can find me on social media, David J. Lynch, both on X, Blue Sky. I'm findable on Facebook. I'm even now on Substack, David J. Lynch 1. The book's on Amazon, Barnes & Noble, the publisher, Hachette. So it's out there in all the usual spots. And as you rightly pointed out, this isn't an economics textbook. I try to tell the stories of individual Americans and show folks how they were affected over these years.
No, it's the power of it. It's a very powerful narrative history. It's got a lot of economics in it, but it's accessible to folks to kind of understand, which sometimes seems like you need a Harvard MBA to understand. David J. Lynch, thank you, sir. Thank you for writing it. Thank you for coming on War Room. Appreciate you.
For having me.
Very accessible, folks. The rise and fall of globalization. Of course, we know it's not over. It ain't over till it's over. It's certainly not over. I want to play I got the Viceroy here, and I've got it here for a couple reasons. Do I have a short clip? Play this clip, and then I'll jump in.
Breaking news of the night is that federal prosecutors have written and submitted a memo explaining why charges should not be brought against former FBI Director James Comey. That news comes a day after a day of intense speculation that Donald Trump's new acting U.S. attorney in the Eastern District of Virginia, adjacent to Washington, D.C., will seek an indictment of James Comey, possibly for lying to Congress before Tuesday of next week, because the 5-year statute of limitations on that charge will expire on Tuesday.
That goes a couple more minutes, but Ken Delanian, who is kind of the comms department for the permanent Justice Department, not Trump's Justice Department, got a leak last night at 10 o'clock at night that 3 career prosecutors are writing a memo that's saying Comey can't be charged, shouldn't be charged, you can't win in court, and doesn't meet standards. Let's start there. Mike Davis, the Viceroy, where are we on this thing?
Well, let's just step back and tell the audience what happened here. 5 years ago, just short of 5 years ago, we had James Comey go before the Senate Judiciary Committee on a congressional investigation about Crossfire Hurricane, where it's very clear now that that's the Democrat operatives in the Obama White House, Biden, Obama, Hillary, Comey, Clapper, Brennan, so many others. They politicized and weaponized intel agencies and law enforcement before the 2016 election to take out then candidate Donald Trump and help Hillary Clinton to cover up her foreign corruption that we've talked about on this show for the last 3 years. Comey was called to testify before the Senate Judiciary Committee. He was under oath, and Senator Ted Cruz asked him if he had discussions with the media, right, about Crossfire Hurricane. And there's evidence he clearly lied. He clearly perjured himself. And Andrew McCabe, his deputy, has evidence that Comey did talk to the media. So that is 5 years ago, right? And so we're coming up on the statute of limitations. I think it's September 30th. The statute of limitations for most federal felonies, like perjury, obstruction of Congress, is, or it's actually obstruction of a congressional investigation, but obstruction of Congress for short, is 5 years. And so the grand jury would have to indict Comey by September 30th. And so that's what President Trump's new U.S. attorney in the Eastern District of Virginia, according to these press reports, is going to do. And remember, with a grand jury indictment, you have to go to a grand jury of your peers. They look at the evidence and they determine whether there's probable cause to move forward with criminal charges. And so that's, according to the news reports, that's what's going to happen. Now you have these apparently 3 assistant U.S. attorneys in the Eastern District of Virginia, or wherever the hell they are, who are writing a memo saying that there's not evidence, and that they're, not only is that bad, they're leaking this memo to friendly reporters. And by doing that, they are clearly violating their attorney obligations, their obligations to their client confidentiality, the Department of Justice rules as it applies to attorneys, particularly federal prosecutors. It is highly inappropriate. It's illegal that these prosecutors are leaking this memo to their friends in the liberal media. And you have to ask, why are they doing this? They're doing this because they're trying to protect James Comey. They're trying to protect these lawfare Democrats like they've been trying to protect them for the last 8 years. And so that's for the grand jury to decide whether there is evidence that James Comey committed perjury and obstruction of a congressional investigation. I would also say this, that remember, in addition to perjury and an obstruction of a congressional investigation, there's also the charge of conspiracy. And the conspiracy is ongoing. When you cover up a conspiracy, you continue the conspiracy. So in order to stop a conspiracy,
we got to get this one down now, because you're going to get a this is low hanging fruit, and you've got the time's going to run out, right? This conspiracy is ongoing. The frustration with the president came out when he put the thing out about Pam, and he's sitting there listening to all the guys. I mean, we have 2 things going on. Number one is the war against the deep state, of which DOJ's got to take the lead on, and the other is what this political violence is being driven by the left and media now. But let's take going for the deep state. Do you think we're start hiring more people? Because the president's clearly frustrated. We just need more bodies over at DOJ and at the U.S. attorney's offices to kind of make this happen. We've got a minute here, Mike, and I'll hold you over briefly into the next block. But do we have enough bodies now? Has DOJ understood that the president's frustrated? He wants Brennan. He wants these other guys perp-walked.
I have said on your show, Steve, for over 3 years since the Mar-a-Lago raid, that they need to open a criminal investigation and bring criminal charges in the Southern District of Florida, Fort Pierce Division, where they did the Mar-a-Lago raid under 18 USC Section 231, conspiracy against rights, because the Democrats politicized and weaponized intel agencies and law enforcement to go after their political enemies for non-crimes. That is textbook conspiracy against rights. The Democrats are very familiar with this charge. It's one of the 4 charges they brought against Trump by Jack Smith for the non-crime of objecting to a presidential election, which is allowed by the Electoral Count Act of 1887 and the First Amendment. I have made it my mission for 3 years to bring accountability. I'm going to make it my mission for the next 4 years to make sure there's accountability. And I promise that justice is coming. My good friend, Jason Redding Quinones, just got confirmed as the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of Florida. And I have very publicly called on Jason Redding Quinones to open up this criminal probe in the Fort Pierce Division for conspiracy against rights.
Mike, hang on for 1 second. I'll hold you for a couple of minutes on the other side. The Viceroy is with us.
Great News America, Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I build steam
around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Hello, this is Kurt. Why do I love Rav? You ever talk to the host? You can do that on Rav. And the Rav family, they'll talk back to you too. Let you know what's going on. Take care.
Hi, this is Chris from Colorful Colorado. I'm drawbridge in the Getter chat. I trust no one for my news except Real America's Voice. So if anyone asks, I was never here.
Hey guys, my name is Jeff. I'm from Massachusetts. I love Rav because of the free speech and the political wranglings that go on in the chat every day.
Okay, here we go. Right there on full screen is the president of Turkey. The president of Turkey is arriving now for the bilateral meeting. The president's going to greet him. He's going to the working side of the West Wing. We'll continue to watch that. The president, I'm sure, will step out, shake his hand. They'll go in the Oval, probably 15, 20 minutes away from starting the bilateral. Brian, Glenn is there. We're all over this at Real America's Voice. Mike Davis, real quickly, brother, and we're going to keep that shot up. Mike, the other aspect of this political violence that's now spinning out of control. A coach shot last night, of course, snipers at ICE facilities. They're burning down. They're blocking the ICE facility in Portland every night. What does he's designated Antifa a terrorist organization? They've designated the transgender militias as nihilistic, violent extremists, NVEs, or FBI. What needs to be done now to stop this? There's no longer a debate about this. What do we need to do to put an end to this, sir?
It's very clear that today's Democrat Party is the party of violence, and we need to take this very seriously. And they must face these violent terrorists who are trying to kill President Trump and trying to kill his supporters, killed Charlie Kirk. This is unacceptable. And you have these Democrats, politicians cheering on this violence, and it's unacceptable. So what needs to happen is the Secretary of State, in consultation with the Attorney General and the Treasury Secretary, in addition to designating Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization, they need to designate Antifa as a foreign terrorist organization and start charging people who support Antifa with material support to terrorism. You need to expel all aliens, legal and illegal, who are associated with Antifa, and you need to cut off their funding. You also need to use our federal laws to go after everyone who attacks federal law enforcement for assaults on federal law enforcement and attack federal property. You need to charge them with those crimes, and they also need to charge conspiracy, which you can either do a RICO conspiracy, a racketeering conspiracy that we've used to take out the Klan and the mob, or you can use the general conspiracy charge, and you can get a lot of these bad actors with conspiracy charges. And so it is Time to take off the kid gloves and go after these violent left-wing terrorists. This is not a both sides issue. This is today's Democrat Party issue of violence. And it needs to be at the federal level. We need to have state attorneys general. We need to have local DAs. This needs to be an all of government, all of America approach to take out these terrorists. And we need to wipe them out legally, politically, and financially.
Mike Davis, Article 3, where do people go on social media, particularly because you're always coming in hot, and then over at Article 3, where do folks go?
Article3project.org, article number 3project.org. The most important thing the posse does is take action. Also follow us on social media and donate, but only what you can afford. And thank you very much, Steve.
Thank you. The Viceroy, Mike Davis, thank you, sir. Appreciate you for changing your schedule around. Let's go now. It's the Willard Hotel from noon to 5 will be a roundtable on one of the most important topics of our day. We're going to cover it on all our streaming platforms throughout the day and then back at 5 o'clock for a wrap-up. Britt McHenry, new D.C. reporter and correspondent for Real America's Voice, and the great Claire Dooley. Claire, as you remember, a young filmmaker that we introduced to this audience a couple of years ago. Guys, where are you right now? Why is this important? What's going to be covered, and who's going to cover it?
Well, this is very important. This is following up on President Trump's press conference about autism rates spiking. As we know, 1 in every 31, I believe, since 2022 was the latest estimates. But Claire will elaborate on that. We are here. It's all about to unfold at about noon. But Claire, I want you to take us through this. Like Steve said, you work on documentaries. You're a Maha mom. What about this panel will illuminate anybody streaming, anybody listening, anybody reading about this in depth about the rise in these cases we're seeing and what the concern is?
So I think something we can expect from this panel today is to learn about the broad spectrum of autism, right? So when we talk about autism, we're not talking about being slightly quirky or being good at math. We're talking about profound autism. A lot of these cases, they have seizures around the clock, gastrointestinal issues, brain inflammation, and the medical industry has slapped a title of autism on these people because the spectrum of autism is so broad. So today, we are having a broad discussion in detail, broken into 4 panels where you can learn about, the genetics behind autism, the epigenetics, the environmental factors. Of course, we're going to talk about vaccines, and we're going to talk about activism as well. We have spellers where we have these incredible cases where nonverbal or non-speaking autistic adults who haven't spoken their entire life at 25 are learning how to speak with these boards. So we have a lot of really amazing topics and conversations that should be happening around autism. And so with the MAHA Institute and MAHA Action, we're really excited about the announcement last Monday, but we want to go deeper, right? We're really glad Trump brought up, Tylenol and acetaminophen and all these different issues, but today we're going to go as deep as we can to these topics. You can arm yourself with information and figure out what's actually going on with autism, because so far, the medical industry has gaslit mothers, right? So I traveled the country. I interviewed parents, thousands of parents with polytomy on the CHD bus, and we interviewed parents whose children had been injured by autism or by vaccines and had caused autism. And so those parents told the same story over and over again. They didn't know each other, but they had the same exact experiences. And, by 18 months, your kid's getting 25 different shots in the United States. And these parents are saying, hey, look, I'm seeing these adverse reactions. My kids started banging their head on the wall. They're losing speech. They're losing the ability to walk. They're having seizures. They're having fevers. They're having rashes. And doctors are just saying, oh, no, it's fine. Keep vaccinating. Give them some Tylenol. Go home. Sleep it off. It'll be fine. And then when the mother sees her child and she's losing her child in front of her own eyes, and the medical industry is completely pretending like it's not happening. We are here today to say it is happening. Your child is regressing, and we're going to go into the details of all of the science behind what's going on. So I'm really, really excited.
Why has there been such a resistance to it? On the phone, we spoke about Jenny McCarthy and Jim Carrey going back 20, 30 years ago that started to ring alarm bells as parents, as concerned citizens about the vaccination rate. Why, when you speak to these families affected, has it taken it so long? I think that's a question a lot of people not as educated on everything, hopefully they will be today. Why has it taken so long to get to this point where we're now touching taboo subjects like Tylenol, over-the-counter medicines? Why has it had this stigma?
Well, there's several factors at play here. I mean, ultimately, we have censorship, and RFK Jr. has talked about the direct market to consumer advertising. That's a big issue. Pharmaceutical interest. In 1986, the Vaccine Injury Act was passed, where pharmaceutical companies were given immunity from lawsuits from vaccines. And we had several different cases with the swine flu and even polio, where people were brain injured with DTP vaccine that they later recalled and replaced with DTaP. And there's been profound cases in history with vaccine injury, and the whole goal of the medical or pharmaceutical interest is to erase them, right? We have a whole court set up in the United States to pay out awards for injury, yet vaccine injury doesn't exist. I mean, come on, like that's why we're here, because we're saying, hey, this is actually happening, and I think this conversation should have happened 20 years ago, 30 years ago.
Britt, let me jump in here for a second. Yeah. President Trump, he did talk about Tylenol, and he talked about, but I know Trump, I think, as well as anybody publicly, and when he talked about the little baby and the vat laying next to it, and you could see it touched him as a human, and the stories with the mothers, and he talked about the long history with his friends, but then he said later, with everything else he's got going on and is known for, he's going to stake his presidency on the success of this, or reversing this with autism. That is President Trump driving a stake in the ground and saying, not just am I all in. I mean, he kind of out-Bobbied Bobby Kennedy that day, which is impossible to do. He said, I'm staking my presidency on reversing this. How does that impact you and your movement, who have kind of been treated as, outliers or kind of wingnuts up until the Trump presidency?
I would definitely say that a lot of these mothers are outliers. They can't leave their home because autism is so severe that the public cannot see them. And so to have the president of the United States come out and say, hey, we're going to look into this. I'm going to stake my presidency on this. It means a lot to us. But at the same time, we are going to keep on doing at MAHA what we've always done. I mean, I am deeply rooted with grassroots organizations all over the country, and it doesn't just stop with vaccines. It goes with the health of America in general.
Hey, Claire, we've got to cut to the White House, the Oval Office. The president started. We'll come back to you guys. Let's go to the Oval Office, President of the United States.
We're going to get a lot done. But I have great respect for this man, and we've had a very good relationship for a long time. If you remember, he let Pastor Brunson, he freed Pastor Brunson. Pastor Brunson was put in jail for 35 years before I got there. This was a group that should have stopped it, and the president, after I called him, released him, which was a great thing for our Christian community, our evangelical community. The evangelicals really wanted that. It was very important to him, so I always remember that. But he released him from 35 years in prison. And Pastor Brunson now is healthy, happy, and well. And we're very happy about that. But it's a great honor to have the president of Turkey with us. And how are you?
Fine.
Say a few words.
And you?
Great guy.
Öncelikle bu ziyaretimizi Birleşmiş Milletler Genel Kurulu'yla iç içe olan bir dönemde gerçekleştirdiğimizden dolayı arkadaşlarımla beraber çok mutluyuz. Gerek Sayın Trump'ın birinci döneminde gerekse ikinci dönemde Türkiye-Amerika ilişkilerinde farklı bir süreci yaşıyoruz. Kendilerinin de az önce ifade ettiği gibi gerek F-35 konusu, gerek F-16 konusu, gerekse Halk Bankası'yla ilgili aramızdaki ilişkiler konusunu bugün etraflıca görüşme fırsatı bulacağımıza inanıyorum. Heybeliada okuluyla ilgili ise orada üzerimize ne düşerse biz onu zaten yapmaya hazırız. Dönünce de Sayın Bartolomeo'yla bu konuyu görüşme fırsatı bulacağım.
First, Mr. President, I am very pleased that this visit actually coincides with the 80th UNGA. So I am very pleased to be here with my colleagues and friends. And as we have said, during the first term of your presidency and during your second term, we are able to carry Turkey and U.S. relations to a much different level and process. And as you said, we have an opportunity here today to be able to discuss some of the issues regarding the F-35, the F-16, and also the Halkbank case. And we will have an opportunity to thoroughly discuss them. And based on what you have mentioned regarding the Heybeliada school, we are ready to do whatever we can that falls on our part. And I will, when I get back, try to discuss this issue with the esteemed Mr. Bartholomos to discuss how we can move forward on that.
Okay, very good. I would like to be able to do that. The Greek Orthodox Church was here, and they would really like to have some help. They need some help, and I said I'd mention it. We appreciate it. So this is a tough man. This is a guy who's highly opinionated. Usually I don't like opinionated people, but I always like this one. But he's a tough one, and he does an amazing job in his country. And we've had tremendous relationships, both having to do with war and having to do with trade. And I guess today we're talking about both. I'd like to have him stop buying any oil from Russia while Russia continues this rampage against Ukraine. And they've been fighting. They've lost millions of lives already. And for what? You know, for what? It's disgraceful. And I said yesterday, let it keep going because their economy is absolutely terrible right now. And I think it's a shame that they're doing that, killing a lot of people unnecessarily. 7,818 people were killed last week, mostly military people, their people and Ukrainians. More Russians, actually, than Ukraine, a little bit more. But it's such a waste of human life. And so he ought to stop. Putin ought to stop. And with that, we'll get to a little bit of a discussion. We're going to make some great trade deals for both countries. We do a lot of business with Turkey. They build great products. They build beautiful, great products, really fantastic manufacturers. And we buy a lot from them, and they buy a lot from us. Would you have any questions, please?
Mr. President, thank you very much. You've repeatedly called out Obama and Biden administrations for their stupid decisions. One example you gave was a refusal to sell the Patriot missile defense systems to Turkey, which resulted in the expulsion of the country from the F-35 program. Now, you are known to be a great deal maker in Turkey. What can you do to undo the stupidity? Yes, CNN Turk.
CNN? Well, because you sounded like a nice guy. It's fake news. But you sound like the real deal.
Quite frankly, thank you.
We're going to be discussing the Patriot system, which is the best system. We'll discuss that. We're going to discuss the F-35. We'll be discussing all of the things that you know about and that some of you mentioned. And I think you'll be successful with buying the things he'd like to buy.
What concrete steps can you take to make that deal?
We haven't even started yet.
Can I have one question?
He wants the F-35, and he's wanted that, and we're talking about that very seriously. And the F-16, we're in great shape. Certain other things he needed, as you know, and I'm going to see to it that we get that to him. He needs certain things, and we need certain things. And we're going to come to a conclusion. You'll know by the end of the day.
Can I direct the question to the
President, how about Patriots? Mr. President.
Sayın Cumhurbaşkanım, siz Başkan Trump'ın ne kadar barış için çabalar gösterdiğini daha önce de söylemiş bir cumhurbaşkanısınız. Ve siz de bölgede birçok ülkeyle, birçok liderle görüşmeler, kontaklar kurabiliyorsunuz. Bu konuda birlikte nasıl çalışabilirsiniz gelecekte?
Buna inandığım için zaten bunları söylüyorum. Birlikte el ele bölgedeki bu sıkıntıları aşacağımıza da inanıyorum.
When are you planning to lift Kansas sanctions?
Mr. President, you have referred to President Trump's peace efforts, and you have also contact with many leaders in the region. And what do you think that you can do about this? And Mr. President has said that, yes, I believe in the peace efforts that President Trump is leading, and together we will be able to overcome the challenges in the region.
I think it's true. He's got tremendous influence in the region. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, when are you planning to lift CAATSA sanctions against Turkey?
Against sanctions?
Yes, CAATSA sanctions.
Turkey very soon.
Mr. President.
If we have a good meeting, almost immediately.
President Erdogan is removing tariffs on U.S. goods, and what impact it would be in U.S. production?
Where are you from?
Turkey.
We have a lot of people from Turkey. That's good, because I like the questions very much, actually. That's questions. We'll see about tariffs. We're going to be talking about that.
He already removed them.
Well, we're going to be talking about that.
Mr. President, what about Gaza? Mr. President,
sanctions on Russia, even if not all NATO countries stop purchasing Russian oil?
We're going to be seeing about that. The NATO countries were disappointing in that regard, but they've been very amazing in other ways. They did, as you know, they went from 2% to 5% GDP, and that's a big step, and it's paid. I mean, they have the money there. We're selling a tremendous amount of military equipment to NATO. We're selling. We're not giving like Biden did. We're selling it to NATO, and it's a lot. They're buying a lot, and I assume they're giving it to Ukraine. They could buy it for other reasons too, but I assume they're giving most of it to Ukraine. But they're buying highly sophisticated weaponry, and they're paying for it full price. And that's how we're involved. Biden gave $350 billion. Look, this war would have never started if I were president. If I were president, this war would never be happened. Would have never happened. Yeah.
Mr. President, I would like to ask about Gaza. Are you on the same page, Mr. Erdogan, for Palestine, Israel?
Well, I don't know his stance. I can't tell you about that. I just say that we want to get Gaza over. I had a great meeting with the leaders of that area, of that region. Generally speaking, the Middle East. We had a great meeting the other day at Onga, as you know, and I think we're close to getting some kind of deal done. Yeah, we want to get the hostages back. I have to get the hostages back. We're the ones that got the hostages, all of them that we have now. But it looks like there are 20 living hostages and probably 38 or so dead hostages. Pretty sad. And the parents of those dead souls, those dead, mostly men, boys, in many cases like literally boys, they want those bodies back so badly, as much as though they were alive. And so we had a very good meeting with the representatives of the most powerful countries in the Middle East, and I think we're going to be close to a deal.
We've noticed that in the Ukrainian war and during the Israeli-Iran war, the airspace of the NATO countries is very fragile, and it needs to be stronger. And in that sense, Turkey being the second largest army in NATO, it needs to support its air force and air defense. How do you look at this issue in general as a NATO?
Well, we support them. I mean, we're in NATO, and you know they're paying now 5% of GDP. Nobody thought that was possible, and they agreed to that 6 months ago when I was there. And the relationship is very good. The NATO countries are, I mean, with us, is the strongest it's ever been. We used to complain that they're paying 2%, but they're not paying. The United States was paying almost everything. And now they're paying 5%, and they paid. And that's trillions of dollars. You know, we're talking about trillions of dollars. And they're spending that, giving that money to us, and we are giving them great defensive, you know, the Patriots and all of the different javelins, all the different missile systems and everything else that they want. But it's, you know, it's trillions of dollars. So we appreciate that they did that. So they went from 2% to 5% of GDP, and that was something that nobody even would bring up. Biden should have brought it up a long time ago, because under Biden, we paid $350 billion, and all it did is make things worse. So we'll see how.
F-35s to Turkey, fighter jets, F-35s. Do you want to tell them
about fighter jets for Turkey? Yes, we are.
Are we going to see any step is going to be taken today about the issue, about the things are going on in the Gaza, Palestine? Are we going to see any?
We have a very strong dialogue going on with Saudi Arabia. With, I would say, you have 4 or 5 real leaders that are being good. As you know, I met with Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE. We met with Jordan. The King of Jordan was there. We had a really great meeting. I think a lot was determined at that meeting. And I have to meet with Israel, and I have to do that also. They know what I want. And I think we can get that one done. I hope we can get it done. A lot of people are dying. But we want the hostages back. We don't want them back 1 this week, 1 and 2 months from now, 3 later, and like the way it's been going. We got them all back. We got a lot of them back. We got the American Alexander. We got the American hostages back. But we have now 20 plus 38 bodies, dead bodies. And we want them all back, and we want them back at one time.
President Trump passed when the government has shut down.
President Erdogan will help to release the hostages?
Do I think what?
Do you think President Erdogan will help to release the hostages?
I don't know if he'll help in that. I don't really think we have. I don't think it'll be necessary in this case. I think we're going to be in a pretty good position. There are a lot of people that want that done. I met with great leaders. Look, you saw the people that were there, and great leaders. Egypt was also represented. We met with the leaders of that part of the world, and they want to see if they can get something done. And I'm going to have to tell Israel, let's go. We want to get the hostages back. Everybody wants to see that war over with, by the way. Everybody. So we're going to see what happens.
How do you see a joint initiative with President Erdogan to bring the President of Russia, Putin, and President Zelensky to the negotiating table?
Well, I can tell you that President Erdogan is very respected by both of them. Everybody respects Erdogan. They really respect Erdogan. I do. And I think he could have a big influence if he wants to. Right now, he's very neutral. He likes being neutral. So do I like being neutral. But he's somebody that if he got involved, the best thing he could do is not buy oil and gas from Russia. If he did that, that would be probably the best thing. He knows Putin like I know Putin. I thought Putin, I settled, as you know, 7 wars, and it's probably more than that if you really want to know the real facts, but 7 wars, and I thought this would be among the easier ones to settle. But I'm very disappointed in Putin. And he's been fighting hard, he's been fighting long, and they lost millions, they lost like 1 million soldiers. And you know, with all of the heavy bombardment over the last 2 weeks, they've gained almost no land. Think of that. They've gained almost no land. And I'm not going to ever call anybody a paper tiger, but Russia spent millions and millions of dollars in bombs, missiles, ammunition, and lives, their lives. And they've gained virtually no land. I think it's time to stop. I really do.
This is Steve Bannon in the War Room. We're going to toss now to the Charlie Kirk Show. We're going to live stream the symposium on all of our platforms. Grace and Mo will do it on Getter, on our Real America's Voice platform, and on Rumble. So stay tuned for that. We're back at 5.
What do you want to say about current process?
No, I can't.
Mr. President. Mr. President.
I like him. He's from CNN. Fake news, the worst fake news, but I like him. So it's CNN Turkey.
Syria
has been a
major issue between the two countries for the past decade. And you said the future to Syria is in Erdogan's hands back in, I think, December and January. And the countries are in the process of integrating little fractures into the main government. When do you want to see that happen?
Well, I think President Erdogan is the one responsible for Syria, for the successful fight in ridding Syria of its past leader. And I think this man is responsible. He doesn't take the responsibility, but it's actually a great achievement. They've been trying to do it for 2,000 years. I said, he does it. He did it. I mean, they're your surrogates. I think you should take the credit for it. I told him, take the credit. For 2,000 years, you've been trying to take over Syria. He took over Syria, and he doesn't want to take the credit. You know, all of those people are his surrogates. But the leader of Syria, the new leader, as you know, I took sanctions off in order to let them breathe because the sanctions were very strong. But I think we should have a major announcement today. He was responsible for that victory. It was a victory for Turkey because they've been fighting, as you know, for like 1,000 years. And it never went, you know, it was back and forth, but he's responsible for that. So he would have a lot to say with respect to Syria. But at his request, I took, and the request also of the King of Saudi Arabia, it's very interesting, and Qatar, they said if you could take the sanctions. We had very strong sanctions. They couldn't have lived with those sanctions, and I took them off to give them a chance to breathe. But the president was one of the people that was responsible for that. He asked me to do it, and I did it.
Mr. President, furloughs are very typical when the government shuts down. Why is the administration directing federal layoffs of federal workers this time around?
Well, this is all caused by the Democrats. They asked us to do something that's totally unreasonable. They never change. They want to give money away to illegally, people that entered our country illegally. They want to give them massive federal money. And we don't want to do that because it means everyone's going to just keep pouring back. Right now, we have absolutely perfect borders like you haven't seen in many years. Even better than I had great borders during my 4 years, but these borders are stone cold closed. You can only come into our country legally now. But the Democrats want to give it all away. They want to open up the borders. Take a look at that. It's a big thing. They want to open borders again after what we're going through now, getting rid of prisoners, getting rid of all of these people dropped out from mental institutions, drug dealers, drug addicts, everything. They're putting everybody into our country. It's all ended now. But this is what Schumer wants. This is what the Democrats want. They want to and they want to take our money. We're doing well because of tariffs. We're doing unbelievable. We're making more money than we ever have made. And by the way, we're going to take some of that tariff money that we made, just to get off the subject for a second. We're going to take some of that tariff money that we made. We're going to give it to our farmers, who are, for a little while, going to be hurt until it kicks in. The tariffs kick into their benefit. So we're going to make sure that our farmers are in great shape because we're taking in a lot of money. We're finding, the other day, it was very interesting, they found $31 billion. They said, sir, we found 31. I said, you mean positively, right? They said, yeah, 31 million more than we knew. And they said, we don't know where it came from. I said, check the tariff shelf. They came back the following morning. They said, you're right, sir, it came from the tariffs. We've never seen anything like this. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be taking some money from all of the tariff money that we've taken, and we're going to distribute it to our farmers until the tariffs kick into their benefit, which ultimately the farmers are going to be making a fortune. But it's a process of it has to kick in. All right, maybe one more.
There was another shooting at an ICE facility in Texas yesterday. Detainees were killed. The FBI director posted on social media bullets that were engraved with the message anti-ICE. Right. He just posted another thing on social media saying they recovered a handwritten note from the subject that read, hopefully this will give ICE agents real terror to think, is there a sniper with AP rounds on that roof? Who do you hold responsible for the uptick in left-wing violence in the country.
Radical left rhetoric. The radical left is causing the problem. They're out of control. They're saying things, and they're really dumb people. I mean, I look at Crockett. I look at some of these people. They're very low IQ people, actually. But the radical left is causing this problem, not the right, the radical left. And it's going to get worse, and ultimately it's going to go back on them. I mean, bad things happen when they play these games. And I'll give you a little clue. The right is a lot tougher than the left. But the right's not doing this. They're not doing it, and they better not get them energized, because it won't be good for the left. And I don't want to see that happen either. I'm the president of all the people. But the radical left is causing this. Radical left Democrats are causing this problem. And it gets worse. It gets worse. And it'll be a point where other people won't take it anymore, and that will not be good for the radical left. And we don't want that. Okay, thank you.
It seems like an indictment of James Comey is imminent. Would this be the first step in accountability for pushing the hoax of Russia, along with Barack Obama involved as well?
Well, I can't tell you what's going to happen because I don't know. You have very professional people headed up by the Attorney General and Todd Blanche and Lindsay Halligan, who's very smart, good lawyer, very good lawyer. They're going to make a determination. I'm not making that determination. I think I'd be allowed to get involved if I want, but I don't really choose to do so. I can only say that Comey's a bad person. He's a sick person. I think he's a sick guy, actually. He did terrible things at the FBI. And but I don't know. I have no idea what's going to happen. Thank you very much, everybody.
President Recep Erdogan there in the Oval Office. You can see the media now being ushered out. We'll, of course, have continuing coverage of this story and so much more throughout the day here on Real America's Voice. But for now, let's get you back to the Charlie Kirk Show.
And today is the day. We have waited long enough to confront some of the lies, the out-of-context clips, the cherry picking of quotes that people are mostly on the left are using to smear the legacy and the memory of our brother and our friend, Charlie Kirk. And it is incredibly apropos that joining me today, wide shot please, is our Thought Crime crew, because most of the clips that ultimately surfaced came on the show called Thought Crime, which we would do every Thursday night. And that would be with Jack. It would be 4 of the 5. It would be Jack Posobiec, Tyler Boyer, Blake Neff, Charlie Kirk, and me. I was sort of a fill-in. I was happy to be that. Tyler and I would usually rotate. And the whole premise of the show was to talk about the verboten. And as soon as we started doing the show, we realized that, you're not allowed to have fun anymore in America in 2024 at the time. Most of these clips came out because Charlie had become so big. Yeah, well, he had a lot of fun, actually. But Charlie had become so big that he was looked at as an appendage of the Trump campaign. And so if Charlie ever said anything that, wasn't actually on like the policy platform, for example, of the Trump campaign, the Trump campaign would get calls, and then we'd get calls, and then everybody was getting calls. And so it was one of those interesting dynamics that actually in a weird backhanded way shows just how huge he had become, especially in the campaign season of 2024. So, yeah.
And I think something that we can really just all say, and I think we would all agree on, and Charlie would agree too, just at the outset, is this is all Andrew's fault.
Yes. I think if I do seem to be a repeat offender in these clips, but listen, I didn't want to give any air to this stuff, especially in the immediate aftermath. But I think we are at two weeks and 1 day after it happened. What a whirlwind it's been. I I don't think it was worth giving any oxygen to the haters, mostly on the left, because they were upset that Charlie was getting essentially canonized before their eyes. And he was their ideological opponent. There's no doubt about that. And so, but I feel like now's the time.
But you even had instances where, like, Barack Obama, like the leader of the Democrat Party, I don't, if you had to pick one man who's the public leader of the party, it's Barack Obama. He couldn't even say Charlie's name without sort of going through this litany of, but I disagree on this, and I disagree on this, and he like, all of the topics that he mentioned, I think we played the clip the other day, we should probably pull that up, were from Thought Crime. And it's like kind of existential in a sense that stuff that from our Thursday night podcast is now coming off the lips of Barack Obama. But at the same time, he's doing so to impugn and smear and demonize, even in death, our friend Charlie Kirk.
Well, I was going to say,
and I can't stand.
Existential, because it was like the devil himself, like having to say the word Charlie Kirk. You could see him like melting a little bit. It was like the Wicked Witch. Is like every time that he had to say the word Charlie Kirk, you could almost see.
Well, did you notice Hillary couldn't say the word puddle? Hillary, when she went on MSNBC yesterday, she couldn't say the word Christian. Oh yeah. She said she was like white males of a certain religion.
Yeah, she could start like a far right podcast or something.
Like she couldn't say the word of Christ. Just saying.
So I just think it's apropos that you guys are here. I'm excited to do this. A lot of you have online. I've seen the comments have been wanting us to do this, and it just didn't feel like it was the time, but now it's the time. And I don't think we need to belabor these points, but for years on end or something. But I think it's important to give a vociferous and forceful rebuttal. So here I want to start with my favorite one, and that is about DEI pilots. Do you think it's safe to say, Tyler, that the DEI pilots clip was the most viral thing that Charlie had ever been associated with? And it wasn't like, it was wildly misunderstood, but do you think at that point it was probably the biggest clip of Charlie that had spread?
100%. And I wanted to piggyback on what we were saying before. A lot of Andrew got the brunt of a lot of this stuff because
deservingly
he was saying things that, again, the whole premise and setup of Thought Crime and a lot of the conversations that we had was Charlie was quarterbacking, and then we were the ones, kind of feeding into it.
Well, I apologize for nothing.
And Charlie would kind of cue it up, and then Andrew would lean in on it, but make no mistake, these were conversations that were being had in the background.
Of course.
And that's important.
By the way, what's amazing is I was only a part of about 50% of the Thought Crimes. So just imagine how much more defending of Charlie we'd have.
Whoa. Andrew was in the background of every show, every conversation, even if he wasn't on there. No, you're not getting out of this. You're not getting out of this.
All right. He's he stepped back from the bonfire, and he was the guy holding the kindling.
Every episode.
And the gasoline.
All right. But
I think I blame Blake.
Yeah. Let's get into it, because we've been telling you.
Drive. Blake's going to kind of drive today.
We blame Blake for enough.
Yes.
He's not getting blamed for this.
So I want to get blamed for this one. Anyway, so the clip that's getting passed around a lot, this is one of the ones that popped up the most, is people get really mad about what Charlie says about black pilots. So let's just start with the original clip. Let's do clip 168.
And that's why I think this United story and the DEI story hits so hard, because we've all been in the back of a plane when the turbulence hits, or when you're flying through a storm and you're like, I'm so glad I saw the guy with the right stuff and the square jaw get into the cockpit before we took off, and I feel better now thinking about that.
You want to go Thought Crime? Like, I'm sorry, if I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified.
Well, you wouldn't have done that. You wouldn't have done that before.
That's not an immediate.
No, you wouldn't have done that before.
That's not who I am. That's not what I believe.
It is the reality the left has created. Now, that last part is really important.
Gotta go Thought Crime.
Like, obviously, they're doing this thing where they just act like we just came in and we're just like, we care about the skin color of who flies planes. No, Charlie doesn't want to care about that. The left wants to care about that. So here's an important piece of context that this is basically what we were reacting to. This is a clip of United Airlines CEO Scott Kirby making a pretty intense commitment to hitting diversity quotas at his airline. Let's play clip 200.
How is diversity and diversity targets working into the Aviation Academy?
We have committed that 50% of the class of the classes will be women or people of color. Today, only 19% of our pilots at United Airlines are women or people of color. And by the way, from all the data I've seen, that's the highest of any airline in the country.
All right. So can I just jump in here really quick? This is incredibly important. So that is the clip Charlie and I and everybody was responding to. That right now they had 19% women and people of color in their pilot corps. They wanted to get it up to 50% for every new pilot corps. Why is that a really dumb thing to do? First of all, meritocracy. Charlie believed in meritocracy. Let the best man or woman win. Second of all, Jack, riddle me this. Do you know what percentage of new pilots that are training to be pilots, whether that's just getting their pilot's license or trying to go into an academy of some sort to become a professional pilot, do you know what percentage are women or people of color?
Is that 13%?
It's about 9%.
13%. That's a different statistic.
Yeah, it's 9%. It's 9%. So that means that you're essentially trying to fill 50% of the spots from 9% of the population of the.
Well, you're saying not qualified, just training.
Just trained. So these are people, people who want to be a new pilot.
Yeah.
Basically,
like getting their hours, going through.
90% are white males. It just happens to be one of those professions where white males go to a lot. So Charlie was making the point that if you are going to pull 50% of your pilots from 9 or 10% of the population of new pilots, then you're going to have to do something that is not in favor of meritocracy. You're going to have to lower your standards to get them on.
Standards.
So he said that if you impose this quota, then I'm going to start asking questions. Boy, I hope you're qualified. And he said, I never did that before, and I don't want to do it in the future. More when we get back right here on The Charlie Kirk Show.
All right, so let's we'll just continue along.
Well, because he gives he
does. So we'll continue along here. So Charlie himself offered some clarification on the pilot thing. I can't remember off the top of my head if this is the same day or later, but let's play clip 169.
And that's why I think this United story and the DEI story hits so hard, because we've all been in the back of a plane when the turbulence hits or when you're flying through a storm and you're like, I'm so glad I saw the guy with the right stuff and the square jaw get into the cockpit before we took off, and I feel better now thinking about that.
No, I mean, like, you want to go thought crime? Like, I'm sorry, if I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified.
Well, you wouldn't have done that. You wouldn't have done that before.
That's not an immediate.
No, you wouldn't have done that before.
That's not who I am. That's not what I believe.
It is the reality the left has created.
So you guys piggybacked off of me because you knew what I was saying. Because what I was saying is that DEI creates and fosters sinful, unwholesome thought patterns, because when they say we're going to hire people based on race and not competency. And so you start to just say, you know, what's going on here? Blake, you're part of this. This has gone so viral.
It's like I said.
22 million people have seen it on Twitter.
It's what I said at the end. This is the reality the left has created, that they crave. Okay, I didn't realize it would repeat the whole first clip there.
Blake, why did you do this, Blake?
Why? He was definitely trying to get us in the.
No, which, by the way, it's like so much of what Thought Crime and even what we do on the regular shows is, guys, we live in clown world, okay? We are describing the clowns.
Yeah,
right? That's what we're doing
100%
every day.
It is just straight, like, and it really, the most obvious way to put it is just like, look, you guys can hire for diversity or you can hire for merit. Those are mutually exclusive options.
And
period.
By the way, Charlie was not saying that he looked at a black pilot currently and thought those things. He said he didn't. He said, but if in the future you do X and Y and Z to hire based on some other feature, immutable characteristic that is not linked to your ability to do the job, then I'm going to start asking questions.
What they're doing is they're taking Charlie's clip and they're removing all the context of what's going on and the situation that he's commenting on, and that's what you'll see throughout every single one of these things.
We actually have another clip from Charlie that more straightforwardly defends it. Let's play clip 204.
All right, let me tell you exactly what I said,
Sure,
okay?
thank you.
So this was in response, first and foremost, to United Airlines saying that half of all their new pilots that they're going to hire are going to be women or people of color. Currently, they're 15%. Okay. So they want to go from 15% to 50%. A conversation then ensued about how every time affirmative action is employed, standards have to be lowered. There's not a single instance where that does not occur. So then I said, boy, if I see a black pilot, I'm now going to wonder, is that individual qualified, or were they selected because of their race, but that's not who I am, but this makes me think this way. And I stand completely by that statement. Okay. Secondly, let me just finish.
Yeah, sorry.
DEI and affirmative action, what it does is it lowers the merit, it lowers the threshold of standards, and increases things that do not matter, such as skin color and ethnic background.
That last part is so key. He's saying, look, if you guys, again, you can hire merit, or you can hire for a quota for DEI. You can consider things like skin color and ethnic and national background important. And if you consider those things important, if you put them on the scales, definitionally, it is impossible that you will not lower the overall standards of the people that you are making into pilots. And it doesn't just have to be pilots. I think that's the example that stands out, where a really incompetent person can just crash a plane and kill everyone on it. But there's other things. Surgeons, medicine. Like if you want to check med school admissions, MCAT, that's a test you have to take. And we've historically had a lot of affirmative action in med school admissions. So Asians are scoring higher than other people. They're scoring higher than whites. And then, black med school applicants are getting lower MCAT scores, and they're getting into medical school with lower MCAT scores. Yep. And this isn't because the MCAT is like a racist test. It's a measure of ability, and people are coming out different on that measure of ability. And that's having ramifications at the end of things.
Yeah, for example, so Blake is a DEI hire, and
bald quota.
People don't, because he's bald, and he's also 1% Inuit. We don't talk about it very much, but sometimes he looks at dog sleds a little bit too long. And I'm like, Blake, what's going on? He's like, they're calling me.
But Blake is not Inuit as far as are you in? No. Okay. Anyway, so I would just say this feels like a very open and shut case, because they just wanted black people to think Charlie didn't think they could fly planes. That's not what he said.
The core of everything was that this is corporate sabotage, and it doesn't matter who they were talking about. They could have said that Chiquita banana eaters are the only people that will hire. Yes. It wouldn't have mattered what the topic was.
Either
it was
merit,
corporate sabotage.
It's either merit or it's a quota. You cannot have both. And we stand by Charlie in that statement. I think we're ready for the next one. We'll be right back. We're going to welcome radio.
We'll do this.
All right. Welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. We are joined by the Thought Crime crew, and we are debunking the lies and the smears of Charlie, taking him out of context posthumously, which is pretty sick, actually. And we didn't want to get to this too soon, because there's so much good that Charlie said and did that it just so outshadowed this stuff. But every dog has his day, and I am like, dog with a bone on this stuff, because I was there for it, and I saw it, and I knew the discussion that led up to it. Go ahead.
Before we even go any further, right, there'd be so many times where we'd be commenting on things that were going on in society, but we weren't actually giving our prescriptions for society. And if you go through that, Charlie obviously spent a lot of time talking about clown world, and he's describing the clowns and the clownish behavior that's going on, corporate America, et cetera. But when you actually find the thread that Charlie always pushed for was a colorblind society. Correct. A colorblind society that said, let the best person be the one who gets the job, be the one who gets the votes, be the one who gets to be in leadership, whatever it is. Mm-hmm. A colorblind society with standards that are applied equally across the board. So if you want to say that's equality, right? Yeah, we want equality of standards.
Well, yeah, and if you think about, and Blake, you could probably remember the quote better, but Charlie loved this quote. I think it was one of the Weinstein brothers that said it, but maybe they were quoting somebody else. Anyways, if you want to know the God of the age, just you ask yourself, what are you not allowed to critique? And
the line is attributed to Voltaire. It is not from Voltaire,
but I think one of the brothers did say it recently.
But anyways, the point is, Charlie was fearless on the modern God, the idol of DEI, and pulling the race card and all of this stuff. Charlie, if you can't, maybe you can see it over Jack's shoulder, but we have he put up, this is his wall. Like he picked these pictures. I think his head's getting cut off. That's Clarence Thomas over Jack's shoulder. Charlie loves Clarence Thomas. Dr. Ben Carson. These are people, Charlie was not racist, did not have a racist bone in his body. If you're good at what you do, he loved it. If you were a good family man, if you were a good father, he loved you and he supported you. And I know he's got so many friends in the black community that defend him vociferously online, and I love that. But just as somebody who can tell you, from very up close and personal, there was not a racist bone in his body. He was often accused of it because so much of our modern society is oriented around what came out of the civil rights era. So this is the new founding, this Christopher Caldwell prescription of a new founding of America after the 1960s, in which we had, basically, if you're a modern American, you have more reverence for the Civil Rights Act than you do for the Constitution. Charlie thought that was a problem. It wasn't that he didn't like a lot of what the Civil Rights Act accomplished, or at least set out to accomplish. It's that there was overreach that happened, and there was a new founding of America that was extra constitutional.
But I would even go so far as to say that I agree with Caldwell and I agree with the left on this, and I think Charlie would too, in the sense that it was sort of a new founding of America because there were new standards that perhaps weren't intended, but that superseded the constitutional founding of America.
Yes, and so Charlie was fearless in his critiques of this because he saw it as a core rot of modern American culture, and that if we were going to get back to a colorblind society, a meritocracy, a culture that was oriented around excellence and achieving great things and dreaming big dreams, that we couldn't, it's like that verse that I posted on X yesterday. Like, you have to throw off all that's hindering you. You have to throw off everything that's slowing you down if you're going to run your race well. And Charlie was such a pragmatist and such an efficiency oriented person that he knew that this stuff was holding our country back. And so he knew that he uniquely was suited as the exact person not to talk about it, to sort of crush the idols in the temple and in the high places and go for this stuff. And yeah, he took a lot of slings and arrows, but in my opinion, looking back, this is some of the stuff I respect him most for.
But you look too at, I keep going back to that Hillary Clinton clip yesterday on MSNBC, where even in the wake of all of this, she goes up on MSNBC and...
Do we have this clip?
And what is she saying? She's saying, we remember, the target must be white Christian men. Remember, white Christian men are the ones who cannot be allowed to be in leadership positions. And she says that. Almost it's disgusting. And like Charlie Kirk. Just like Charlie Kirk. Why don't you just say it, Hillary?
Well, and he knew that he was at the vanguard of this stuff, and that he was a representative for an entire generation of the lost boys of the West that had been disenfranchised by their own political leaders. They had been tossed aside by a political establishment and a zeitgeist that vilified them, demonized them, and wanted to toss them aside, when this is their country too. This is where they were born. This is what they've inherited. And we were breaking the social compact with an entire generation of young men. And I like to think that Charlie gave, when you start seeing these polls about who's coming, who's voting for Trump, young men wanting to get married, young men wanting to have families, and young men wanting to go back to church, it's because Charlie went straight at the idols of the age and he crushed them on behalf of us all. So we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Amendment. All right, we are back here for the stream. Blake, why don't you take us to the next?
All right,
debunking.
so it's not even so much a debunking. A lot of this is just explain. You need to have explanations and more context. So this is the one that went most viral right after it happened. You would see headlines where people would post this, and it was Charlie saying, that gun deaths were worth it to keep the Second Amendment. That's what they would say. It was unfortunately worth it is the exact quote they would have. There's a million examples of that. I just shared one if they want to put it up. But people would post those to dunk on Charlie and be like, bet he would change his mind now. And this one really disgusts me quite a bit, actually, because it's not so much a lie about what Charlie said. It's attacking him for actually daring to discuss a public issue the correct and honest way. So we have a full quote from Charlie on this. I can't remember where he said it, but it's clip 175. Let's just play it.
So we need to be very clear that you're not going to get gun deaths to zero. It will not happen.
Right.
You can significantly reduce them through having more fathers in the home,
Yes.
by having more armed guards in front of schools. We should have an honest and clear reductionist view of gun violence, but we should not have a utopian one. You will never live in a society when you have an armed citizenry and you won't have a single gun death. That is nonsense. It's drivel. Wow. But I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights. That is a prudent deal. It is rational.
So this is what makes me so angry about it. And there's even stuff in an even longer version. Before he says that, he talks about, I'll read this quote directly. He says, the Second Amendment is there so that you can defend yourself against a tyrannical government. If that talk scares you, wow, that's radical, Charlie. I don't know about that. Well, then you have not read any of the literature of our founding fathers. And you haven't read any 20th century history. And then he continues, we must be real. We must be honest with the population. Having an armed citizenry comes with a price. That is a part of liberty. He gives the example, driving comes with a price. 50,000 people die on the road every year. That is a price. You could get rid of driving, have 50,000 fewer auto fatalities. But we have decided that the benefit of driving, speed, accessibility, mobility, having products, services, is worth that cost. And then he goes, that part we saw. And it just disgusts me so much that people are dunking on Charlie over this when he's doing what any reasonable leader, a figure showing leadership should do, which is evaluating the honest costs and benefits of a policy. There are so many scammer politicians and public figures who will say there's only benefits or only downsides to a policy. They'll say, oh, it's all upside, and people are opposed to this just because they're haters or corrupt. Charlie would actually come out and say the Second Amendment has downsides. We have more guns. There is more gun violence in America than there is in the UK. There's more gun violence here than there is in China. But we have it for other reasons. We have it because we are free citizens, and that helps us remain free citizens. And then I got so angry when I was seeing these jerkwads sharing it.
You know, there was one of the stats we were talking about as Trump was cleaning up D.C. was that there had been essentially about 1,200 murders in D.C. since 2018, right? 1,200 murders. It was a very murderous place.
Very murdery.
Very murdery. And guess how many of them were white?
The victims?
How many white murders there were since 2018?
No, the victims or the suspects?
The victims. 11.
Yeah.
11.
Yeah.
Most of that gun death is happening because of gang crime and black-on-black violence. And Charlie was very honest about that fact. Now, obviously, Charlie's own murder is something completely and entirely different. This is a political assassination where Charlie was murdered because of what he said and what he believed and how effective he was and because of his Christian faith. But what Charlie was getting at was that there is a cost to every freedom that we have. There is a cost to having alcohol on the shelves. There's a cost to having licenses in people's pockets to drive cars. Go ahead.
Well, just before we go to break, I would even go so far as to say that even in the sense that Charlie could comment on this, he still wouldn't be for gun bans. He still wouldn't be.
No.
There's no, and we all know that.
No question.
No question.
It wouldn't even be on the table.
Yeah.
No.
And so I totally agree. This is a really
he didn't call for it after Trump got shot.
It's a really sick one.
And if it would happen to any of us, he would have said the same thing.
Yeah.
And we would all agree on the same.
Yes.
issue.
Honestly, he might have even managed to laugh about it. He would have been like,
probably,
yeah, and just be like, well, they kind of got me on that one.
Well, I hope. Gosh, I don't. There's not a laughing matter, but it's.
I get what you mean. But
yeah,
he wouldn't have changed his position. No way.
Not in the slightest.
So we are going to welcome back radio and go on to the next one. But I'm with you. That one's really gross. We'll be right back.
Please check your TDS, CRT, DEI, and LGBTQIA plus at the door. The only letters we care about are USA.
All right. Yeah, that's a good.
I just put that out.
Welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. This is Andrew Colvett, executive producer of this show, with Blake Neff, Jack Posobiec, and Tyler Boyer. Jack, you had a good idea. I think we should go to sort of some of the breaking news around the ICE shooter in Texas yesterday.
Well, so we do have breaking news just in the sense that it just happened, but also it pertains to exactly what we're talking about right now on the program regarding the Second Amendment. So this is from the Post Millennial. Breaking: the Dallas ICE shooter conducted searches for ballistics and the phrase "Charlie Kirk shot video," and planned to, quote, give ICE agents real terror. So this is coming from Kash Patel, the director of the FBI, that it seems like it's shaping up that Joshua John, I think is how you pronounce it, was a copycat of the Charlie Kirk assassin. And he specifically conducted searches of Charlie Kirk's assassination before he conducted this attack on an ICE facility in Dallas.
I mean, which shows the interconnectivity between all of this leftist rhetoric that's happening. I mean, the in your face is that all of the pro-trans, anti-ICE, pro-BLM, I mean, we're seeing nothing but trickle-down violence that's been there for years. And this isn't new. We've seen this since 2020.
No, and it's high time for the federal and state authorities to just start doing something about it. We need action.
Well, and I think this is actually, I cannot get this image out of my head. Go play, show image 141. This is about political violence. And if you notice on the left, that is
we were talking about yesterday.
Yeah, we talked about this yesterday, but it's worth reiterating because both Charlie's assassin, this ICE shooter, the same with the Catholic school shooter in Minneapolis. These are young progressive men in that 18 to 39 cohort. And look at that. A whopping 30% believe that it's justified at times to resort to violence to achieve political goals.
Conservatives are way below moderates.
Look at the node on this graph that would most correlate to Charlie's core audience, 18 to 39-year-olds, conservatives, are the lowest besides like 60-plus-year-old moderates. So it's the most peaceful cohort is our audience. The most radical, violent cohort are the people on the left.
And what this actually shows is that the left is pulling the people in the middle towards violence, which I think is the most mind-blowing piece of this, is the moderates. Look at the moderates.
Yeah,
60
moderates
plus,
are ticking up, too.
60 plus are the least violent, and moderates at 18 to 39 are being dragged towards violence because of how radical the left is.
Yeah.
Thomas Matthew Crooks, also 20 years old.
Yes. So they're
Same
getting
profile.
sucked down these little Discord chats and these 4chan chats. They're saying, I saw Mehdi Hassan say, "Oh, leftists don't get on," or I think he retweeted somebody, but he's like, "Leftists don't go on 4chan." I'm like, yes, they do. Yes, you obviously do not know.
No. They've been doing it for years now.
You obviously do not understand the world that a 20-year-old, especially white male, lives in.
Well, so 4chan has kind of evolved from where it was in 2016, where it was heavily, right dominated and like, just being there, where there have been these brigades and attacks, and there's leftists all over 4chan now. And so that's why it's just not the same as it used to be, as horrible as it is. Not that I've ever seen it myself, but people tell me that it's quite different now. But that being said...
Wait, Danny makes a good point here. I want to make a point. He says the real data is even worse. This poll was taken after September 10th.
Yes.
So 30% said this after.
Well, we saw them celebrating.
Way higher
celebrating
before.
it.
It was actually way higher before. And it's also, and he makes another good point. Danny's the man. Charlie loved Danny, and he's such a great member of our team. He said, worth noting for this that a lot of these famous shootings are in gun-free zones.
Yes.
Too,
I mean that.
But that's
I find that sort of silly. Like
I do want to add though.
It's worth noting.
Can I throw in this too? What really gets my goat about this thing too is that Operation Arctic Frost, which was investigating conservative organizations that have absolutely Turning Point in specific. Had no nonviolent tendency, or had all nonviolent tendencies, while the FBI could have been and should have been investigating and spending all their time and energy on this, on the violence that emits from Antifa, from all the left-wing organizations, from these cells of young men on the left.
Increasingly involved, like one of the Antifa, I would say, evolutions is that you see this trans ideology now infused.
And we haven't spent that any
trans-related
near enough time. We were planning all this week on talking a lot about Arctic frost with Charlie our last 2 weeks. We haven't spent nearly enough time talking about all this, and that it's yet to come out.
Well, what is Arctic frost for people in the audience that don't know?
This was what was unveiled right in that same week that Charlie was murdered. Was that Turning Point USA was being investigated during the Biden administration by the FBI, tracking everything and anything that Turning Point was doing to basically make criminals out of a non-criminal organization.
And by the way, I was told, just for people that are wondering, that had been shut down immediately upon Cash getting control of the FBI.
Yeah.
So whatever that division was has been.
But that's the insanity of all this, is we don't even know all the information that's pertinent to that. But that's what our federal law enforcement agencies were doing, instead of going after the murderous, basically hidden gang violence in plain sight with mentally ill young men on the left and leftist organizations that are stoking this fire.
Yeah, and I do want to just say that one of the pieces that we see in this profile, it becomes a very sort of like, there's this weird talking point going on out there, and I saw Lindsey Graham saying that we should censor the internet now and get rid of was it Section 302 or 203?
203.
Or no, 230.
230.
Gosh,
you fried my brain there. Section 230.
None of us have slept in 2 weeks.
Yeah, exactly. I know.
Section
Mom,
230.
if you text me one more time and say I look tired, I understand. That's my fault. My mom just kidding. You look tired. You need a day off. I was like,
our moms must be coordinating because
I was like, yes, those are bags under my eyes. Yes,
but
I will work.
But here's my point. Is the radicalization doesn't necessarily take place on Discord, because we've lived through waves of left-wing terrorism before in this country, the 60s and 70s, certainly in the early 1900s, the late 1800s. William McKinley, right? We had a president of the United States who was shot in Buffalo, New York, by a left-wing anarchist who walked up and shot him in 1901. That's how Teddy Roosevelt became our youngest president. Mm-hmm. And he didn't have Discord and video games, and yet I keep hearing these DC Republicans say, oh, it's the video games and the Discords. That's what we have to go after. And it's like, no. It's an ideology.
I'm telling you,
it's an ideology that's driving all of this.
Yes, I believe this very firmly, that I believe God was working through Charlie Kirk, both in life, but even he was leaving little Easter eggs for us right before his death, and Charlie was communicating these things. And he sent a text to Stephen Miller, and we've talked about it on the show, but it's worth reiterating now. And he said his last text to Stephen Miller was, we have to go after the networks that are financing and fomenting violence and radicalization. So there's a way to do that via RICO. Blake would know more about that than I would. But whatever that is, that's a piece of this, right? I don't think it's suppressing free speech. Charlie was a free speech absolutist, and it's not by calling things hate speech. What we do also is we have to bring young men back into a place of centeredness. This is why Charlie was so fixated on building new homes, affordable new homes. He wanted a moonshot for new homes. We have to get young men to buy in and have skin in the game.
And how about also we stop demonizing young men as a society and blaming them for every problem that's in society, particularly young white men, where you're to blame for everything. It's your fault. You're the ones who are responsible for all of this. And Hillary Clinton goes up on TV, and that's exactly what she said.
Isn't it so interesting that the demonization of young white men has resulted in the ignoring of the most mentally unhealthy young white men that are all on the left? I mean, truly, some of the outcomes that
it's like on the left. So on the right, it drives us to church. On the left, it drives them to commit assassinations. Because they don't have God.
Well, and they have no one actually looking after them.
Yeah,
because when you try to subjugate an entire population of people, it doesn't matter who it is, in whatever culture, when you do that, what ends up happening is you have a pocket on your own side that just gets completely and blatantly ignored. And that's what they've done. They've essentially created this horribly radicalized system now of men who are completely ignored on the right, who have now been pushed toward God, and we're now picking up the pieces of
Thanks
that.
to Charlie.
And then the ones on the left that they're supposed to be responsible for, that they're doing absolutely zero for.
And by the way, if you are a white male who's on the left, because you don't have those characteristics that would allow you to be like part of their hierarchy, then it might drive you to commit more extreme acts to show your solidarity and loyalty to the revolution, because leftist politics is dependent not on skill, it's dependent on loyalty.
I love this topic, but it's not debunking the lies. But
We're doing like a thought crime again, yeah.
But here's the thing. So this is funny. Let's go ahead and show image 173. This is an easy one we can get through in the time we have remaining. This is a tweet commenting on CK going after Cenk, saying that time Charlie Kirk called an Asian woman in the audience chink multiple times. Pardon my French, I'm just quoting. He made millions off of his racism and sexism.
Not visible here. That had 17 million.
Sunk.
Okay, thank you. And so I apologize for saying that. It was just in the tweet. Anyway, so the point is he didn't say it. Okay. This was actually funny. I remember this might have been the first event I met Erica at, actually. She was with us. This was at Politicon in like 2018 or something like that. I forget, something like that. So let's go ahead and play the actual clip. Charlie hated when this thing went viral. It actually was funny. Later
hold on, we're almost at
all right. We could have played it, but now we can't. Okay, so I'll do some more backstory here. This was Politicon. He was debating Hassan Piker on stage, and then Cenk from the Young Turks started chirping at him from the audience.
Who is Hassan's boss?
Who's Hassan's boss? But by the way, it's interesting to note that at the RNC, Charlie and Cenk talked about this moment, and I'll never forget, so Charlie actually went on their show, and he said, I live like a capitalist every day, Cenk, and Charlie to Cenk at the RNC in 2024 then said, I don't even know, like, what does that even mean? Charlie was like, I've grown up a lot since that moment, but we'll play the clip for the stream in just a sec. For radio, we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. Okay, so we're going to play the Cenk clip. This was, of all the Charlie moments, this went viral.
All right, we have to say something right now. It's jank.
I know, right?
Like a
jank.
J.
Okay.
That's where this all started.
Objection.
That's where it all started.
As an American, I should not be expected to know how to pronounce.
Right. I know, but if you're going to
wanted a name, I could pronounce it.
Point of order. If you're having an event with someone, you should know how to pronounce.
We still didn't know. I actually saw jank back.
You're so right, Jack Posobiec.
But yeah,
Jacek Posobiec.
Yeah. So here's the actual clip. Let's play it. 174.
Yeah, you're trying to attack me, which is ridiculous, like asking me what my salary is. Sure, I'll reveal it willingly.
You brought it up in context. I'm asking, why don't you live like a socialist?
Okay.
Go live like a socialist.
The point is larger than that, Charlie.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Cenk. I live as a capitalist. Okay? I live when I believe. No. What do I do? I get charity every single year.
Hold on.
What's my salary? Less than his.
Charlie,
come on, Cenk, let's go.
Charlie, what are you doing? Take a seat. Psycho? All right, no. Take a seat. You're going to take a seat. You're going to take a seat over here.
Oh, my God. What's my salary?
All right. Ridiculous. All right, behave, everyone. Jesus Christ. Okay.
I practice what I preach.
Charlie.
You do not practice what you preach.
Charlie.
I love this moment, Andrew.
So funny,
because this was the first moment, and this was tennis shoes Charlie era. So this is when we were talking about
those were actually Yeezys, or what was it?
Was he wearing the Yeezys there, or was he wearing the Adidas that we got?
I think that was the Yeezys.
The thought occurs to me that's kind of funny is Charlie always was very much like he would try to imitate successful people. So he'd use a lot of like Rush-isms because he's like, well, Rush is the most successful radio host. I should try to be like Rush. And all I'm thinking of when I saw that is, do you remember at the 2016, I think, was it the RNC? I think it was the RNC where Alex Jones, he went after.
I was literally
Cenk?
standing next to them.
Exactly. I was there when it happened
when they
too.
crashed the
and I
thing.
can't help but wonder if like maybe Charlie was like, Alex Jones is really successful. I should get in a fight with Cenk.
All I remember is that this was the moment where, again, Charlie, this was the first time Charlie, and really one of the only times, truly, that Charlie went aggressive at somebody. Yeah. And it was actually so incredible. Like the entire office was buzzing that we had Turning Point for the next 2 weeks.
I walked out with him and Erica, and I think Sarah was with us.
It was Sarah.
No, but Erica was there at that event, and it was in Los Angeles down at the convention center. And we walked out, and all of these young guys were like, Charlie. We were walking out. But it is funny when you think about this in the context of Charlie's, as he matured and grew. And then he would eventually end up going on the Young Turks broadcast from the RNC and sort of say, I don't even know what that meant, you know. And then we had Cenk, of course, at AmFest, which was like a big scandal that we would platform Cenk. But Cenk was actually, at the RNC, he was like, hey, listen, I vehemently disagree with you guys. I think you're wrong, but like, let's, he has this line like, let's have a beer after. And I kept thinking Charlie doesn't drink,
although I will say, if you notice that clip, you can hear how hoarse Charlie's throat is when he's doing that. That's where the mint tea comes from and the honey.
Yes, he started learning how to protect his voice.
Yes.
So I think we should take a quick break right there, and we will welcome back radio for the final segment of the hour. And Blake's going to pick our next clip to debunk, and we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Spoke and overheard some conversations, I should be more exact, because with some of the worship leaders, and we're talking Grammy award winning artists. These are the best of the best.
Life, like why are Democrats going out of their way to defend the worst of our society? Maybe they should fight this hard for Americans.
Thank you, Gabrielle. I'd like to welcome Andrew Downing. Andrew is a litigation partner with Bruckner, Spittler, and Schultz. He represents victims of vaccination harm in the National Vaccine Injury Compensation Program for decades, and his cases include some of the seminal cases that have shaped vaccine litigation.
Empty chair, and still doesn't feel real.
But his thought crimes remain.
Thought crimes remain, and he lives in all of us, and God has a plan, and God has a harvest, and it's our job to step into it. And so, and by the way, it's, the audience has been amazing, and I'm getting so many notes about this show. I think you guys are enjoying it, so that's good, because
I was sending him notes, but they weren't like that.
We're having a good time.
Before we do the next thing, really quick, I just want, since we're making fun of Cenk last segment.
Cenk
like Janky. That's how you say it?
They run a Janky.
You say it Cenk Uygur. That is weird. Okay. Cenk Uygur. Since we've been making fun of his name and making fun of his clashes with Charlie, I want to acknowledge there's a lot of people on the left who said really ugly and really nasty things the last 2 weeks. Cenk has not. Cenk said very kind things about Charlie. He was extremely upset about his death. I've got some of his stuff up here. He says, my heart goes out to his family. F whoever did this. We are all now in danger. Violence is always wrong. He's been great on that, so I wanted to give him a shout out for that.
That's fair.
And speaking of,
I will say he was listen, I disagree with him completely, obviously, and people get mad that we even platformed at AmFest. He was so gracious, like genuinely gracious.
He's just a rambunctious.
Can I point this out to you?
He's just got bad ideas.
Our back and forth with the Young Turks is great too. It's like it's great for America, for the back and forth, the volleying, and obviously Charlie on our side is
energetic,
so much
intellectual, nonviolent debate. That's what we want.
But Cenk was also vocally oppositional to the Biden Kamala thing, so leaning. It's like people forget this is like. Of course, we're going to lean in on anyone on the left that's going like basically at Kamala. That helps us,
and
that helps us.
Let's keep going.
The next one. This is also something that got dunked on really nastily by people. We'll do the very short version that would get shared constantly on TikTok. Let's do the very short 186.
I can't stand the word empathy. Actually, I think empathy is a made-up New Age term that does a lot of damage.
Bam! They would just use that. And crap all over him. Oh, Charlie was evil. Now we can throw a touchdown, spike the football because he's dead. We'll explain this out. Let's just do the full contextual clip. This was I think this was like my first week on the show. He said this, or working for it back in October 2022. Let's play clip 170.
Instead, it is to say you're actually not in pain. So let's just very short clip. Bill Clinton in the 1990s, it was all about empathy and sympathy. I can't stand the word empathy, actually. I think empathy is a made-up New Age term that it does a lot of damage, but it is very effective when it comes to politics. Sympathy I prefer more than empathy. That's a separate topic for a different time.
So first of all, a few important things. One, this is clearly a side remark he is making before throwing to a video. This is not a speech he's giving to the entire world.
It's Clinton going, I feel your pain.
Yeah, exactly. He's riffing on that. But the reason he's saying this, it's just Charlie fixating on the exact words that you use, which he often could do. It's when he would complain, republic, not a democracy. Didn't like the word democracy.
He hated the word democracy. We're a constitutional republic with democratic.
I would always tease him about that. I'm like, we are a democracy, Charlie. But
well, technically,
yeah, exactly.
We just
only one.
Everyone uses democracy to mean a country like the United States, at least before Biden and everything. Anyway, but what he's getting at there is empathy versus sympathy. So empathy means, definitionally, the ability to get inside someone else's head. You can get in their shoes. You understand how they feel. You can sort of. Yeah, as you said, I feel your pain.
I would even. It's not just that you. This is the key difference. It's not that you understand, because I think that's still more sympathy. It's that you actually feel what they feel.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's a good point. And certainly, that's what people often use it to demand of you.
Correct.
Sympathy, which he preferred, is just the more straightforward. You see someone in pain and you feel
you are
pity for them.
Recognize
you are
moved to pity. Yes.
You don't like that.
You want to help.
It's much more in line with the traditional Christian virtue of charity. You want to feel charity towards others.
You mourn with those who mourn. You weep with those who weep. Yes.
And that's what Charlie would prefer. Whereas the reason he says it's kind of a New Age psyop is they use that empathy thing for, okay, you have to feel the pain I feel, which means you have to basically do what I tell you to do. It's a sort of morally coercive thing. In a way, sympathy is not.
Best
sympathy. You can have sympathy for someone and still say, you are incorrect. You even brought this on yourself. Though I have sympathy for you and do wish to help you.
The best example of Charlie on this is Charlie on the Whatever podcast, where you can see he has sympathy for the sex workers and the OnlyFans girls who are there, where he gives them value, but also says, you shouldn't be doing this.
We should pull that clip.
It's such
studio.
a good clip.
It's a good clip. Blake and I were in the room that time. All right, this is the end of hour one for radio. I think we're just having so much fun. We're going to keep going through the break and for the stream, because there's just so much to unpack. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back to radio. We will see you at 1:06 Eastern, but in just a few minutes. But we're going to keep going here on the stream. Oh, we have the Hillary Clinton talking about the threat of white Christians.
We need that.
If we want to get back to that. But anyways, yeah.
I think we just have to play it because
everybody needs to hear it.
Yeah,
let me know
so
when it's loaded, studio. It's loaded. Okay, 2:08. Let's play it.
The idea that you could turn the clock back and try to recreate a world that never was, dominated by, let's say it, white men of a certain persuasion, a certain religion, a certain point of view, a certain ideology, is just doing such damage to what we should be aiming for. And we were on the path toward that. I mean, imperfectly, lots of, bumps along the way, but I agree with you. We were on the right trajectory.
When were we on the right trajectory?
No, she's telling the truth. She's being completely honest about her goals and aims here. That her target is the demonization of whites, of males, and above all else, Christians. And so the goal of the left for, I don't know,
when was this clip from? Is this
yesterday?
New? This is yesterday?
Yesterday.
My goodness.
This is how insane it is.
And she said, we were on a path to removing all of that from society, whiteness, which they openly talk about every day, men, which of course are demonized every day, and specifically Christianity. And suddenly she says, and we're coming back to that, and we just can't go back to that. And she's telling you she's afraid, so afraid of the Christian revival that is now happening in America. That's why they roll her back out on MSNBC to remind everybody, hey, we're supposed to be fighting this stuff.
Yeah, I think what's so damaging with this is that there's nobody coming out from mainstream media to dunk on Hillary Clinton for this. This point is so important for all of America to hear and to reiterate. Villainizing young white Christian men who Andrew just pointed out with the graph, with the data that's out there, are the least violent, are enabling violence and agitating violence on the left.
It was, to be clear, that was young conservatives of both genders, probably, but both sexes rather. But we could I mean, Trump won probably young white males by quite a bit, so there is crossover in those two cohorts.
Given that data with moderates, I mean, the moderates aren't young Christian males.
That's true. Yeah, that's
young
true.
White Christian males are becoming significantly more conservative, which is leaving behind the small fragmentation that are not being handled because of divisive statements like Hillary's.
I totally agree. I want to get
your point to Andrew's point. We did have a mass shooting of Christian children by a female, Audrey Hale, in 2023 in Nashville, and but again, this is a female who was believing that she was a male.
Yeah, exactly. All right, next one: Biden execution. I'll admit, like in the days that followed, I think it was like literally the day of. I saw this clip from somebody being passed around. The day maybe it was the day after, because the day it happened, I couldn't go on social media at all. But the Biden execution, I was like, I don't remember Charlie calling for, and I think they said publicly executed. It was the quote I said. I was like, man, for the life of me.
It was mixing up two things, is what
this happens to me all the time, too. Like, the media will be like, Jack Posobiec said this, and I'm like, I don't actually recall saying that, or anything close to that.
So this is actually the clip, right, Blake? 176 is the.
We can do both. We'll do both things that went together because people did merge the two. But we'll do the Biden one first. Yeah, 176.
Yeah. She gives these speeches, and it just has this aura of totalitarianism. My team says she's Indian and Caribbean. I'll tell you what, she would be a lot easier to beat than Joe Biden. A lot. I mean, Joe Biden is a bumbling, dementia-filled, Alzheimer's, corrupt tyrant who should honestly be put in prison and or given the death penalty for his crimes against America. But Kamala Harris, my goodness, there's something that just kind of is tribal, where people are like, I don't know if I want this crazy person running the country.
Oh, man.
All right, so first of all, I need to definitely take some blame on this one. I don't know for sure, because I don't think we have like records of that, but I'm pretty sure I was in the Telegram chat and I was like egging on Charlie, where I was just like, Biden stinks. Like, he should be in jail and or executed.
Can I explain this dynamic? So when I first met Charlie, Charlie was against capital punishment. So he did not believe. Yeah, but so then Blake joins the team, and Blake is, I would say, if you're radical on one issue, it's probably that issue. Blake wants to bring back capital punishment in all various forms, and you can. I know sometimes you're like joking, but sometimes it's hard to like figure out what that is. But in general, I would say your position is that capital punishment takes too long. And, you're essentially 20 years later, somebody eventually gets put to death for a crime they committed. Sometimes the victims' families and their loved ones have passed on themselves. Like, you've got people that barely remember the crime that are witnessing it. And it ceases to have the effect that capital punishment is supposed to have, which is a deterrent effect, right? And so your point is like, hey, listen, if we have somebody we know they did it, it should happen quickly.
Although, so that's not what we're getting at with the Biden one. The Biden one, what we're getting at is that with the Biden one, what we're getting at is really he was trying to basically just drive home. The reason he would sometimes speak really intensely about Biden in that way is he really wants to drive home how disastrous, how like treacherous.
Treasonous.
It was so. I didn't even fuss over using the word treason.
You
'cause I always
did.
be like,
You kept
it's in
like
the,
you kept
know.
trying to tell us not to use the word treason.
But then it's just like the Biden situation at the border was basically total open border. You can get in if you use one of
Drugs,
about 10
killing
different
Americans.
code words.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You can come in. Like we have not just people coming in from Mexico or Central America. We have tens of thousands of people coming in unchecked from China, from Mauritania, from Pakistan, from like the worst places in the world. No checks, could be here for any reason, any sinister reason.
Right.
Spies, militants, drug dealers, gangsters, all sorts of this stuff being
Organized
deliberately
crime.
enabled and just let along. And we were like, we should actually come out and be like, okay, substantively, at what point are you just, as a leader, like midwifing an invasion of your own country? And at that point, that's like treason.
Yeah.
And so that's what we were getting at with that.
Plus the marriage of the Biden family with all these foreign entities. I mean, it just it never has been talked about. It never has been truly investigated. It's never been the time has not been spent, certainly from the mainstream media. And so, yeah, I mean, the invasion of our country, I think, is married directly to that, and that has to be still discussed. And every time Trump opens his mouth about it, it's like he gets slapped down by anyone and everyone. And Charlie was one of the only people that talked about it, and God bless him for it.
Yeah, and then so that the Biden one then mixed up with the other one. We had a great conversation on thought crime. This was back in February 2024. Thank you, Media Matters, for continuing to be a great clipper of all thought crime content.
Yeah, this is basically how we found all these
We were
things.
literally doing this last night.
Media Matters actually
I don't think we have this clipped right now, and it's pretty long, but I want to read the quote because it's amazing. So this is...
I remember this.
Oh, wait, can I give a shout out? Because Media's Lies is actually clipping our show live right now.
Great.
Oh, fantastic.
Thank you very much, Media Lies, which is way better, way cooler than Media Matters, but I am still grateful to Media Matters for their diligent work on our behalf. So this was Charlie saying, my other problem with the death penalty, it takes too long, too many appeals. Tyler says it's too expensive. And then Charlie says it should be public, it should be quick, and it should be televised. And then Tyler pointed out, he's like, the last execution in France was the guillotine in 1977. Is that
true?
And yeah. And then 100%, they used it all the way till 1977. And then Tyler says, that's so cool.
So the point is,
So he never said the word children.
No.
Well, so what happened was we were saying it should be done in public, and people should watch it. And then he threw out, how young do we do that? And I said 12, maybe.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah, I remember this.
And
now.
again,
Yeah,
the
that
point
was-
is, like, you can disagree with this sentiment. That's totally fair. But again, there is a difference between when the state arrests somebody for a vicious crime, and a jury of his peers pronounces him guilty in the first degree, and there is capital punishment, and that person should be. The sentence should be carried out. And by the way, I just want to say, by the end of Charlie's life, he was pro death penalty. I remember asking him that a couple months ago. Are you sure you're that you believe that the state has the right to?
There's that clip of him that's been going viral,
and he said, he said absolutely no, and that was an evolution for him.
And this is the point.
We're
of
almost
that,
back with Ray.
Yeah, this is the point with that conversation, is that it was that the public knew about what was going on. It wasn't about the grittiness of it. It was about the public knowledge of
it was a deterrent effect.
Capital punishment.
That's the whole point of capital punishment.
Yeah.
All right, we are going to welcome back Radio for the start of hour 2. Many more clips to get to. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. Start of hour 2. We are debunking some of the clips that have been going viral, mostly by the left, that don't believe Charlie is all that in a bag of potato chips. I think, it's funny. I was telling a very prominent Fox News host this morning. I was texting back and forth with this person, and I said something that struck me even as I said it. I was like, wow, that was really succinct, and I'm going to remember that. Is that I said I was closer to Charlie than basically, anybody outside of Erica, maybe Mikey or whatever. And it strikes me that I was so close to him, and yet how much he reminds me of, I'm not equating the two, but how much his life reminded me of the example of Jesus Christ. Like, so to be that close to somebody and to see it up close and to see how well he lived out the lessons of Jesus in the Bible. I'm not equating them. Charlie was an imperfect person. He was a human.
It's how Charlie emulated his life. He emulated from the example of Jesus to be Christ-like. So he was actively trying to do that.
He was trying to be like
Jesus. So you're just recognizing that Charlie was doing that.
But it's amazing it's striking to me that I got to be so close to it and how true and honest that's actually the way that I saw Charlie. How he lived his life was so Christ-like. And especially as he got older, he got more and more Christ-like, and his policies got better, and his positions got better, and his arguments got better. And that was an outpouring of the Holy Spirit and the wisdom of God that was coming out of Charlie. And I just think that's remarkable that I was that close, and I genuinely really feel that and believe it.
He was so thoughtful about the way that he approached every question and every personality and every person. And that was part of the thing, I think, that was a lot of his Christ-like ability, was that he studied the scriptures every single day. He was very prayerful, extraordinarily focused. But every single person that approached him, similar to some of the stories about Jesus, was that he would be thoughtful. It was never just like shoot off the hip, off the cuff, dismissive. He was never that way.
Interpersonally, he was amazing, and he was always so encouraging. It didn't matter if you were somebody famous or somebody completely obscure. He was always the same, very thoughtful.
Well, and I think that's what enabled people to follow him, like that discipleship analogy, is that so many people he was able to gather and have follow him that were able to get the work done.
I completely agree. And do we want to get to the civil rights thing now?
We'll get to it in one. Let's do another shorter one. Let's do the wives submit to your husbands one.
We kind of talked about it, but
this is like barely even a smear. It's just people deciding to be nasty about
people
something.
that don't understand that as a Christian we believe the Bible is infallible.
This is the simple thing. It's like Charlie is a Bible-believing Christian, and the Bible says a lot of things about marriage. It says stuff in 1 Peter chapter 3. It says stuff in Titus chapter 2. It says stuff... Titus, whatever. Colossians chapter 3. And Ephesians chapter 5.
Colossians.
That's how I've heard it. Colossians. They wrote to roads, right?
Yeah.
Colossus is?
Colossians.
That's what it's to, right?
It's weird when you hear it wrong, and then you're
right?
like, wait, did I? Yeah. Anyways, keep going.
Now, I have to first find out if the epistle to the Colossians
is the Colossians.
But did he write it to Rhodes? That's why I'm trying to think.
Know if he wrote it to
it's Colossus. Dang it. No, it was
the Colossus of Rhodes.
I know, but I thought it might be like the people of the Colossus. But there's an actual city named Colossae.
All right.
Dang it.
No.
Continue.
It's not
177, right?
Okay, anyway, yeah, let's do, that's 177 is just a photo of him tweeting it.
We're debunking it already.
But this is like not even really a debunking it. It's more like Charlie actually lived his life as a Christian, so he would emphasize, he would talk about wives submitting to your husbands. Let's do 178 as an example.
This is something that I hope will make Taylor Swift more conservative. Engage in reality more and get outside of the abstract clouds. Reject feminism. Submit to your husband, Taylor. You're not in charge. And most importantly, I can't wait to go to a Taylor Kelsey concert. I can't say it without laughing. You got to change your name. If not, you don't really mean it. Congratulations, Taylor.
He did not get enough credit for how funny he was.
Yeah, it was great.
Wait, he evoked Taylor's name, so are we going
to... That was another one, I think, where I just threw in, like, right as the segment was, she should change her name. And then he threw that out there. Yeah. But, it's like, but Charlie was also very clear about what that meant. Like, that, husbands are supposed to lay down their lives for their wives as Christ laid down himself for the church. That's the comparison that pops up in the New Testament. It's that the relationship between Christ and the church is like a husband and a wife. That is like the ideal they are setting. And so what does Christ do? Christ leads, but Christ also sacrifices himself on the cross for the church. Husbands are supposed to lay down their lives for their wives. And as we know, Charlie lived that. Charlie did that himself, and Charlie gladly did that all the way to the end.
This one has very few teeth, in my opinion, because people have gotten to see Erica Kirk and the strength that she has. And by the way, this is breaking news. I'm just going to do it right now. I'm going to do it. Erica Kirk is going to be on this program tomorrow. She will be on this program tomorrow, so set your calendars, make it an alert. We are going to have Erica Kirk on the Charlie Kirk Show for the first time since all of this has happened, and she is going to talk to the Charlie Kirk Show audience. So we're very, very honored that she is going to be making the time. She's not like Charlie in the sense that she's doing this podcast and this podcast. She is a grieving widow. She is got a lot on her plate.
Wow.
And the fact that she's doing this with us tomorrow is a real treat and a real special honor. I mean, you wouldn't believe the type of inquiries of the people that want to talk to her. So she wants to talk to you in the audience, real Americans and the people that love Charlie. And so that's what we're going to do it. Tomorrow we will have Erica Kirk.
Andrew, and she's actually, as we speak right now, this is what somebody was like, Andrew's busting Tyler for being on his phone. Erica's actually on a Zoom call with all of our staff right now, getting everybody organized, working with everyone.
She's a true CEO.
She is as we speak right now. That's what we're doing, and everybody is working, full steam ahead here to answer the calls that behind Erica's leadership. And so I'm excited to see her tomorrow because there's a lot to cover. But she has been an incredibly brave soul through all of this, and it has emboldened all of us.
Yeah, well, and this just goes to show you. There's a clip of this actually African American woman or a black woman. I don't, however we like to say it on the show. We usually use the latter. But she was so sweet. She said to Charlie, she said, "You know how I know Charlie?" She didn't like Charlie at first, and she started following the things Charlie said, though, at some point. And she's like, "You know how I know Charlie Kirk was right about this stuff? Because when I did the things that Charlie encouraged me to do, my life got markedly better." Wow. And you can see that the way that Charlie viewed marriage, the way that the Bible prescribes a healthy and godly marriage is amazing. And Charlie tweeted that after. He said God's design for marriage is amazing. And now you see the kind of woman that is involved in a healthy, balanced relationship where they are not rivals. That line was so powerful to me. You are not your husband's rival. Erica said that at the event.
We have that if we want it.
Sure, if you want to play it.
Yeah, let's do. I think these go consecutively. I'm
play
having
the
them
rivals when we didn't play it yesterday.
Yeah, let's do. How about we do? I think 121 and 122 are consecutive. Might have to flush this real quick, but let's do that. Let's do 121 immediately followed by 122.
To all the men watching around the world, accept Charlie's challenge and embrace true manhood. Be strong and courageous for your families. Love your wives and lead them. Love your children and protect them. Be the spiritual head of your home. But please be a leader worth following. Your wife is not your servant. Your wife is not your employee. Your wife is not your slave. She is your helper. You are not rivals. You are one flesh working together for the glory of God.
Amen, Erica Kirk. Good. And I would say that Erica Kirk, and sorry we missed a radio throw there, but that's fine. Erica Kirk is the debunking, the living embodiment of that, of this critique of Charlie. It's not really like a lie. It's like he really believed this. You just hate the Bible, apparently.
So what it is, and by the way, I could sit here for an hour and talk about how just remarkable it is that Erica is doing all of this while going through this at the same time and being there for the kids and all of it. It's incredible to witness, just incredible to witness. And I mean that truly. And as someone who I can consider a friend, and that there's so many people who just don't understand Christianity. And I said this the other night on one of the interviews, is that when they watch that memorial service and they saw so many aspects of Christian society that aren't normally infused in public society, in the public space. So certain quotes from the Bible, which, by the way, go up against what? The secular idols of the age, right? That we've been talking about, like what thought crime is all about. That's one of them right there. This is a biblically ordered marriage, a biblically ordered relationship. And when you see these things in public, it can be confusing to members of the media or people who are raised secularly or live secularly that just don't get it and don't understand what we're talking about because they're so far removed from the Bible itself. And so I think it's amazing to actually just be able to show that, yeah, we have strong wives. Everyone, every one of us that's married, we have very strong wives, and we're very blessed to have wives that are far better than we deserve. And that's great. And that doesn't mean that, we sit there and play the old game of like, happy wife, or any of that. But it's you have to be a man who's deserving of that. Tyler just said in the chat they're all blonde. That's true, actually.
What?
There's, it is more generally, it's interesting.
My wife's blonde. Your wife's blonde. Your wife's blonde.
And Erica's blonde.
And Erica's. That's interesting.
I don't got a wife. I like brunettes myself.
We're going to get Blake.
I like brunettes too. And then I met Tanya and I was like, okay, we're going blonde.
All right, there we go. In general, I kind of wanted to flag this just because it is so interesting after the memorial. Some people have basically come out and been like they're deeply unsettled that there was this big event where people were praying and, talking about.
This feels so alien,
normal. So Thomas Chatterton Williams, who's just this very funny guy. He's a writer at the Atlantic. He's written, he's kind of one of those like centrist writers who's respected or whatever. He's not nuts, but he had this response where he tweeted, I've spent half of my adult life living in one foreign country or another, and I don't think I've ever felt as estranged from the surrounding culture as I am from the aesthetics and sensibilities of this movement, meaning the people at our memorial. Not even a criticism. I just feel more at home in Greece than in these images. And it's, images of Eric.
And then Matt Walsh was like...
Yeah, and then Matt Walsh is like, then leave.
Then leave.
Yeah. And that's like a good answer.
Yeah.
Then leave.
Then leave.
If you can't handle like American popular Protestant culture, like you don't like America, because we've had this since the Great Awakening.
Yeah, and there's this idea...
Well, America's always been a Christian majority nation.
A Christian majority, but also just very culturally, it is low church Protestantism is like the big thing that has contributed culturally to Americanness.
Well, and the founders said over and over, all of this is for a Christian nation. And if you walk away from, the flip side of that being that if you walk away from Christianity, none of this stuff is going to work.
Mm-hmm. John Adams, he warned us.
Sure did.
So I think that's really spot on, and I'm just going to reiterate that Erica is the living embodiment of the debunking of the fact that Charlie was anything but 100,000% right about husbands and wives. And by the way, it was always just funny to me that every time Charlie would utter the word Taylor Swift or the name Taylor Swift, that it would just explode and there would be like 15 articles written about it, and poor Daisy and Emma would just be freaking out because they're huge Swifties, which, listen, this is a free country. They are free to make mistakes, and that's fine. No, I actually don't have any animus towards T Swift. Or what is it, Taylor Kelsey now? Is it going to be that? Do you think she's...
No, is he going to be wearing the dress? That's what I want to know.
It's Travis Swift.
So is she going to wear the tux and he's going to wear the dress, right?
We're being bad.
No, it's Travis Swift.
No, I'm just saying he's a very effeminate man.
He's a very
football
player.
He's very effeminate.
Like he's
extreme. I've listened to him talk. He's very effeminate.
Okay, well maybe.
Yes, we have no animus towards Taylor Swift or anyone.
I mean, you guys might.
I don't share the animus. I've always been very clear about that. We're going to welcome back radio, and we're going to go to the next topic because
I'm not backing down on
Jack's
that.
probably going to get written up now and say
I've already been written up.
Charlie's going to get blamed
I'm right
for whatever you say now. It's just not the way it works. All right,
he said
welcome
it
back
first.
radio in just 1 second. All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show, radio stations across the country.
I'll take all of it.
And by the way, you guys have been so sweet. I can't keep up with the messages like Charlie does, but so many of you are asking how you can support us or help us. And I know that God has his hand on this show and on Charlie's legacy and what Erica is going to do with this, and she is behind this 100%. I've told this before, but Erica gave me a couple directions in the immediate aftermath, and it was, you're our spokesman, go out and be a spokesman. Okay, do the interviews. Okay, I will do what Erica says. She's our leader. She's the beating heart, the spiritual center of Turning Point and even of the show. And then she said, you got to keep the show going. And so we're going to keep the show going. And I know that you guys have heard that message loud and clear. I said it in my speech. And if you do want to help us, that's so sweet of you to ask. People keep asking. So I'm just going to do this once. I hope this doesn't, come off weird or anything, but you guys keep messaging. So we do have the shirts. If you want to get the shirts at the you can do that, and so many of you have, so thank you for that. And if you want to become a member, members.charliekirk.com. We're still doing the members stuff, and we're still going to do members calls, and all of that stuff is going to keep going. So please do those two things, and it means a lot, and you're helping support us in kind of some uncertain times. So it's very great. We're very grateful to you.
We should
let's go to the next clip. Well, go ahead.
Oh, just because we haven't mentioned it yet, we should throw a shout out to Megyn Kelly for the great event last night.
Oh my gosh! Yeah, thank you for reminding me. Virginia Tech, Glenn Youngkin, Megyn Kelly,
3,000,
3,100 people.
3,100,
we are so limited by the venue sizes. So we have a couple of events coming up that have about 9,000 seats, or almost close to 10,000. So we'll be able to fit more and more people in at some of these. Some of the venues are just smaller, but I'm sure we could have filled up a 9,000 person venue last night with Megyn Kelly and Glenn Youngkin at Virginia Tech. But it was amazing and such a success. And I have so much respect for Michael Knowles, who's been a friend for a long time, and Megyn, who's been a friend for a long time. Never met Glenn Youngkin, but I have respect that he came out there and got behind what we're doing here at Turning Point. And where the show must go on, the tours must go on, AmFest will go on in December, and so much more. We have a lot of plans that are getting formulated as we speak. So Charlie's legacy and his goodness and his mission blesses us now, even still. And we are going to be good stewards of that energy. Charlie would demand that we capture this energy and help this country. And, we're doing it for Charlie. We're doing it for America. And we're doing it because we love the Lord, and the Lord has his hand on this, and we believe it. So let's go to the next one, Blake. What's the next?
All right, we kind of have two
I think we have to go to civil rights.
We have two big topics to hit, and I think Civil Rights Act is the better of the two to start with. So this loops back to the DEI pilots thing, which this is like the big miasma, but I think this is one of the ones Obama literally attacked us over, the stuff he said about this.
Sure did.
And it's just, let's start with like kind of this montage that from Charlie. Let's do clip 171.
And the Civil Rights Act, though, let's be clear, created a beast, and that beast has now turned into an anti-white weapon. This topic would have been even more forbidden 4 or 5 years ago, but it's now becoming in more and more mainstream circles. Is that because the problem is becoming worse, or but our side is more courageous to confront it? The present reality, not the ideal, the reality of the Civil Rights Act and how it's being used is making it harder for us to pursue excellence as a society. Here's a fact. Since the Civil Rights Act passed, I think that it's fair to say any sort of racist sentiments that are in America have gone, at least individually amongst white people, towards black people, have gone away. What I'm trying to counter is the reason we talk about race so much is because we have a federal holiday to a guy that talked about race all the time. We celebrate the Civil Rights Act more than the American founding.
That last part is really the core. That really bothered Charlie, that we would honor these second, foundation, if you will.
The third, really.
He ascribed to the Caldwell theory that this second founding superseded the actual founding.
Mm-hmm.
So there's this book that everyone should be aware of this book because it's very important, even if you haven't read it. Though it's not long. It's called The Age of Entitlement by Chris Caldwell.
I think we've sold more copies of that book for Chris Caldwell than any.
Quite possibly. And to be clear, Chris Caldwell is the guy who is. Do we have that in the B-roll? Put it up if you can. 216. I think we just got it. So this guy he writes for the New York Times. He's not an obscure person. He is not he's not a nobody. He's not this big winger. And what he says in The Age of Entitlement is he basically says that in the 1960s, we sort of refounded America on, the civil rights stuff that we passed. And we basically took America from the original constitutional order to a new one where basically America's chief purpose is being anti-racist and like pro-equality, but sort of not really.
Which is what everyone on the left believes.
Yes, they openly say
Hillary
this.
Clinton just went on MSNBC and explained, this is what we believe.
Yes. And so what we've gotten a new reality where everything we do basically revolves around like the pursuit of this new civil rights order. And we're about to go to a break. I want to explain this. There's kind of multiple pieces to it. This is something people are going to have to know going forward, because this is a core part of this admin and kind of what modern conservatism is.
All right, we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. All right, look, continue on, because this is a deep well here.
So this is what you'll see whenever you see these Charlie clips. What he'll say is the act had good intentions. It had bad long-term consequences,
bad outcomes,
and this is very true, because the Civil Rights Act and other laws like it basically just said, oh, you can't racially discriminate against people in hiring and various things. But the way it basically immediately was used by bureaucrats, by activists, and most importantly, by judges and the courts, was to mean the exact opposite of what people thought they were passing. Instead of it's illegal to discriminate, it became it's mandatory to discriminate. This came from a thing called disparate impact. If you haven't heard of it, it's still very important in your life. Disparate impact is a court doctrine where if you do something, like if you have a test to hire someone, if you have some sort of hiring standard, and it produces a disparate impact, it doesn't affect everyone equally, different groups pass it more than others, then it can be used to find you're violating civil rights law. The obvious problem with this is everything has a disparate impact. Literally everything. No one has found a test, a standard that does not apply differently based on your sex, your race, your religion. Not because those things guide it, but because they just don't have an equal outcome.
This gets into the very same problem as DEI that we were talking about, where Charlie was for a colorblind society based on merit, based on who's the best for the job, the slot in Ivy League or any school, and that equal standards should be applied. And suddenly we have this new piece of legislation that's like, well, again, well-intentioned, but it creates these systems that Blake is going through that really kind of take us to places that I don't think were intended at all, and certainly are not in line with our founding.
Exactly. And the important thing is, it basically, since everything has this, it essentially made everything illegal. And as a result, everything is just subject to the whim of bureaucrats. And this is where it gets really toxic. How do you know whether you're violating this law? Well, basically everyone's violating this law. So it's just, does the government like you or not? And one thing this does is it causes this endless escalation where that's why we have like the tyranny of HR directors, is that everyone's like, well, how do we prove we're not violating the law? We don't have, our company's demographics don't match the U.S.'s because almost nobody's does. Our hiring does not match the demographics of who applies. So we need to, juice the numbers a bit. So we do these big diversity initiatives. So that's kind of what United is going for. When United does their announcement, oh, we're going to have 50% of our pilots be from these groups, they're trying to say, look at us. We're trying really, really hard to comply with this. Don't sue us, please. Another thing we get these hostile environment things. A side effect of these laws is you can be found liable for creating a hostile environment against people based on what you say. So, for example, if you're in a large workplace and you say, I think we should hire on merit and not have affirmative action, you can be dinged for creating a hostile environment towards groups. So we have rule by the most plausibly offended people. Rule by the offended. That is not an American value historically, but it is kind of this invisible dictatorship we've lived under for decades. And Charlie read Caldwell's book. He was very aware of this, and he talked about this, and he wasn't afraid of this. He wasn't afraid of topics that were awkward, and he would confront the fact that we have sacralized a law. And he basically is saying, other than the Constitution, we shouldn't really do that. We shouldn't treat a piece of flawed legislation passed by Congress, which has become more flawed thanks to judges, as sacred scripture.
And again, Hillary Clinton, right? She goes right up there on MSNBC and reiterates it. She says, this is what we're for. This is what was before, and this is what we're pushing for now.
And to summarize, I think this in a succinct way, Charlie was not against the the purest motives. I think there was some impure motives behind passing the Civil Rights Act. I think there was some political calculation done by LBJ. But nevertheless, the intentions, many of the intentions were good. The law had problems, and it has created more problems. It created, as Charlie would say, a leviathan of the administrative class, and which eventually morphed into the commissars of wokeness and HR managers and DEI directors and all of these weights that held us back as a society from being able to achieve great things, right? This is why people like Elon Musk that have achieved truly great things hate this stuff too, because they know that in practice of building anything, this stuff weighs you down, and we must not let that happen as a culture. And Charlie was fearless about confronting these things. And I to this day, it's one of the most, some of the most respect I have for Charlie and the stands he would take. He knew he was going into a very, very controversial topic, but that never stopped him. We're going to welcome back radio in just a second. We're going to keep going. Don't go anywhere. Let's do Obama. Welcome back, radio stations across the country. We are going through our list here. The team did a great job prepping for this whole show. So, Blake, take us away.
Alrighty. So we're continuing on this civil rights DEI topic. This is one that went viral. Another total smear, total lie against Charlie was that people were just posting that Charlie claimed that black women didn't have brain power.
Yeah, never said it.
Do we have the exact quote he said?
Just never said it.
Well, do we have the exact quote that they were making up?
Well, why don't we just go with
Obama? I want to get the misquote because So what people were saying. Let's see. We have a fact check from Yahoo.com, which apparently still exists. That supposedly the quote was, he said, again, this is alleged. Black women do not have the brain processing power to be taken seriously. This was shared on TikTok.
Never said it.
On social media. This is a lie. This is a lie. We're starting off with that. So let's go. First of all, let's do clip 192.
Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called the racist. But now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. They're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action.
But I rise today as a clear recipient of affirmative action, and particularly in higher education. I may have been admitted on affirmative action, both in terms of being a woman and a woman of color.
I hear because of action affirmative. She can't even say that. We know. It's very obvious to us that you were not smart enough to be able to get in on your own.
So there's another thing where he took quotes, and we put this on Twitter back in 2023. It's like, Joy Reid, I got into Harvard because of affirmative action. Sheila Jackson Lee, I rise today as a clear recipient of affirmative action. Michelle Obama, I wasn't supposed to go to Princeton because my high school counselor said my test scores were too low. And so Charlie come out and said, okay, you guys are all admitting you couldn't have gotten in if you had a different skin color and a different sex. If you were white men, you would have not gotten in. You're saying, I deserve to get in, not because of my abilities, but because of my demographic categories. Charlie opposed that because Charlie favored treating people equally. That's what he said. And in this case, he was referring to these specific women. These specific women came out and said themselves, I was not good enough to get in without affirmative action. Okay, thanks for letting us know.
Yeah, and I remember with Michelle Obama specifically, I remember we quoted Christopher Hitchens, who had some very searing commentary about her college thesis. So I remember we talked about that, and Charlie talked about that at the time. He said, quote, anyone who has read Michelle's college thesis, a document so illiterate and incoherent that it was written, as Christopher Hitchens put it, in no known language.
He's being a little mean to her. It's not a great thesis.
No, but the point is, Charlie was just saying, you're admitting that you couldn't get in on your own merit. Now, okay, to be generous, you could say that the world was a different place when they were getting in, and there might have been actual bias. I don't know that that's true. I kind of don't believe it. But nevertheless, there was a version of American history in which, there was a bias against, having a black woman at Yale or Princeton or something like that, right?
Nobody alive, nobody who is an adult today.
Yes.
Yeah, nobody alive today has lived through a period where there is actual legal or institutional discrimination against.
But
these
this
people.
is you're getting to a deeper point that if you are of a certain age,
except for white men.
No, I said not any people. Those people.
So, but But you're getting to a deeper point, and that is that if you are of a certain age, and you could basically cut the line at about 50, Jack, I would say, if you are a black person in America over 50, you look at the Civil Rights Act you have canonized the Civil Rights Act, right? You look at it as a almost like a tribal marker, and it is something. This is why the devotion to the Democrat Party over 50 is so solid.
I would say you look at that as the real founding of America.
Sure, right. It's the promises of the Declaration of Independence finally coming to full fruition. Right.
Didn't apply to you until 1955.
But under 50. If you're under 50, you are not connected to that in living memory, right? You're not even connected to it from a cultural standpoint, and you are less loyal or less tied to it, and that's why you're starting to see especially black men under 50, they are breaking more and more away from the Democrat Party because the results have been abysmal for them and their people and their families. And so that you're starting to see that. So, but it is sacrosanct if you are over 50 to attack the Civil Rights Act, to attack it. And even Charlie would say, I'm not attacking the intention. I'm just simply saying it created certain problems. And that I think is a fair reading.
By the way, that's for whites over 50 too.
Yeah, sure. I totally agree. Actually, that's a really good point. I totally agree.
Well, right. And a lot of this really reared its ugly head during the Obama era, right? That's the whole conversation. Because he weaponized all this. It laid pretty vacant for many, many years. Yep. And the radical left, starting the Obama era, which is what Charlie grew out of during the Chicago shadow of the Obama era, is where this started. That's actually the most interesting part about the entire story of Charlie Kirk and the heroism of Charlie Kirk, is that he came out of the shadow of the Obama era where all of these problems came from. And that's the bridge. The bridge is Chicago boy Charlie Kirk was the only person a lot of times standing up and using his platform to fight these battles that were basically triggered during the Obama era.
So we need all of this flows into
all the final boss.
The coup de grace.
The final boss of the mountain is we are at the mountaintop. So this is the big controversial thing. Charlie said controversial things about Martin Luther King Jr. This was brought up by a lot of people in the wake of his demise, and obviously Charlie and the Reverend King have a grim thing in common now, and we should acknowledge that.
Sure.
And
neither of them deserved.
Exactly. Neither of them deserved it, and so I want to preface this with that. But we're going to continue to hear these criticisms, so we're going to confront them. All of this kind of goes back to a segment of our show, a couple shows we did in early 2024. MLK Day was coming up. And the first thing that's kind of funny about it is it's like an accident. All it was at the end of one of our day's shows, Charlie basically teased, he's like, I'm going to have, Blake write up a little short thing on, Martin Luther King, because he's not everything you've heard said about him, and we're going to do it.
So
and it got noticed.
It's one step back, because he said something at AmFest. He got asked a question about MLK at AmFest, which would have been like December 2023. And he said, I think he tried to add nuance later to it, but he just said he's not a good guy. And so then a reporter called me and said, we heard some rumor that you guys are going to be doing a MLK show. Not true. I don't know where this reporter got it, but then I forwarded it to Charlie.
Was that Wired?
It might have been.
It might have been. We have him react to this. Let's do clip 188.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It was literally just, you said, MLK Day's coming up, and, we were going to do a show that day. So he's just like, there's a lot of stuff people don't know about MLK. I'll have Blake go look something up. And then someone at Wired, I guess, saw it.
And they usually cover like Bitcoin and stuff.
Blake, that's the bad guy you have on your staff. And then they send us that irate email, and it's like, well, we can't back down now. Now we got to go.
Yeah,
and we really got to blow it up.
And I'm the way I'm wired is that the more opposition I get from, I kind of then want to lean in. And it was so, how dare you, or
we're going to punish you or we're going to hurt you. It was very almost quasi-threatening in the way that they were communicating.
Yeah. And it gets it exactly what you said at the top of the hour, that he is the most sacred figure of the 20th century. And that was the context we gave to it, which was there was a poll at that time, approval rating of different figures, and MLK was the highest, 96% approval, higher than Jesus of Nazareth. MLK was more popular than Jesus.
So the fact that the Civil Rights Act was more revered than the Constitution, the fact that the Juneteenth was more revered than July 4th by some, not really. I don't think that's quite as true, but by some, or at least it was competing with July 4th.
That's what
and
he
the
was
fact
opening,
that MLK was more revered than Jesus Christ. These things fundamentally ate at his craw, and he wanted to confront them.
Yeah, it was like MLK is basically America's national saint figure. There is, I think, some theological assembly of mainline Protestants propose that his words be considered divinely inspired, like scripture. There's a lot of over-the-top stuff, and so that's what he wanted to confront. It wasn't MLK is bad. MLK is flawed.
Let me tell you what Charlie said to me in private, and he might have said this publicly too, but Charlie said, listen, I think the country had gotten to a point where somebody like MLK was needed. And I am happy to acknowledge that needed to be MLK, and he did some good things. He said some good things. He also got more radical towards his death. He got more connected with communists, and there was a financing network that was propping him up. And he also, for being a reverend, this is just the truth, right? That he had a lot of mistresses and was, I'll never forget. I was with Charlie.
Well, when he said Charlie's a bad Charlie said he's a bad person. He was talking about he's not a good Christian.
He cheated on his wife all the time.
He was talking about he's not. This is like
he had a different woman,
and he was not Christian.
He had a different woman in basically every town that he would call, and the FBI tracked this, which we can get into his rights to privacy.
That's what the FBI infamously wrote him a letter, kind of suggesting he should.
Right.
Yeah. Listen. I'm not saying that MLK didn't do some really important, or at least contribute to some really important changes and good things. And his peaceful protests were largely, really important and good. It could have been led by somebody who didn't believe in peaceful protest. It's true also that they intentionally would goad certain police departments and things like that. It's a lot of nuance, is all I'm saying. But Charlie privately said we probably needed him in that time, but to completely sanctify and not deal with the whole truth of who Martin Luther King was and what he actually did, and some of his flaws would be unfair to America. And to treat a lie and to canonize a lie can be problematic, right? So every country has its myths, its founding myths, and if we're talking about the second founding of America, you have to be careful about the myths that you put forward. And Charlie, man, I remember he that was where he said, this is a golden calf you are not allowed to go after. And the way Charlie was wired is he wanted to go in on it and really expose it. Would you agree, Blake?
Yeah, we have a couple more clips we'll have to play, but it looks like, now we have to probably wait past the bump.
We do have this good clip. What are the good things in MLK's
Well, we
life?
can't. It's 47 seconds long. So.
Yeah, no, exactly. No, I'm just looking.
So we'll play both of those. We'll just wait past the bump. But no, it's very much like Charlie cared a lot about the truth, so he wasn't going to sacralize somebody if he knew something about it was more complex than that.
Well, I'll say this. I was with Charlie and a black pastor, and we talked about this issue. And the black pastor was saying, I'm gonna help you, but you got to understand. And he's like, well, am I wrong about the philandering? He's like, oh, well, MLK, he did like that, and he did a lot of that, and we know it, but we just don't like to talk about it. I was like, okay. We'll be right back.
All right. So we have a pair of clips here that I think is good to push together. And one of the first things, so what happened is, since that Wired guy called, we kind of did 2 hours on him. The first thing we did, we talked with I can't remember who it was.
Vince Everett.
Yeah, so we talked to him for about an hour, and then he basically had me on and is like, all right, Blake, tell us what you have. But I think it's noteworthy. One of the first things he asked, lay out what are the unimpeachably good things about MLK's life before we criticize him? Let's remind why he became so revered. And he asked me that. Let's play 189.
What are the good things in MLK's life?
Obviously, Jim Crow as it existed in the South still in the 50s and early 60s in terms of restrictions on voting, segregated buses, segregated public spaces. That was all bad. That was all evil. And it was good that MLK campaigned against it. MLK himself was a nonviolent person who always promoted nonviolence. He enraged a lot of people on his own side who wanted to be more like violent revolutionaries. So with the I Have a Dream speech, that's good.
Which he didn't write, but he did say.
He delivered it. And he gives other speeches as well that are looking towards a colorblind world. He does in his Poor People's Campaign, which is his last big campaign before his assassination. Yeah, it goes on a bit there, that he, in the Poor People's Campaign, he's saying he explicitly says, white poor people are victims as well as black poor people. I'm not going to just racialize it. And I also love to point out his speech at the, when Rosa Parks gets arrested, the Montgomery bus boycott. That's, in my opinion, actually his best speech, where he just tees up, where he's just like, if what we're doing here is wrong, then the Constitution of the United States is wrong. If what we are doing is wrong, Jesus of Nazareth was just a utopian dreamer whose life was irrelevant. If we are wrong, God Almighty is wrong.
He's going to say, and his most famous speech, of course, his most famous line is about judging people by the content of their character and not by their race. And I think that's something that everyone agrees with. And part of the issues...
Not everybody.
But everyone here.
Yes,
obviously.
Everyone here.
That we agree with is that, to your point, as I was going to say, these policies that we've been critiquing fall short of that standard.
1,000%.
Fall short of that, and that's what gets you to the point where there's an entire industry built around DEI that exists to uphold those false standards. And so if the standard is going to be, which we can all agree on, right? We're going to agree on this, colorblind society. Judge people by the content of their character. Okay, that means one standard for everyone in everything.
What's crazy, too, is that, two thoughts. Not everybody likes that quote from MLK because conservatives grab it. And they think it's like a whitewashing or because he was very radically progressive towards his death. MLK was.
Yeah, we'll get that as the next clip.
And they don't like us.
You said say something nice.
No, I know, but they don't like us cherry picking that clip because they're like, he was way more progressive than that.
I know he was, but
so some people don't agree, and they hate that we latch onto that clip. And then what's also fascinating is so Martin Luther King has what, like a 99% approval rating, 96% approval rating. At the time of his death, 75% of the public disapproved of MLK.
That's correct.
75%. I just Googled it. It's right here.
Yeah.
So it's just fascinating, too, how those things move and change over time. But one of the reasons it's become that way is that they sealed the records on his death. His family locked down that estate. And we weren't able to discover some of the not so good stuff, right? And again, I grew up, believing MLK was, one of our American saints. I really do.
Founding father.
Yeah, totally.
That's how they
and I
treated
still
him.
feel a genuine gratitude for, like you said, Jim Crow and fighting some of this stuff towards him. But I also love knowing all the truth. I love knowing that he had issues, that he was a flawed man, that he wasn't some, second coming of Jesus. That's important. That's important to know. So, okay, we are going to go into our final radio segment of the show. So don't go anywhere. We'll finish up.
So I guess since we're wrapping up the MLK thing, we should probably get the actual, as we mentioned, he was getting more radical near the end of his life. Why would he have such a high disapproval rating before he died? I get into that. Let's play clip 190. The Detroit riots in, I believe, summer of '67. 43 people die in that. That's more than died in any of the riots, in actual rioting stuff, as opposed to just murders because it was mayhem and such. Dozens of people die there. Dozens of people die in Newark. You have thousands of buildings getting burned down all over the country. And his reaction to it is it's interesting. A few months before is when he delivers the line, "A riot is the language of the unheard," which we heard over and over again in 2020. When the New York riots happen, it goes for like a week. It goes for about a week. And his advisor, the communist guy, who was with the Communist Party USA, he's telling King, "You've got to say something to condemn this." And King says, he doesn't want to do it because he says, "I don't want to deliver a condemnation without also condemning the causes that lead to riots."
That sounds like BLM. Ooh.
Yeah, and he even quotes, in a speech, he quotes Alexander Dumas, I think, that it's like, if there are acts of darkness, like we have to blame who created the darkness. Yeah. And so he says, there's all these crimes, but the greater crime is that created like by the white society. He says the white society created it. And that's a whole speech, either a speech or an essay he wrote.
That final line from Charlie in that clip, I don't know why it gave me the chills. He's like, that sounds like BLM, because it does. And, you know, I'm reminded, like, AOC was saying this during Floydapalooza and all the stuff that you know, rioting is the cry of an oppressed people, right? And listen, by the way, that is so relevant to what we've seen after what happened to Charlie, because we didn't riot, we didn't burn.
Although Charlie was certainly oppressed.
He was, and he was the voice of a group that has been increasingly villainized, and you know, he really was their champion, and all of our champion, and so that's, you know, but he was everybody's champion. He believed in freedom for all people. He believed in freedom for every race, every American. And he wanted a restoration of the founding ideals, because he saw very clearly that the racializing and the grievance politics led to massive division, strife, sectarianism, and he hated it. He didn't want a Juneteenth. He wanted everybody to love July 4th.
Well, at the heart of Charlie Kirk, from the very beginning, since the day I met Charlie, who was, again, extraordinarily young man, the bondage of bad policy was always at the core of Charlie's message, which was that, and that was from the very beginning when we talked about, you know, very often the government spying on you and being in the middle of your business, and all the way to, you know, these very intricate topics of, like, we're talking about the Civil Rights Act and what the repercussions of it all were. There is a tying of hands that happens to the American populace, particularly when bad people take advantage of it. And Charlie talked about that from day one to his last dying breath on this earth. And that's what you have to respect about Charlie Kirk, is that he was always consistent.
Well, folks, if we missed anything in this episode, please send us your emails at freedom@charliekirk.com, freedom@charliekirk.com. You know, I just realized that was the shirt.
We're going to be continuing tonight on Thought Crime.
Yeah. Are we sure we want to go for that?
We're going to go for that.
All right.
We have a lot of topics that people are messaging me about and going, what are you going to get into the other things? And that's going to be tonight live on Thought Crime.
Yes. You know, before we go out, I just want to kind of close by reminding people, you know, the stuff that gets passed around, in the end, some people are just getting bamboozled, but a lot of people are taking this. They know they're taking it out of context. They know they're misinterpreting it. They are deliberately avoiding
the chance to pick up more nuance. Would not be telling the truth about
and they're
Charlie?
doing this. They're doing this because they want an excuse. They want an excuse to do what they already want to do, which is to justify what happened to Charlie or to celebrate what happened to Charlie. And so as soon as it happened, instead of being horrified, their thought was, I need to go immediately find a reason why I can celebrate this and think it's a good thing.
Yeah, and undermine his legacy. And that's not going to happen. And we're not going to let it, because the truth will set you free. And guess what the truth is? The truth is that Charlie was one of the greatest men I've ever known, if not the greatest. He was fundamentally good, decent, true, loyal, generous, and kind. And he was kind to everybody he ever interacted with. And that's just the fact. Unless you came at him in bad faith, he was kind and patient with you in debates even. And so that's the truth. He was a good Christian man who loved his wife and loved his kids and set a very high bar of behavior and standards for the rest of us. And these are lies. And I hope this was edifying for you all. It was certainly fun for me. Thanks, guys, for joining me. We will see you tomorrow, where Erica Kirk will join us on the show.
like we're being touchy at all? And, like,
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
This is what happens when the fourth turning meets fifth generation warfare.
A commentator, international social media sensation, and former Navy intelligence veteran.
This is Human Events with your host, Jack Posobiec.
Christ is King! Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard today's edition of Human Events Daily here live in Phoenix, Arizona. We're in the Charlie Kirk studio. I'm joined by Blake Neff, who's been on the show quite a few many times. But for the first time, we've got, now normally I would say producer Andrew, but I think it's Andrew Colvett now.
Yeah,
What's up, man?
I've graduated. I got a last name now.
We've done so many shows together and like we talk every day, but you've never actually been on my show before.
Yeah, it is a weird truth. I don't know how we've gotten this far, but I think it was just because I was
you
behind the scenes guy.
Like,
for
a guest guy before.
Yeah.
You know, you would do Thought Crime, you'd stream sometimes, or if Charlie was out, you would
guest host his show.
You would do that. Yeah. Let me interview you for a second. What's it like going from the behind the scenes guy to all of a sudden being thrust into this?
You know, I think if it was just out of nowhere, it would be really disorienting. But I was with Charlie.
I mean, it was kind of out of nowhere.
No. It was out of nowhere. Certainly, everything that's the last 2 weeks are completely out of nowhere. But I would say that
I just mean in the sense that it wasn't by choice.
No, of course. I was thrust into a position. Erica looked at me and she said, "You're our spokesman," which I was the spokesman at Turning Point in Charlie's life. But I would mostly handle,
it's like comments or articles.
Yeah, like I would fight on behalf of the organization when we were getting smeared or lied or slandered about.
Charlie was the guy doing the interview.
Yeah, and so Charlie was the public face and public person. He would do the Fox News interviews and things like that. So it has evolved. And Erica was just like, "You're our spokesman. Be our spokesman." I was like, "Okay, yes, ma'am. Here we go." And yeah, I mean, so all that to say, I was used to it in the sense. Not that I was doing it, but I've been with Charlie doing it for so long, and I know the world pretty inside and out from my previous vantage point, that it's not shocking or weird or unexpected. It's just, it's different being the person that's on Fox or that's doing the podcast. That certainly is different.
A little bit more incoming this way, isn't it?
Yeah, 1,000%. Or, somebody's makes some comment about you and you're like, I have no idea where they got that. And all of a sudden it's your name that's being sort of mentioned. And most people have been so positive. I think that's the nature of what happened to Charlie. I think everybody's, generally, just has a lot of sympathy for what we're all going through as a team. And so it's been mostly wonderful. I've gotten more love and support and prayers from people than I probably deserve. And I'm so grateful for that outpouring. And I know it won't always be like that, but I also would say Charlie, just being with Charlie in the trenches for the last 8 years, I was in a weird way, I was prepared just by osmosis.
Yeah, but I guess the different part is that before the arrows were directed at Charlie and you were there to kind of like help him with that.
Yeah.
But now they're directed at you.
Yeah, and again,
Erica,
maybe I'm like, I was gonna say, if you come for Erica, then it's totally different. And I would just like to remind everybody, we're real people, we're flawed people, we're not going to get everything right. Not every tweet will be precisely worded the right way.
Sat down and explained to you all the things you're supposed to be doing and gave you the rule book for when all of this happens.
There's no rule book. I would just say that we are real people. We have families. We have feelings too. Be gentle with us as we embark on this.
Families,
but I promise,
by the way, that have been very accepting and supportive of
the real MVPs, and that goes for Tanya as well as my wife and family, and they keep us upright, and they've been so encouraging. And listen, I think sometimes you just get thrust into different roles, and you've got to lean into God. And I have, there was a moment, I guess, on Alex Clark's show that's gone viral. When I did the podcast last week, it was, we filmed it a week ago, but I was talking about, it was the Saturday after it happened. And I noticed that I was, I was feeling afraid. I was feeling unsure. It was hard. I didn't know what was going to be expected of me. I didn't know what was going to be coming next. And it was hard. And I sat in my hotel room alone, and I had a moment of surrender where I just said, okay, fine, God, whatever you have for me, whatever it is you need of me, I will say yes. I will say yes. I accept what you have in the next coming days, weeks, months. And as soon as I let go, I felt peace. And so I'm operating out of a place of God has this for me, and I'm saying yes.
Well, I'm sitting here, and we're coming up on the break, but, you've been doing a great job, man.
Thanks,
I've been watching it and seeing it and, grading you as I tell you on a regular basis.
Jack's my harshest critic, and
I'll be like, Andrew, no, not like this, not like that.
You gave me a B, I think, on one of my first interviews, and that was
a B. But then you did a B+ on stage.
Oh, well, thank you.
Yeah,
you've been fantastic too, though, Jack, and a real source of strength for the team. And you've uprooted your life to come be with us here in these days, and I'll never forget it. So thank you for. Just being a true brother and a friend and an ally.
It's just what you got to do. All right. I think you didn't get to Blake very much, but Blake's here too, and we love him. And he's great, and the beard looks really good, Blake. Just love it on everybody for a minute here.
Yeah, why not? Let's just do it.
But yeah, might as well. And also, we need to crush the violent left, and that of course is the topic here for today. But I know you guys got to run. Thank you for being here, and Thought Crime later tonight.
Thought Crime tonight. Tune in. It's going to be a good one.
Blake's already pulling up data. I see here. Very, very thought crimey statistics. Let's go. Let's go. Oh my gosh.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
Everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
This is Tim King, also known as USS Malik, and I love Real America's Voices for its like-minded programming and the chat. Love you guys.
Hello, this is Hockey Nut from Weyerhaeuser, Wisconsin. Just saying, tune in to Real America's Voice for the truth.
Stand in our way, and our golden age has just begun.
This is Human Events with Jack Posobiec.
Now it's time for everyone to understand what America First truly means.
Welcome to the Second American Revolution.
All right, Jack Posobiec, we are back live here, Human Events Daily. We had an incredible event last night for Turning Point USA, which is held at Virginia Tech. I believe we have a clip from that event that we wanted to run for you.
Why you support a president who contributes to the rhetoric that got your friend Charlie killed?
That's a blatant lie. It's a defamatory blaspheme, and it's inappropriate in this setting.
That's not what I said.
We know. Yes, it is.
No, I said he contributed to the political atmosphere.
Well, then you have no point. Then your point is utterly empty. Contributing to the atmosphere. This guy was, no, let's just make clear. This guy was motivated by leftist ideology. We know it from the bullet casings. We know it from the Utah governor. We know it from his own mother. Yes, we do. Let's be really clear on that.
Even if that's true, so then you're saying, because, let's say this guy's a leftist, even if that's true, does that make it okay for the sitting president of the United States to incite violence against liberals?
The President of the United States has not accepted violence against liberals. The President of the United States made a joke at the Charlie Kirk Memorial, which was funny and self-deprecating. It was on the heels of Erica Kirk saying she, in an extraordinary moment, forgave her husband's killer. And let me finish. And then President Trump got up and making a joke, playing off of what Erica said. He said, we disagree. I need to do better. Erica's going to try to convince me, but I'm in a different place. And that's completely normal for a politician to be thinking about his political fights. And by the way, Trump has every right to loathe his enemies. They tried to put him in jail for the rest of his life. They tried to bankrupt him. They tried to put his family in jail. And they tried to kill him.
Well, that was an incredible moment. And while we do have, as it turns out, one of the people from that clip joining us here in the program, no, it is not the deranged leftist student. It is, in fact, Megyn Kelly. Megyn, how are you?
Hi, Jack. I'm great. How you doing?
I'm very well. I actually listened to, I think, almost all of the your speech and the Q&A last night. There were some really interesting questions you got. We don't have to go into all of them. I don't even know if we can because of FCC guidelines. But that one was just fantastic.
Yeah, that guy came loaded for bear and was like at an 11 right from the top. I mean, and full of disinformation. And I have to say, like, I feel bad for him. The guy is obviously listening to MSNBC and CNN and Jimmy Kimmel for his news. And you would be completely misled on the facts if those were your news sources. I mean, there are millions of guys just like that who probably approach the news earnestly, looking for information, and they've just made the catastrophic mistake of trusting the wrong people, because the media is openly lying to them. They're openly lying about the Charlie assassination and the assassin, and they're openly lying about what happened in Dallas yesterday at the ICE facility, and they will continue openly lying. And the only conclusion one can draw, Jack, is that they don't care that our people are getting shot. They don't care. They must want more of it, or they would be working harder to stay honest and adhere to the facts.
No, they're providing cover. So I had this clip yesterday where I mentioned what Joe Rogan said, sort of like, oh, well, Jimmy was making a joke and, he may have got some facts wrong. And I said, hold on, right? Like pause. It wasn't that he just got some facts wrong. It's that he lied. You need to apologize when you lie, and the lies stay standard. And so for 6 days, he's not on air. He comes back. He doesn't correct the lie. Just correct the lie. It's really not that hard. He didn't apologize either, by the way. But the fact that he didn't correct that, the fact that he let it stand, that he thought it was some MAGA guy that committed this, and you see the same type of deception with, as you just said, the ICE shooter down in Dallas, who, by the way, we just found out, as it turns out, not only was the ICE shooter motivated by anti-ICE elements, obviously shooting up an ICE facility, but in fact had been doing searches for the Charlie Kirk shooting on his phone immediately prior to that, his own act of terrorism. And so you've got copycat shooters now coming from the violent left, and you've got all these people in the media trying to tell you that it's not happening.
Yes, so well said. So first of all, you're absolutely right. We know it was a lie because, trust me, I've been a broadcaster for many, many years. When you make a mistake, then when you go and then controversy hits, you can very easily go out on the air and say, oh, my God, I'm so sorry I made a mistake. Please let me correct it. That can happen when you talk for a living. And so the fact that he wouldn't correct it is what shows you it was not a mistake. He meant it. He wouldn't get off of that talking point, even when his show was hanging in the balance. It was too important to him, that lie, that the shooter was MAGA. And now we have a report in the Daily Mail out today that his staffers were behind the scenes crying when he didn't back down, when he went out there and doubled down on his criticism of MAGA and Trump and didn't offer an apology. And they were getting ready to quit if he were to do it. That's what Jimmy Kimmel has surrounded himself with. And the points you're making about the guy now who did the ICE shooting yesterday are completely valid. And what's infuriating is we saw, in this case, as we saw with the Charlie case, what the motivation was. It was literally written on the bullet casings. The shooter went to the trouble of writing it on the bullet so there wouldn't be any ambiguity. And yet still the media pretends like it's all some big mystery. This morning, having seen this photo and read the reports we read, where he was openly identified as a communist, they still went to air with, unclear. We really don't know what the motive was. We have no idea. Totally inappropriate and irresponsible. Then this morning, I mean, you don't normally get it like this. You don't normally get the explicit, my goal is to terrorize ICE. I hope they're terrorized by now realizing I can shoot them from roofs around their facilities. And you watch not one of those sources, not NPR, not MSNBC, not NBC, none of the sources who pitched the, we don't know, this morning, before we had that explicit line, all we had was the bullet casing, is going to update their report with, now we know. They're going to continue pretending it was a mystery because they don't care about stopping it. If this were their people, they'd be blasting the motivations as they've been written by these killers from the rooftops. It's because it's us and they're secretly in favor of it that they want to keep doing this, which is why I think many of us are feeling truly radicalized by their behavior.
Well, I couldn't agree more. But I also, it's the mainstream media. They're going to be the way they are. I don't think we're ever going to be able to change them. But there is a certain group of people that I'm starting to get a little frustrated with. And I wanted to see, whether you felt the same. When I see these D.C. Republicans and they get up after one of these things and they yell, please stop. Please just don't do any more of the violence. I'm like, guys, you weren't put in office to write strongly worded letters and tweets and give statements like that? Where is the federal government action to prevent the leftist killing spree of bloody September that we are currently living through? I don't understand why it didn't happen after Charlie Kirk was killed, and I don't understand why it hasn't happened yet. I mean, are you feeling that way?
Yes, and I feel like we need fighters right now. We don't need olive branch holders. We've been trying that for 15 years. It hasn't worked. We ran like the nicest, most milquetoast Republican ever born in Mitt Romney. I mean, he's basically a Democrat now. That's how close he was to the line of being, bipartisan. And they called him a misogynist. They made him into a demon. They rejected him whole hand. And so now we ran somebody who knows how to fight, Donald Trump, and he won. And he's shown the Republican Party how to fight. And what do? As soon as we get into these big battles, we once again wave the white flag and try to be the high ground party. That has failed. Our people are dying. They're literally getting shot. It's not just Charlie. Trump was shot, and Corey Compatore is dead because of these maniacs. It is time to take them very seriously. And I'm great. It's wonderful to say the words. They do absolutely nothing. And this is why, Jack, I am totally in favor of what Brendan Carr did last week. Totally in favor of it. We have to fight. It's not that I like big government getting involved in speech. Trust me, our side has been fighting that battle for decades. It's that it's a question of tactics right now. And because of what Brendan Carr did, they got their cage rattled for once. Jimmy Kimmel was off the air. Yes, it was only 5 or 6 nights, but they learned firsthand it doesn't feel good when you have interference in your ability to say what you feel. Especially government interference. It kind of sucks. Welcome to our world. We had 4 years of the Biden administration putting its hand over our collective mouths at every turn. Just ask any doctor who tried to say that COVID didn't come from an animal, that it was a lab leak. I mean, I could go down the list, okay? The government interference in our ability to speak. Government interference at YouTube, having our accounts pulled so that we couldn't say people who defended anything about January 6th. Accounts pulled. You're silenced by the government. And you don't have to speculate that it was the government because they told us. The Biden White House had the whole press conferences owning the fact that they were trying to censor the disinformation dozen, including Bobby Kennedy and others. So they needed a taste of their own medicine in order for us to have any hope of them stopping this. The only way of stopping that, the lawfare, et cetera, is to make, and I'm not calling for violence, I'm talking about these rhetorical fights, these lawfare fights, these policy fights. We must do to them what they've been doing to us. And that means if we need to rattle their cage and have Brendan Carr say to the affiliates, you know what? You are empowered to enforce the public interest requirement. Megan, do your thing, then so be it.
And to your point, we saw what the federal government can do when they want to actually stamp something out. So to the COVID deniers, to the people who were posting about those things, to the people who were walking around peacefully on January 6th, we know what a massive federal government response looks like. We all just lived through it for 4 years. And so I guess that's what I'm saying is, look, I don't think, obviously, you don't want to go from the hip on any of these things, but at some point, if you don't apply pressure back in the other direction, they will not stop. It's like having kids. If my kids are acting up, you've got to put the foot down. And if you don't put the foot down, they are going to do more and more and more of it. We are coming up on a quick break, Megan. I know you got to run. Can I hold you for just one more question afterwards?
Sure.
I would love to, because there's something very important you talked about yesterday that I really want to get into. Right back, Jack Posobiec, Human Events Daily, Megyn Kelly, Real America's Voice.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, We are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
It's Mama Love in northern Minnesota. You know, a collective voice is much louder than a single voice. Thanks, Rav, for giving us a place to chat and connect. See y'all in chat.
Florida Sun Goddess here. Let me tell you why I love Rav. They let my voice be heard. They give me a platform for community so I don't feel alone. Thanks so much. God bless.
You talk about influencers. These are influencers, and they're friends of mine. Jack Sobeck. Where's Jack? Jack, he's done a great job.
All right, Jack Sobeck, we are back with Megyn Kelly. We only have her for a few more minutes. She's got to run, but there's a story that she's been talking about that I would be absolutely remiss if I didn't bring up. And Megyn, you have gone completely viral for talking about this story, the Jezebel witch hex, where they paid a bunch of witches to put a hex on Charlie Kirk. As it turns out, this is one of the last stories, that are the last things that I ever talked to Charlie about. I know it was on his radar. You took that story a step further and even reported that this is something that greatly affected Erica, that they prayed over this, that they received a blessing over this, and that it really does kind of beg the question. And I applaud the fact that you were willing to use your platform to say this. We should talk about whether or not the demonic had some influence here.
Mm-hmm. I didn't even know anything about this. I actually learned about this from Erica. And, you know, she was so composed. Honestly, when I was talking to her, it was incredible because she could talk about anything. She was very measured. She was very present, unlike her game plan. But tears never stopped coming out of her eyes. You know, she's obviously distraught over Charlie's loss, but functioning, totally functioning. It was just sad, you know, deeply sad and appropriate. And in our long conversation, she gave me permission to share this because I asked for permission. She mentioned this to me, that they were scared by this report that the website Jezebel and this particular writer had gone to Etsy, and this is a thing, and paid money to have multiple curses cast against Charlie, calling for harm to him. Now, they included a paragraph in their article saying, well, we didn't ask for actual bodily harm, but we wanted something terrible to happen to him. You know, we wanted him to basically break out in acne or lose the ability to use his microphone or lose the ability to tweet somehow. You know, his thumbs would grow too big, that kind of thing. But it's so super humorous. We are calling for harm, but not like deathly harm. So that makes us good people. And they went to a so-called Etsy witch, which is a thing. They're all over, by the way, at Etsy. I thought this was a damn craft website. It's morphed into something very different. And they paid this so-called witch to curse or put a hex on Charlie. And they did this 18 days before Charlie died. And then they paid an additional $50 to amp up the hex and make it especially bad for him. And then they went back a third time and found a different so-called witch, some, quote, priestess, to cast an extra special curse on Charlie. And they had proof of this woman burning his picture and watching the edges crumble around his face as she cursed him. So now they had 3, and they waited. And they expressed consternation that a day had passed and nothing happened. And then they found out from the alleged witches that it would take between 2 and 3 weeks. And literally 18 days later, Charlie was assassinated. But the day before he was assassinated, Erica and Charlie saw the story because Jezebel wrote it up the Monday before Charlie was killed, which was a Wednesday. So that Monday they saw it, and she in particular was so disturbed by it, and as any deep faith Christian might be, she was very unhappy this had been done. And they asked a friend of theirs, and I think Erica told me that it was a Catholic priest, but I can't totally remember, but it was a Catholic, just a friend of theirs, and they asked him for a blessing over Charlie the night before he was killed. And they received the blessing, and she felt better. But I just could not believe how vile this was. And when I talked to Erica, it was when I was out in Arizona. So this is a week plus after he was killed, and it was still bothering her, to the point where she mentioned it to me. But she had come to a different place on it, Jack. And she was annoyed, of course, but she came to realize upon reflection, and she had gotten there even before Charlie left, that these people had no power over Charlie, that these demons, that Satan was not in control, that God was in control, including on the day Charlie was killed. But my own takeaway as a friend of hers and as a Christian was this was evil, what they did. This was an evil act. And I also happen to feel that there is a possibility they opened a very dark door. I don't know how things work. I'm Catholic, and Catholic priests, and I played the soundbite on my show, have come on, like Father Mike Schmitz, who I love, who does the Bible in a year. And he specifically told me 2 years ago, don't have a Ouija board in your home, and talked about how they believe that there have been actual exorcisms they've had to do, that the movie The Exorcist is based on a real 2 cases where a Ouija board opened some sort of portal or door into someone's house where they believe their child got possessed by a demon. He also said, don't do magic. Like, you're calling up things you might not want to call up in your home or in this world. So who are we to say as mere mortals that doing that kind of ritual is utterly powerless, is the joke that Jezebel seemed to think it was? I don't know that. I have no idea what doing that is capable of. I would certainly never, ever do that to my worst enemy. And so that's the reason I talked about it. And because whether it's got any power or not, it upset Erica Kirk.
Well, I think it's amazing that you talked about it. As everyone knows, I always have my rosary right here, very handy. I've got crucifixes up in my bedroom and the bedrooms of my children, the same way that my parents had for me. We have holy water in the house. And I will add this. The only thing I'll add is this, is that you can invite the demonic onto yourself. And we certainly saw the Annunciation Church shooter up there and clearly wrestling with a demon. But those witches and that hex and the spell and all of the demons combined could not do what? They could not corrupt Charlie's immortal soul. So yes, they could have an agent of evil fire a bullet at Charlie, but the demonic is about dragging you down and damning you to hell and pulling you away from God, because that is what hell is, the total disconnection with God. But that wasn't Charlie. So no matter what they did to him, they were never able to sever that. And I know that that spell, that hex, could never break Charlie's bond with Christ.
Yeah, I mean, that's been so obvious in the reaction to his death and the people flocking to Christ by the millions.
No, it totally failed. Megan, I know you got to run. We're up on a hard break. Thank you so much for coming on. And thank you, seriously, for just telling the truth about what was going on there.
Anytime. Great to be with you, Jack.
God bless. All right, folks, we'll be right back. Jack Posobiec, Human Events Daily, Real America's Voice.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
It's Mama Love in northern Minnesota. You know, a collective voice is much louder than a single voice. Thanks, Rav, for giving us a place to chat and connect. See y'all in chat.
Florida Sun Goddess here. Let me tell you why I love Rav. They let my voice be heard. They give me a platform for community so I don't feel alone. Thanks so much. God bless.
And Jack, where's Jack? Where's Jack? Where is he? Jack, I want to see you. Great job, Jack. Thank you. What a job you do. You know, we have an incredible thing. We're always talking about the fake news and the bad, but we have guys, and these are the guys who should be getting Pulitzers.
All right, Jack Posobiec, we are back live, Human Events Daily, and I really wanted to tell you, because we have a chance now, about our latest partner, who I'm so excited about. Not only are we partnering with them, we are also actually customers and users of them as well, myself and Tanya Tay. Let's get into it. Did you know that Utah and Florida recently banned fluoride in their drinking water? Well, why are they doing a massive U-turn on something that's been pumped into our water for 80 years? Well, the government claims that fluoride is for healthy teeth, but that's just nanny state nonsense. You don't need bureaucrats medicating your water. You need the freedom to choose pure water. That's why my family, the Poso family, uses Cove Pure, a countertop water purifier certified to remove up to 99.9% of impurities. That includes fluoride and other garbage like PFAs, fertilizer, runoff, you name it. The first thing I noticed is the taste. Cove Pure helps water become what it's supposed to taste like. Pure, clean, no aftertaste. It's really good. Tanya loves it. The best part is you can choose any temperature, hot, cold, boom, one tap. It's so easy to use. There's no drilling, there's no plumbers. You just fill it and plug it in. If you want to get involved and check this out, head over to covepure.com/POSO for a limited time. Get $200 off. $200 off. Folks, the government has no business forcing things into your water. Don't wait for them to sort out pure water. You have to do it for yourself. That's covepure.com/POSO, covepure.com/POSO for $200 off. All right, guys, really excited now. We have a former, well, I should say longtime guest, but he's been a little bit absent from the talking circuit lately. He picked up some side job, I'm not sure. We got Dr. Peter Navarro straight from the White House here to join us on the program. Dr. Navarro, how are you?
I'm doing great, Jack, and I'm sitting here in the new RAV studio, by the way, here in D.C., and I must say, Rob and Parker Sig outdid themselves, and so when you back in D.C. and I know there's a chair waiting for you here, brother. But I'm glad where you are.
I got to use it. I got to use it once already, and it's really, really nice.
I got to look. I got to say this to your audience. I mean, no one moved me more speaking in Arizona than you, Jack. That was poetry, my friend. And for me, they talk about the 5 stages of grief. There's a 6th one, and that for me is accountability. And this principle we have to start following a lot better, Jack, is if they can come for us, they can come for you. We have to hold them accountable. Otherwise, they'll do it again. We've got to walk that talk, and that means basically going after all of the people in Old Testament fashion who've been responsible over the last 8 years for putting me and Steve Bannon in prison, for bankrupting Rudy Giuliani, trying to bankrupt Mike Lindell, for taking away the bar cards of Jeff Clark and John Eastman, for putting millions of dollars of legal fees on people who would escape imprisonment or prosecution but still had to pay through the nose. 4 times they tried to put Donald Trump in prison in 4 different courts, 2 assassination attempts, and of course the brutal assassination of our beloved Charlie Kirk. And this is what we've got to do. And so I'm actively trying to get that message out. As you know, I've got this new book that came out, I Went to Prison So You Won't Have to. It's a tagline from a speech I gave at the Republican National Convention. And for your viewers and listeners, that was the same day I walked out of a federal prison after 4 months. I spent 4 months there for a misdemeanor with 200 felons. And everybody who put me in prison was a Democrat, whether it was the Democrat majority in the House of Representatives who voted to hold me in contempt, whether it was Merrick Garland, the Attorney General and his prosecutors who ordered my leg irons arrest, whether it was Judge Amit Mehta, who bundled campaign contributions for Barack Obama and then got appointed as a judge. Geez, no connection there. And in the media, Jack, I mean, this inciting to violence, which we continually get even now. It's like we're getting accused, Jack, of weaponizing the Justice Department because we're going after James friggin' Comey. James friggin' Comey. Like, here's what's interesting. I write about this guy, and I went to prison, so you won't have to. FBI agent, Jack, named Walter Giardina. Okay? He's the guy who, at the direction, likely, of Merrick Garland, went out to Reagan Airport with 4 other armed FBI agents, took me down in a gangway, put me in handcuffs, put me in leg irons. Okay? What's that got to do with James Comey? Giardina, this FBI agent, was the guy, one of the guys, according to whistleblowers, who read the Steele dossier, Jack. You and I know what that is. That's the Clinton-funded piece of crap that said falsely that Donald Trump was in bed with the Russians. It was this guy, Giardina, who said, no, it's legit. Go ahead and start Crossfire Hurricane. Go ahead after Donald Trump. Comey was there to approve it all, and he's the guy, James Comey, who started signing those FISA warrants, those fake FISA warrants with Carter Page on down, right? Comey was the guy who went after Mike Flynn and took him out. So we need justice. Because, and this is the sixth stage of grief, if we don't hold them accountable, Jack, they're going to do it again. You know this, Jack. If we lose the House of Representatives,
they will do it again.
Go ahead,
and
Jack.
We saw it yesterday, and Dr. Navarro, we saw it yesterday. Another violent leftist just shot up an ICE facility only a few days after Charlie Kirk was shot and killed up in Utah. There's been no raids on these leftist organizations. There's been no nighttime enforcement. We've seen the ICE raids, which have been fantastic, but the violent left, there's been nothing. We're starting to see, hopefully, and we might see this indictment of Comey. I'm actually looking at looking at some updates on that, on some other news that are right there. But I think what a lot of people, and I'm not directing this at you, but I think I get the sense of a lot of people in the audience right now. They're saying all of the pressure is being directed on one place, and we're not fighting back the way we should yet.
And that's exactly right. I mean, look, I've been talking about this along with you and Bannon and others since 2020. I mean, since 2018, when they started going after Trump in 2016. It's like, for me, it's the mantra. It's Comey, Clapper, Page, Brennan, Strzok, Schiff. All of these people got away with election interference and insurrection. I mean, and this guy Giardina, who put me in leg irons, was there at every turn, according to whistleblowers. Jack, if you just understand this one guy, you understand the whole conspiracy against Donald Trump. Steele dossier, Crossfire Hurricane, Mueller report, Operation Crimson River. I don't know if you remember that one, Jack. That was like the accusation, which was ridiculous, that the Egyptian government gave Trump $10 million for his campaign. It was totally bogus, but Giardina and the FBI and Comey and all of those people used it to issue a bunch of subpoenas for records of this, that, and the other thing. And then Arctic Frost, Giardina was part of that as well. And by the way, you can't make this up. You know who this guy's father-in-law is, Jack? This guy's father-in-law is a guy named Larry Potts. Who was he? He was the deputy director who was behind Waco and Ruby Ridge. Okay, how's that for a bloodline? These people are corrupt, Jack, and we need to do what they did to us through the legal system, because they're guilty and we weren't.
And if we don't apply this pressure, if we don't use the iron law of exact reciprocity, it's about reciprocity. If we don't do that, they're going to do it again.
Yes.
They're going to do this again and again, because they will do so with impunity, because they've never received a response. They've never received any opposite reactions, like Newtonian physics. If there is no equal and opposite reaction, then the first instance, the first action will continue. Dr. Navarro, we're
through every storm, every moment of uncertainty.
Everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
It's Mama Love in northern Minnesota. You know, a collective voice is much louder than a single voice. Thanks, Rav, for giving us a place to chat and connect. See y'all in chat.
Florida Sun Goddess here. Let me tell you why I love Rav. They let my voice be heard. They give me a platform for community so I don't feel alone. Thanks so much. God bless.
Jack is a great guy. He's written a fantastic book. Everybody's talking about it. Go get it. And he's been my friend right from the beginning of this whole beautiful event. And we're going to turn it around and make our country great again. Amen.
All right, we're back live, Human Events Daily, Real America's Voice. We're on with Dr. Peter Navarro, who's written this incredible new book about his experiences. Because, Dr. Navarro, you know, when we sit here and we do these shows, I'm not in elected office, and we sit here and we say, we need to do something because they keep putting us in jail, they keep censoring us, and then, by the way, when they can't put us in jail and when they can't censor us, what do they do next? What's the next step on the tier of escalation? They turn to gunshots. And that's what took Charlie Kirk away from us. Walk us through what the left in this country did to you, and not a long time ago, just last year.
Well, let's start with the first chapter of I Went to Prison So You Won't Have to. It starts at Reagan National Airport. It's the D.C. airport. I'm on my way with my fiance Bonnie to do Mike Huckabee's show, right? Love Mike. First time Bonnie was going to be in Nashville. It's going to be a great time. We're having the time of our life. Next thing we know, we're walking down the gangway. We got 3 armed FBI agents come behind us, 2 in front of us, including this guy, Walter Giardina. I'm in handcuffs, later in leg irons. Bonnie's perp walked out in front of the world. CNN's got the story before everything. Now, what's wrong with that picture? Well, first of all, misdemeanor. Second of all, not a violent guy. Bonnie's not a violent gal. Third of all, I literally lived right across the street from the FBI, like 50 yards away. They could have easily called me. But what they try to do to us, Jack, is humiliate us to the world. And you know, when they went in and got stuff from Jeff Clark, they scared the hell out of his kids. In my case, it was the woman I love. It's like, what's wrong with that? And so I went to prison so you won't have to. Is this story of how you go through this justice system, Jack? It's like I was like astonished. It's like by the time my case got to the jury, the judge, the Obama-appointed judge, had stripped me of any defense. My defense was executive privilege. According to 50 years of Department of Justice policy across party lines, it's like if I got a subpoena from Congress, it was my duty as a senior presidential advisor to refuse it. It was my duty. And suddenly I'm in court and I can't even argue that. If I said the word executive privilege, the judge was going to put me in jail for contempt of his court. So it was like, okay, what's that all about? And then the worst thing that happened in terms of like, I mean, the book is like, it's Kafka, it's Stephen King, but it's also a lot of Catch-22 Joseph Heller. Like, for my case, when I got convicted, sentenced to jail, what they should have done is release me pending appeal. That's the legal term, release pending appeal, because not a flight risk, and it's a major constitutional landmark case. It's still on appeal. It's going to the Supreme Court. It will be reversed if there is any justice in the world. But they put me in prison And it was three judges on this appeals panel in D.C., which is a cesspool. Two of them are named Patricia Millett, Cornelia Pollard, right? They said flat out, no, he's got to go to jail. There's no appealable issues here that could change the outcome. Okay, fair enough. Now, fast forward, my appeal is ongoing as we speak in that court. Guess who the same judges are who's going to hear that appeal? It's like Pollard and Millett. They've already made up their mind, but now they're going to do it again. It's like, if you think the judges are drawn randomly and courts are fair, and this is so destructive, Jack, to our society, because it's like the Congress used to have the lowest approval rating in the American public, but now it's our justice system as well. These are politicians in black robes. So I get to jail, right? It's like, okay, how's this going to go? And I'm finding people like there's a couple of guys in there who are in there for many years, who had their houses taken from them, who will have to pay restitution, and their family is suffering, and their lives are essentially over. You know what? Guess what? They did effectively the same thing that Lisa Cook, the Fed chair, is alleged to do. But with Lisa Cook, it's like, the left legacy media and all that comes to her defense. Oh, well, she needs a fair trial, this, that, and the other thing. The boss can fire her. He can do that. But this is like, she's going to skate, and real people without power go to jail. Another one, Jack, I don't know this, the RICO Act, right? This is how the RICO Act was designed to get a small class of like organized crime, and the Justice Department has run rampant with it to get all sorts of people. So there was a number of CEOs in prison I was with who they were convicted because, according to the RICO Act, they didn't have to know or be part of it because they were CEO. They should have known. Now, why am I mentioning this? Because, look, James Comey was effectively the CEO of the FBI. He knew what he was doing with the Steele dossier and the FISA Act and Flynn. But even if he claims he didn't, under the RICO Act, he should be prosecuted anyway. So we got a system here that's just weird. I mean, in the book itself, look, there's some instances about how I saved one guy's life in there. There's broke up fights, did negotiations. But the big thing is, Jack, I went in there, and the First Step Act is a signature piece of prison reform legislation that Donald Trump passed in 2018, and I found out firsthand that wasn't being implemented. Now, I'm the first one to be tough on crime, but if you keep nonviolent first-time offenders in prison longer than their expiration date, according to the law, bad things happen. Like, you get a higher rate of recidivism, and it's about $5 billion to keep people behind bars longer than they should. So there's a whole side plot there. And of course, the story between Bonnie and I, how families handle this stuff. I mean, it was like, go ahead.
And no, I was going to say that, think about this. They took you, who committed no crime. You exerted your privilege as a White House official to not discuss these conversations with the president to the Jan 6 committee, and they threw you in jail. That puts a toll on you. It puts a toll on your family, on your loved ones. They stripped you of your right to life. That's what that is, as well as your right to freedom, your right to movement, your right to speak publicly, of course, in all of this. Not only the toll that it took on you financially, but just in terms of legal fees and all the rest, and the toll that it takes, again, on your loved ones having to go through all that. And that was just 4 months. What they've done to Erica now, in this case,
it's brutal.
That's the rest of her life.
The rest of her life. And her kids' life.
That's their life, completely. Yeah. Completely gone. Completely robbed for them. So where do we go to get repayment for that debt? I don't know. But I look at these D.C. Republicans many of the time, and they don't seem interested in doing anything, do they?
Jim Jordan is the biggest disappointment of my life in the Hill. I mean, if you contrast him on the House side on Judiciary with what Chuck Grassley is doing. I mean, Chuck Grassley is kicking ass and taking no prisoners right now, getting all this information from whistleblowers, getting it right out to the general public, putting the heat on, things that are coming down in terms of whatever action the DOJ will finally take and things like that. There's going to be a lot of the results of Chuck Grassley. Jim Jordan sits on his ass, and he's done it for years. I love the guy. I've been on Air Force One a couple of times with him. It's got to be said. He's not doing his job.
Dr. Navarro, we are just about out of time here. I want to say thank you for joining us on Human Events Daily. You know how Rob Sig guts on me about the hard outs, man. But thanks for being here, brother.
Yeah, all right, man. And again, great remarks at the memorial, sir.
Thank you. I appreciate that a lot. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, you have my permission to lay ashore.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered. America's Voice Live.
And welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Guru.
The pulse of the people.
We need somebody that's going to hear the people's voice.
The truth the mainstream won't touch.
This guy is by definition a globalist.
And the stories that matter.
Rav's own Ben Bergquam.
Right up over this hill, we got an cartel. I see him.
Live.
Breaking news right now here on Real America's Voice.
Unfiltered.
These people are domestic terrorists.
And unapologetic.
We're here to take a stand for God and country. Let's feel good, doesn't it?
America's Voice Live starts now.
And welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Guru. Normally we'd have a full show for you today, but we have something special. The Make America Healthy Again Institute is currently holding an important roundtable discussion where doctors, scientists, and parents are all getting together, confronting autism and discussing real solutions. Let's listen in.
You know, these men and women who are doing this aren't doing this to get rich. They're not doing this for their careers. They're not doing this for notoriety. Otherwise, then they've made really, really bad career choices. But they're doing it because they're like Jesus and they're touched by the feeling of these children's infirmity. And that's what they're, you know, you talk about Jesus' arms extended to society. It is these practitioners who would dare ask the question where pediatricians and family practitioners are turning them away. So I couldn't have more respect and more thanks for them.
So Richard, you know a thing or two about research. We'll get to the question and answers about environment and genetics afterwards, but just give an opener, if you would, about this particular topic for the panel and your role in it and what you know.
Yeah, the research on autism at the NIH has been very disappointing over the last number of years, and one of the reasons, I think is that, there was a bill that was signed, I believe, by President Bush to allocate so much money to autism research at the NIH, but from what I understand, the NIH wasn't given any money. So they just told everybody, all the institutes, well, you're all going to do autism research. So, and most of them said, well, that's not in our mission, that for us to do that. This isn't the home for autism. So nobody really is welcoming those grants all that much. The other issue is that, we were in the age of genetics at the turn of the century. That was the really big thing. We were going to sequence the genome, and we'd finally find every gene for every disease. And it didn't work out that way. But we trained all these geneticists, and we have all this equipment to look at genetics, and genetics is important. And so what happens is you have these scientists that are on the panels that review this work, who are biased. That's what they do, so that's what they understand, and they don't appreciate other, points of view. It's not what they're trained in, and so those type of alternative grants get, pushed to the side and not funded. And the fact is that the funding pay line now is very, very, very low. I remember when I got started in research in the 80s. It was 25%. So, 25% of grants, they had good grants, got funded. And now I think it's down to 4%. So you not only have to have, advocates on there, on the panel, but you have to speak to exactly what those particular people on the panel want. And it becomes a perpetuating system where new research does not get funded. The other thing I think that in general, one of the differences from the United States from other countries is that in other countries, a scientist is given a salary by their university, and they don't have to write grants for their salary. They have to write grants for their lab to support their people, their supplies. In the United States, an investigator has to include their own salary on the grant. And so that means if they want a good salary, one, they have to get lots of grants, which causes competition. Two, what's really unfortunate is that grant, a lot of it's taken up by salaries. And they can't spend that money on technicians and other supplies. And so it makes a very competitive landscape. And of course, then there's the idea at universities that they get a lot of overhead, and that's something that has been, talked about. And, many mainstream universities, regular universities may get 30%, but you have universities like Harvard which get 100%. So if I was at Harvard and I got a $2.5 million grant, which is your standard in our R01, the institute would get another $2.5 million just to pay for the lights and the room that I'm in. So the universities make it so that this becomes very competitive for these NIH grants because they want the money for this. And really good research becomes underfunded. It used to be that many private foundations would fund some of this up-and-coming research, but as the budgets got tighter and tighter at NIH, then the people that used to get grants went to those foundations. Of course, then there's the issue with publishing papers too, because if you don't publish exactly what they want, they're not going to appreciate that research, and then it gets published in a lower journal, and they say, oh, you see, it's not good because it's in a lower journal. So the way we do research, the way we appreciate research, the way it's funded is very flawed right now. One of the major things I feel is that there's many times not an appreciation of the impact of research. And so, and this is what, I said recently is, there's these people that get $2.5 million for to study a gene that affects 3 people. You could give me $30 and I can affect, probably more than that, but you could give me several $1,000, $10,000, and I can affect, 2.5 million people just by, spreading the word about leucovorin and doing that type of research. So I don't think we appreciate what the impact, and I don't think it's really focused towards treatment. We're always looking for the cause, and the cause is important, but as a doctor, I'm a doctor, so I want to heal patients. So, that's great if you find the cause, those biological mechanisms that are, in the molecular parts of the cell, but I want to know what's going to help my patient. And if I can find something that helps my patient, you can figure out all those other mechanisms later on. I want to get, kids better.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you very much. So I'll just start thank you both. I'll just start since there's no one that, willing to ask me questions. That's fine. I'll just start with what I want to tell you guys. Looking at the genetics question, I want to teach you the history of genetics research and autism, where Katie Wright and her father had a division over this as a major issue. If autism is genetic, it's nobody's fault. It's just something that happens and nothing going to do with it. Your life is set. You're going to have to be that way. It's not preventable, so you can't treat it. It's genetic. And so they set apart with the whole genome studies to do genetic studies, and they would find genes that are associated with the risk of autism diagnosis. But they couldn't find any genes after finding about 600 of them where any of the genes explained more than 1 or 2% of the genetic risk. And then they kept searching and searching until they got about 850 genes. And Autism Speaks, the organization that Katie separated from over ethics, they actually celebrated every single one of those new gene discoveries with a headline. And sure enough, mainstream media, hey, they found a gene for autism. Hey, they found a gene for autism. Hey, they found a gene for autism. After about 850, it became really evident, especially after I published my book, The Environmental and Genetic Cause of Autism, that they weren't explaining autism. If none of these genes explained autism in terms of inheritance liability. So a group of them put their heads together and said, I know what we'll do is we'll actually pare down that list. There's too many. We'll pare down that list. And we'll get to the core set of genes that we think are most important. And of course, they went for the neurological genes. They didn't go for the detoxification deficiency genes. They didn't go for the methylation genes. They want to make it neurological, neurodevelopmental from a neurological, like neural impairment. And so they got this core set of genes and said, oh, scientists believe this. They got a headline. Scientists still think it's genetic, but these are the important ones we need to focus on. And the purpose of that was really just for pharma to go find drugs. It was twofold. We're going to go find drugs that can impact these and maybe have some effect. Fair enough. But then the strange thing happened. Next year, guess what they found? Hey, we found some more autism genes. Found some more autism genes. They wanted the headline. So they've kept funding new discovery research on autism genes, and that lasted about a year or two. And then it became really ridiculous to say that autism is genetic when the numbers really show, and our messaging was successful, especially Tony Bark, a friend of ours who's beloved and belated, that you can't have a genetic epidemic, right? It doesn't exist that way. So we've all said it, and the message, I think, stuck that the jig is up, if you will. And the heritability, Tony Lyons mentioned heritability, and that it seems like there's autism traits that are heritable. But that's only because traits are heritable. think about the diagnosis of autism. What is it? You have repetitive behavior. You've got, whether you're very social, not social. These are heritable human traits. The fact that brain function is heritable is what they're really tapping into on the heritability of autism, right? So a lot of people know dads of kids with autism, and they might have, they kind of like to keep to themselves or whatever, but they actually lied in the last 3 major heritability studies, because in the first 3 or 4 heritability studies, they would say, let's look at how much of it's genetic with a correlation. And they calculated something called liability. Under the liability calculation, you're looking at 40% genetics. 40% genetics leaves 60% for environment. They couldn't have that. So they kept changing study designs and doing it in a different way until they got to the point where now they say, oh, it's between 80 and 90%, if you look at the headlines today in the mainstream media. But they never refer to the original studies, and that's not fair. They need to refer to the original studies and say that the range is here to here, and why did it increase? Why did the heritability increase over time, like clockwork? The studies that have never been done and that the NIH need to fund have to include genetics and environment in the same study with the same people. So not only can you understand the percentage that's due to genetics and the percentage that's due to environment, but you can calculate genetics times environment interaction. It's a very specific, easy to do study design. It doesn't take $3 million. It takes about $150,000 and a good electronic health record and some surveys. And then you put a p-value on the genes, and you put a p-value on environment, including common environmental exposures, and you put a p-value on the interaction term. If anybody knows a statistician, you can actually get them to agree with you that autism has not been studied. They'll know what an interaction term is. They'll say, you know what a good way to hide environment? Do genes over here and environment over here, but never do, or even do genes and environment in the same one, but don't look at the interaction term. You can bury the action in the interaction, because the interaction can be more important than one of the main effects. Now, I'm getting in the weeds on this for a specific reason. Anybody from this day forward who says autism is genetic doesn't know what they're talking about. There is zero chance that anybody knows what the size of that interaction term is, because it's never been done, and until it's done, nobody can say it's genetic or environment. You can say it's environment partially, you can say it's genetic, but you can't say either or. That's the nature of this ignorance, and it's enforced ignorance, and it has to stop. So another topic I just want to mention briefly is, okay, why doesn't everybody get autism? Right? It's the same vaccine schedule. No problem. Well, there are a couple of reasons. You can point to the fact that the nurses weren't shaking up the vials with the mercury in it, and some kids got larger doses. That's a risk. You can actually look at the fact that there's a cohort of kids that got aluminum and mercury-containing vaccines combined. But if you look up the paper, autism is an acquired cellular detoxification deficiency syndrome. I actually tested the hypothesis that these kids are not able to detox as well as other kids, plain and simple. And we birthed them, we brought them into and are raising them in an increasingly toxic world. It's so bad that I think we would have had an autism epidemic eventually, finding the same families, the same genetic lineages of people who happen to not be able to detoxify as well as others, even if vaccines were never invented. Petroleum chemicals are absolutely poisoning our food, they're poisoning our water, they're poisoning our medicines, and usually it's the waste left over that they say, how do we agricultural, how do we do this? Let's make a kind of fertilizer out of this or something. Plastics, the things that you hear about all the time. I teach a course, environmental toxicology, because it's a huge concern. So not only do we have to have NIH then turn a sharp corner, do a 180 on genetics and environment for autism, we actually have to have real environmental science done. The major universities, they have endowed chairs. The endowed chairs include the chemistry department. Big Chem doesn't want anybody to know about environmental toxicology. You can't find a course on environmental toxicology like the one that I teach. 18 lectures that tell you the source and what to do about it, how to avoid it, how to shut it down. The source, the biological effects, and how to shut it down. So and I taught that course because this was before I developed that course because I didn't think we would ever get anywhere we are right now with Bobby Kennedy as secretary. I thought we would never get there. I'm like, okay, we're going to have to clean up all of the rest of the world because they're going to insist on vaccines for everybody forever if we're going to have any effect. That's how dedicated I am. It's online. You can go to ipac-edu.org and sign up for it. But so the way that vaccines contribute to autism is that aluminum or mercury goes into the brain. There's no doubt about that. Chris Exley showed that there's no doubt about the fact that aluminum makes it to the brain. But we've known it since 1985 when they found that amyloid, that thing that you hear about with Alzheimer's, is part aluminum. Amyloid in the brain is part aluminum. So if it gets to the brain and it kills cells, those cells die. Microglia pick up those dead cells to clean up the brain, the cellular debris. They become intoxicated with aluminum and they die. If you distract your microglia during neurodevelopment, you cannot have a proper neurodevelopment. They prune the brain at the right time, in the right way, to make the brain a human brain, the way that it is. I'm not saying people with autism are not human. Please don't quote me and twist that language around. I would never say that. They're beautiful human beings. The fact is, if you can't develop your brain right because you have chronic microglial activation, it becomes an unstoppable inevitability that eventually you're going to lose everything that you got over neural development when the doses are accumulating as the aluminum builds up to toxic levels in the brain. You're going to regress. That is known. That is not controversial. Kids have chronic microglia activation from the age of 5 to 25. It's in the literature on autopsies of kids who died from other causes with autism. This other thing about neurodiversity, the last thing that I'll say for my part of this is people say, let's celebrate autism. It's neurodiversity. There's just differences, and differences are okay. What's the average lifespan of a kid with an autism diagnosis? Does anybody know? 34 in the United States. Is that okay? Is it okay that we're celebrating neurodiversity instead of saying what? Okay, so we really need to get the aluminum out of kids' brains. We need detoxification, chelation studies, not the type of chelation that you hear about, bleach and all that garbage. Let's not talk about that. Let's talk about mild, long, slow chelation because it's chronic exposure to toxins in the environment, including mercury, including aluminum. And if you can get that out, I have a protocol. I reversed my asthma. NIH needs to study slow, prolonged chelation to reverse asthma, autoimmunity, ADHD, and autism. That has to happen now. Dr. Jay Bhattacharya should be putting a research program together. Bobby Kennedy tells me they're going to study the health effects of aluminum on humans, so that's good news. So the really good news is we can do something right now. So let's go to Richard, if you don't mind, first. Richard, what exposures do you see parents reporting that attribute to the initial causes of autism?
So, we, as you know, we do a lot of research on mitochondria.
Yeah.
And so some of the studies, we developed an assay that is to look at not only mitochondrial function, but mitochondrial resilience. What we found is a signature to neurodevelopmental regression, that for some reason these kiddos, their mitochondria is actually functioning about twice that of normal. It's like a little race car, but as soon as it hits a bump, it falls apart. But the other thing that we were, in our research to kind of look at these things is we found out that that environmental exposures in utero are highly correlated with these changes in the mitochondria. So we've done a few studies, one at looking at air pollution, PM2.5, and we found that prenatal air pollution exposure has just looking at mitochondrial function of a kid that's 8-10 years old, is a significant raw correlation without correcting for anything of this. We also collaborated some of the work by the Mount Sinai School of Medicine with the baby teeth, where we showed they had showed that manganese and zinc levels, low levels prenatally, you could distinguish twins, which was going to get autism.
Yeah.
Well, we showed those in regressive type autism, those change mitochondrial function long term.
So those who don't know, mitochondria are the parts of the cell that power the cell. You can't do much if you don't have an engine in your cell powering the processes of the cell.
And the brain, it uses up 20% of the energy, but it's 2% of the weight of your body.
All right, we'll continue with the conversation. There are a lot of interesting things coming out, and we'll continue with that in a moment. But first, I realize there are many choices when it comes to who you choose for your cell phone service, and there are new ones popping up all the time. Here's the truth. There's only one that boldly stands in the gap for every American that believes that freedom is worth fighting for, and that's Patriot Mobile. For more than 12 years, Patriot Mobile has been on the front lines fighting for our God-given rights and freedoms while also providing exceptional nationwide cell phone service with access to all three of the main major networks. Don't just take my word for it. Ask the hundreds of thousands of Americans who've already made the switch and are now supporting causes they believe in simply by joining Patriot Mobile. Switching is easier than ever. Activate in minutes from the comfort of your own home. Keep your number, keep your phone, or you can upgrade if you'd like. Great phones available. Patriot Mobile's all U.S.-based support team is standing by to take care of you. Call 972-PATRIOT today or go to patriotmobile.com/RAV. Use promo code RAV for a free month of service right now. That's patriotmobile.com/RAV or call 972-PATRIOT and make the switch today. We'll take a quick break and be right back with more coverage of the Maha Institute's Roundtable on Autism from Washington, D.C.
People that, promote
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of the Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of the Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Hi, my name's Paul Foyer. I'm 404 in the Getter Chat. I love rap for all the Getter, all the War Room Posse, and all of you guys. Love y'all. Bye.
My name is Tina, and I'm in Dallas, Texas. I'm so grateful to be able to get my news from an organization like Real America's Voice, whose conservative values align with my own.
I want to take you back now to the Manhattan Institute's, the Maha Institute's roundtable discussion on tackling the autism crisis. Here's more.
Are going to adapt to that. They're not going to grow normally, and they're actually going to change the way their mitochondria work because they're not getting those fuels, or maybe they're getting certain types of metabolic intermediates that interfere with the way that they work. So what we're finding is that these things are actually transgenerational, heritable, can be found in the parents, both mom and dad, some of these things, and you can detect them before time, and then if you can intervene preconception, before we even start to have babies, then we could take the change, the rise in autism, to and reverse the course. So it's better.
So do you think it would be like 50%, 70%, 80%, 90% could be prevented if we stopped putting toxins on purpose into children?
Well, I think there's many different things. I think, definitely the toxic load is important, giving the right nutrients, making sure we feed our microbiome correctly. That's something we haven't talked about, which is transgenerational too. So I think that this whole idea of just becoming healthy, and treating our bodies correctly by decreasing the toxins and putting the fuels and the good nutrients it needs could go a long way to reversing a lot of chronic disease.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let's move on to Dr. Brian Hooker. Big hand for Dr. Richard Fry, please. Could you discuss, please, the role of acetaminophen in autism causation?
Well, when you look at how acetaminophen is detoxified, it is primarily detoxified in neonates and postnatally through glutathione-regulated pathways, or basically methylation and sulfation. And so if that is not properly detoxified, then a toxic metabolite called NAPQI then can accumulate in the brain. NAPQI is a neurotoxin. We know that autism is a neurotoxic condition. If you look at it, there's a paper called by D'Estasio that came out in 2019 that shows frank damage of microglia. It was a phenomenon called microglia blebbing, where the cells actually pinch off these small blebs or exosomes that are essentially damaged cells. So that is caused directly by NAPQI. Now, when you hear all this, when I first started learning about Tylenol, I was like, oh great, one more thing to think about, one more toxin. But it is, I believe, in many cases of the etiology of autism, it is necessary, but is not sufficient. You still need the genetic terrain, and then you still need the oxidative stress along with acetaminophen for autism causation.
Is there a window of susceptibility for acetaminophen?
Absolutely. The window of susceptibility is really postnatal, what I would call perinatal, during labor and delivery, especially after cord clamping, because then you cut off the mom's bloodstream. And then postnatally at that particular point in time, then the risk regarding acetaminophen does decrease postnatly as the newborn gets older and older. But I still believe that there's a risk, and there's a risk of regressive autism up through 5 years of age.
Yeah, I remember the advice of doctors saying if you're going to go in for your vaccine, give your kid acetaminophen beforehand, right, in anticipation of a fever. So I asked Richard about the maternal immune activation during pregnancy, and the idea in the mainstream medical thinking is we don't want infections during pregnancy. That's why we want to do vaccines. But not every woman gets influenza during those 9 months. Not every woman gets COVID-19 during those months, and not every woman gets tetanus or pertussis during those 9 months, but every woman that vaccinates 3 times gets all of those antigens as well, right?
Yeah, and I mean, the thing is, it's that you can plan for this, right? If you're going to get pregnant, you can make sure all your vaccines are up to date, if you want to do that, and so you don't have to get vaccinated during pregnancy. Other things like, influenza, where it may be a seasonal thing. One thing you could do is have people around the mother get vaccinated so she's not exposed to that, so they don't bring that home. So there's other different ways that you can prevent those disorders and even get the vaccines that you need without doing it during pregnancy.
Thank you. So, Brian, back to acetaminophen. It's been around since the 1880s. How do you explain this dramatic rise of autism starting in the late 1980s.
The rise in autism, again, it is sort of a fire triangle of acetaminophen, oxidative stress. Best way to get oxidative stress is to directly inject the toxins into your body vis-a-vis vaccines and the genetic landscape on top of that. But starting in 1980s, there's a baby aspirin scare with Reye syndrome. Okay, and so baby aspirin was no longer recommended during pregnancy or, essentially for postnatally. And that's when the advent of baby Tylenol started to come about. Then on top of that, you start to increase the oxidative stress. With oxidative stress, you also increase the need for some type of pain reliever, fever reducer, and so acetaminophen use then skyrocketed along with the vaccination schedule.
Thank you. So, sounds like you're moving away from pointing a finger at vaccines and autism. Is that true?
Wow, bite your tongue, dude. No, absolutely not. No, there are, taking a delivery system that gives you 100% absorption of a toxin is not good for you. It is just plain not good for you. You cannot, the vaccines do not get a pass in this. Mercury, aluminum, formaldehyde, polysorbate 80, triple live viruses, even a single live virus at the concentration that we don't, by the way, Merck does not tell us how much virus they put in the MMR vaccine. We know the minimums, we don't know the maximums. So again, it's such a great tongue-in-cheek delivery system for these toxins. They do not get a pass.
Thank you very much. So a couple of closing points. Dr. Brian Hooger, ladies and gentlemen. A couple of closing points that I want to point out. You mentioned triple antigen sources. Under the U.S. Code of Federal Regulations, if you're going to sell or distribute a vaccine in the United States, the only part of the vaccine that has to be tested by law for safety is the proteinaceous part, and they don't even do that. Those safety studies would be animal studies where they increase the amount of antigen to animals and see what happens when you finally reach that overload point. What's the LD50 of the MMR? It's not published. What's the LD50? That's the number of animals that die after vaccination. Well, 50%, that's the dose at which 50% die. But we have to change the Code of Federal Regulations so that dose escalation studies on every ingredient in vaccines has to be studied the way that it is in drugs. There's fillers in drugs, in pills. You go to the pharmacist, you get a pill. There are things that cause latent release, slow release of drugs. They have to be tested, right? We have to take the environmental toxicology of vaccines seriously in the phase of development, bringing them to market. And that's something we can do with a signature. We can have a signing statement by President Trump or Robert F. Kennedy Jr. changing. I think he can change the Code of Federal Regulations that way. I want to leave you guys with a story. It was before COVID. I think it was about 2018. Gracie and I like to travel, and we're foodies, so we stopped at this restaurant. And I went up to the bar to get a little, I don't know, Clue and cream for Grace or something. And I sat next to this guy and struck up a conversation. What do you do? Oh, I'm a retired pediatrician. Really? Oh, okay. What do you do? I'm an author. What's one of your books? Maybe you look familiar. Oh, The Environmental and Genetic Causes of Autism. He said, you use the word cause. Are they allowing you to do that now? True story. That's part of the problem. Let's stop restricting speech. Let's speak in plain English language. Patients and parents and doctors need to be able to share and compare ideas without getting at each other's throats. Be respectful, be kind, and provide a world of a rational society in which we are here to learn with and from each other. And stop this nonsense. Thank you all much for being here.
Thank you so much, Jack and Brian and Richard. Thank you so much. Our next panel 3, please welcome up to the stage, is on justice, redress, and remedy. We've gone over a little bit. They're going to kick us out at exactly 5 p.m., so I just wanted to let everyone know we're going to try to really keep to the time that we have, 45 minutes for each of these panels. I want to introduce who's moderating, Kim Mack-Rosenberg, General Counsel from Children's Health Defense. She oversees litigation to protect the health of children, protect parental rights, and oppose censorship, among so many other things. She's also an attorney in private practice located in New Jersey, representing clients nationwide on medical freedom issues, as well as healthcare practice management and disputes and insurance coverage issues, focusing primarily on services provided to individuals diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder. Thank you so much, Kim. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Brian, are we getting you back? Okay. Perfect. Hi, everyone. I'd like to welcome our panelists, 2 of whom you've seen already today, so I'm not going to read bios for them, Drew Downing and Brian Hooker. John Gilmore is up for the first time today. He is the executive director of the Autism Action Network. He's an advocate who's worked for 25 years on public policy issues concerning autism, developmental disabilities, and vaccine rights and safety. Since 2007, he served as the ED of the Autism Action Network. It's a national nonprofit grassroots advocacy organization that influences legislation and policy on a wide range of issues impacting the autism community. He began his work following a vaccine injury to his infant son that caused extensive neurological damage, later diagnosed as autism. He's worked with a wide range of organizations, including Children's Health Defense, and most recently co-founded American Values 2024, the federal super PAC that worked to elect RFK Jr. as president. He has a master's degree in public policy from the Graduate School of Public Policy at UC Berkeley, and he lives in Long Beach, New York with his wife and his adult son. So welcome, John. I'd like to start actually, we want to keep things positive and talk about hope and movement forward in the future. We have to revisit the past sometimes to do that. But I would love for you to share the miracle in Albany about communication choice. So I live in New York, and I do a lot of basically lobbying, mostly in Albany. I do some in Washington as well. We used to do a lot in Washington. Then once Obama came along, there's just it got to be hopeless. But now there's a lot of hope again. But anyway, and my son is a speller, right? And I think there's probably a lot of speller parents here as well, right? And the spelling is growing in New York like it is in a lot of other places, and we're running into more and more obstacles about getting support for it. New York has some very generous benefits, but they won't pay for anything related to spelling. We also have problems like people who spell in group homes are not allowed to spell in the group homes and things like that. So a group of us parents got together and we put a bill together. This was, I guess, in about February, and it's called the Communication Bill of Rights. Right? And so we started plugging it, and I just knew, because I know, what persuades people up in Albany, that if we could get some spellers in front of the decision makers, we wouldn't even have to talk to them, right? It's a pretty stunning thing when you see what the spellers can do. And I was right. So we took around a group of spellers to a bunch of different offices and just had them start communicating with the people who were there. And we started this unbelievable momentum moving forward, right? I've worked on bills in Albany, like an autism insurance reform bill. Took us 8 years to do, okay? So we started in the end of February. We got it passed in the Assembly about 6 weeks later, because just everybody thought it was insane what these kids could do. We took
All right, it is time for a quick break. We're going to continue with more live coverage of the Maha Institute's Roundtable on Autism in Washington, D.C. in just a moment.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Hi, my name's Paul Poyer. I'm Poyer04 in the Getter Chat. I love rap for all the Getter, all the War Room Posse, and all of you guys. Love y'all. Bye.
My name is Tina, and I'm in Dallas, Texas. I'm so grateful to be able to get my news from an organization like Real America's Voice, whose conservative values align with my own.
Well, we'll get you back out to the Maha Institute's Roundtable on Autism here shortly. But first I want to talk about gold. The prices here catching my attention again today. Gold, $37.45. Silver, above $45. Above $45. Metal prices continue to skyrocket, hitting record numbers. That's why it's important to ensure that you own some gold yourself. Whether it's a hedge against inflation, peace of mind during global instability, or just for sensible diversification, gold can be your ticket to financial security in the future. Here with me to discuss the current prices of gold is precious metals specialist from Birch Gold, Philip Patrick. Philip, I've been watching this for a while. I'm not sure if gold's going to make it to 4,000, but it sure is it's going to scratch close. And silver, I mean, if you bought silver here a few months ago, it was at 28. It's at 45. I mean, good Lord. Pretty good return on investment. 1 year, 37% for silver. 1 year on gold, 39%. It's beating the markets hands down, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And by the way, it's done that since the turn of the century. It's interesting. We've seen a massive increase in the money supply this century, and gold and silver have become growth assets. I think we've got some scope for movement. You mentioned $4,000 an ounce. You're in good company. Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, UBS, Societe Generale all say gold will hit $4,000 by year's end, now predicting $5,000 at some point next year. And I think it's very telling. It tells us that the biggest banks in the world are not ignoring the rally. They're leaning into it. And encouragingly, the demand here isn't coming from day traders. It's long-term structural demand being driven by central banks. So I think it's going to continue to increase.
So central banks, governments getting involved with buying gold to secure their assets. That's what I'm hearing you say, Philip.
It's exactly it. These were countries overwhelmingly holding U.S. dollars in reserves. The dollar's lost 25% of its purchasing power just since COVID 5 years ago. And it's a problem for them, just like it is for us. So what they've been doing for the last 3.5 years, setting consecutive records for gold buying. Single biggest 6-month period in history for central banks has been the first 6 months of this year. They are looking for an alternative to the dollar. 73% 82% of central banks who were surveyed say over the next half a decade, they're looking to decrease dollar holdings and increase gold holdings. I think we're heading back towards the 80s, where gold was over 70% of central bank reserves.
And what would that mean if that were true? If we go down that road to 70% bank reserves in gold in the next 12 to 24 months, what would that mean to the price of gold?
Listen, that is a continuation of what we've been seeing now, which is structural demand increasing. It's driven almost 40% this year. I think it'll just keep going. People have to remember gold's value is a reflection of the value of currency. As currency becomes weaker, gold is worth many more dollars. It's what's been driving it, and I think it's what will continue to drive it.
All right, so my question for you is this. Some people watching and say, well, gosh, I wish I had bought it at $2,000 or $3,000 an ounce. It's too late for me. It's not too late, is it?
Not even close, right? People said it at 1,000, at 2,000, at 3,000. Gold is a commodity, and it will go up with the cost of living, and it'll go up as currency loses value. So, like I said, I think we got a lot of scope for growth. Look at the investment banks. They are scrambling to up their predictions. They're seeing demand, and they know what that means for prices. We're moving into a more multipolar world, and I think gold has a lot to gain on the back of that.
Yeah, and don't overlook silver. Look, silver is not at its all-time record high yet. That happened a number of years ago, but it's pretty close now, isn't it? Silver's also booming. What's driving that price?
Silver's also booming. It's demand as well, both monetary demand. People look at it as a safe haven asset, but also industrial. Look at what we're seeing. AI chips, heavily reliant on silver. That industry needs it. They're consuming huge amounts. Solar technology, electric cars. Then you've got the traditional industries, electronics, medical. Silver has a very broad industrial base. Demand for it is growing. And for about half a decade in the US, we've been consuming more silver than we can mine. It's why it's growing, and it's why it'll continue to grow. And I think these new technologies will continue to push demand higher and higher and higher. Silver's cheap relative to gold. Since the 70s, they average about a 55-to-1 ratio. Even with the upside in silver, they're about 83-84-to-1 today. A lot of scope for growth in silver.
So just to reiterate, it's not too late. You can get in. You can diversify with gold right now. I'll give you the last word.
Listen, it's certainly not too late. Central banks are buying at record levels today, and they're buying knowing prices will increase. What works for them, as you said earlier, Steve, it works for us. We have the same problem, just at a much smaller scale. So a lot of scope for growth. Don't be saying, it's too high at 5,000 or 6,000. I think now's the opportunity to get in.
Philip Patrick, always appreciate you being here, sir. Thank you for the update.
Thank you.
Do not wait. Learn to diversify your savings with gold. Do it today. Look, I can look back over time. Gold may come back a little bit here and there, but it never really goes backwards. Text the word America to 989898. Claim your free information kit on gold. Do that right now. All right, we're going to return to that Maha roundtable talking about autism and the possible cause, the possible effect. Here's more.
In the 90s, HHS sort of changed the game by rewriting the vaccine injury table, which is the definitional section that sort of governs how the vaccine program works. But more recently, the Department of Justice that represents the Secretary of Health and Human Services in the vaccine program seized control of the decision making in the program for at least probably the last 10 or 15 years. And imagine if you put a bunch of lawyers together and say, what do you want to do? You want to litigate? Because you're a litigator. So that's what happened. It started around the same time as the omnibus proceeding. And has gotten worse since that point in time, to the point now, which is sort of why I'm here, is that it is nearly impossible to win a vaccine case now, regardless of injury. If it's a questionable case or has to be defended, some of the special masters have above a 90% denial rate on litigated cases. And when a program was designed to compensate victims in an area that we may never know for sure what caused the injury. We can't prove vaccination did something. We can't prove infection did it. We just have theories. We can prove it with animal models and support it, but you don't know for certain. So the point there was, since we don't know for certain, we need to compensate. The close call goes to the victim. That is how the vaccine program was originally designed, and it's been hijacked, for lack of a better word, hopefully not for much longer.
Brian, if you could talk a little bit about your perspective on the omnibus autism proceeding, the OAP, and what you'd like to see as compensation for families of children with autism who are vaccine injured.
My family was in the OAP for 16 years. We filed in May of 2002, and because of a statute of limitations, could only include my son's 15-month vaccine. So any contribution then allowed the DOJ and their experts witness to say, oh, he was tugging his ears at 6 months, so we must have autism because he was tugging his ears. Definitely couldn't have been the ear infections that he was having over and over again, but yeah, it was autism. And the other thing that was laughable was really that it was going to be a friendly process. It was highly contentious. We could not find expert witnesses because any of them that had any experience witnessing for the petitioners, as an expert witness for the petitioners, had already been eviscerated and had committed career suicide by stepping forward as an expert witness. And these individuals, the special masters, we had George Hastings as a special master. He went to lengths to make sure that he tore down our expert witnesses to, the very core. It was like watching one of the old Flintstones episodes where Fred Flintstone was in with his boss, Mr. Slate, and then Fred would get shrink and get smaller with every criticism, every slam. That was what it was like. And then finally, we were thrown out of the system because of a statute of limitation, and we never got oral arguments whatsoever. Neither did we get any type of compensation for the amount of money that we spent for legal fees. And so it was a net loss. These children need to be taken care of. My son is very, very similar to your son, John. Really, really brilliant. Loves physics, loves calculus, loves German. But his whole body dyspraxia just traps him in his body. And so, bar another medical breakthrough or miracle, then he's going to need a lifetime of care. Just 24/7 care. And so these kids, there needs to be some type of endowment for each child that's been affected for this in order to take care of them for the rest of their lives.
If I could add something to that, though, because my son was in the omnibus as well. And one thing that I think we have to talk about is the omnibus has to be revisited. And I agree with Drew. Earlier today, Drew said that the omnibus was a setup from the beginning, right? That it was going to be a way to get all these cases, put them together, and then just find some way to get rid of them, okay? But in the omnibus, they completely violated their own rules, and they violated the law in multiple places, because what they decided to do was pick 6 test cases to test various theories of autism causation, right? Well, 2 of them, one was Hannah Poling, okay? That was just outright autism. And they said, oh, no, that doesn't count anymore. And then there was another one where, based on an expert witness, okay, changed their opinion about what caused the autism in the individual concerned. So there was another one. But the lawyers for the government never let that testimony, that changed testimony, come back into the system. So you already had 2 out of the 6 saying, yeah, it was autism, and they completely disregarded all that, right? I can't imagine a more immoral, illegal thing to do. And at the very least, it has to be investigated, if not just completely reopened, with a look-back provisions for other families as well. I mean, this 3-year period is just insane. If it's any other kind of injury, correct me if I'm wrong, Drew, but if it's a medical injury, you have until a minor is no longer a minor to file. And we got 3 years with vaccines.
Yeah, it's part of the fallacy, and certainly something that I have flagged. Now we need the legislature to weigh in on that, because that's in the statute itself. So we have to statutorily change the statute of limitations. But yeah, it's a situation where it's 3 years from the first onset of symptoms, period. It doesn't matter if your child is 5 years old or not.
Well, a whole lot to learn at the Maha Institute's Roundtable on Autism in Washington, D.C. Glad you enjoyed part of that today as we dipped into that. Don't forget to join me tomorrow to start your broadcast day here on Real America's Voice. It's Free for All Friday. What does that mean? It means you get to call in and talk to me live on the air. You don't want to miss that right here, the Steve Gruber Show on Real America's Voice. I look forward to talking to you tomorrow, all right? Free for All Friday. Don't miss it. We'll see you then.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore. Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
All right, there we go. 4 o'clock in New York City. Tetra. No idea what Tetra does. Take a look at the markets. A little bit tough day across the board. A little better than it was earlier in the day. Dow ends up about 175 lower. I know it says 59 there, but we're keeping an eye at the latest prints on the board. Are 175 lower in the Dow. S&P down 33. NASDAQ down 113. Jump over to the oil and the gold market. Oil is up 18 cents. Was up the other day, yesterday, gold bouncing back. Had a tough day, down 50 yesterday, up 11 today. And here's the bad news. The crypto market, Bitcoin, at one point, I saw it down 108,000, 109.5 right now, down from about 112,000 yesterday, made up 114,000 high yesterday. So not sure where all the selling is coming into the crypto market, but it is palpable. All right, folks, let's do a little update for you, because a couple of days ago we had this guy on and he had a compelling story, and it really touched a lot of you. A lot of people hit me up, said, I hope you help Oscar El Blue out. So our first guest is our own Rav border correspondent reporting from Tijuana, Mexico, which seems to be making the cartel upset. Yes, Oscar, our guy, is upsetting the cartel. Oscar Ramirez, welcome. Oscar, last time we had you on, a bunch of people in the chat, a bunch of people, friends of mine called me and said, make sure he's going to be okay and his family's going to be okay. Tell us how things stand. I know it was only 2 days ago since we spoke, but this is very concerning that allegedly some cartel folks showed up with guns, try to get into your gated community. Tell us, where do we stand?
Well, the investigations right now are ongoing, Eric. Still, they found that the car was a rental car, so apparently they used this car to just particularly do a job like they have been doing, in the past. Mexico is number 3 for assassinations towards journalists around the globe. Next is Pakistan, and the other one, it is between the limitations of Gaza, what has been going on. So we are not far away from what it is, a war zone. Of course, our life, it is, it's on the line right now of seeing what can we do. We are, we can say with all of our hearts that we are concerned about what can happen. But we are going to continue to work, Eric. We have safeguarded our families, also alerted our family members that they are in high alert right now due to these circumstances, that they are going around the neighborhoods of where our families are located. So they are extremely concerned about these situations. Also, we have 2 investigative journalists that they have been surrounding our social medias due to the mercenary attacks that we have been receiving through social medias. They are copying every single attack that they are, basically saying that they want to eradicate us. They want to eliminate us from the planet. So this is like a little ball of snow that has been growing, and that ended up with this. That is, extremely concerning for us over here.
Oscar, tell us, so your kids are still going to school, right? You have to leave. Just give us the day-to-day. What? Tell us how you survive in a place where, any moment a cartel member who's already allegedly looking for you might show up.
Well, it has happened before. In the year 2018, I was going up in the mountain reporting open border gaps, and we got threatened, and that led to a persecution to my house. Also, I had to advise the authorities of what was going on. In the year 2020, we almost got killed in the mountain in Guatemala. So we returned back to our city of Tijuana and safeguarded over here. And now, we have to just remain guarded in the house. If we go out, we have to advise several journalists and also several authorities that we know that we're going out and doing some investigative reporting. I have a 10-year-old only, so it's difficult to. My son, he knows what is going on. He watches my social media, and he's concerned absolutely what can happen to his dad. Ultimately, at the end of the day, I have to let him know, this is what is going on, son, in my life. So I don't tell him the whole story. We have seen, other types of stories of other journalists, how they talk to their family members and how they handle these kind of situations. So from now on, I have a couple of colleagues that they have advised me what to do, and we're following their instructions.
Allow me this is the video, a surveillance security video of the people who showed up with armed, who were trying to get into your community, but they were stopped. Yes? Yes,
they didn't. It's really, there was a security guard in the front gate of the community, and the security guard told us that they had, weapons in the middle of the automobile. But they didn't force the entry. They could easily done it, threatening the security guard. But they did not force the entry because there were family in front of the gate, so they didn't want to make a spectacle about it. But they stayed there for like 30 minutes, trying to force the entry, trying to say, like, we need to go in, we need to go to this specific, house, and we are looking for this guy. We want to record just from outside of the house. Of course, they did not want to do that. They wanted to go in there and possibly do some harm, immediate harm to myself. But after that, they left. The most concerning thing is that they went to several addresses of my family members, and they tried to, look where am I possibly was located at that particular time or day. So the mission for them for that day, they did not accomplish it. Thanks to God. I don't know what they were.
What's the mission? Oscar, what's the mission? Is the mission to intimidate you, to scare you, or is the mission to take you out? What is it?
Both of them. I believe that at this particular point, it's just to, as they say over here, levanton, pick you up, take you for a little ride, and let you know, what kind of circumstances they are uncomfortable with. Or, at this moment that they're coming into the addresses, they just knock on your door and say, hey, let me in. We want to talk to you for a little bit, and let you know that what kind of situations they need from now on, extortion possibly, that is what they are most know of from now on, what they're doing. But the most concerning thing is that they can easily come pick you up, and then, as we have reported multiple times, Eric, the mass graves, the most difficult thing about this is that they will not find you. So that will be the most concerning thing for my family.
And that really is one of the, since you've been on, right? It's about 10 months since I've been on RAV. We've had you on countless times, dozens of times. The reporting's amazing. You brought us mass graves at the cartel that no one knew about, that were just discovered. You showed us the mass graves. We've seen cartel dump bodies in refrigerators onto the street. We've seen the video. You've brought us that video. And almost to a time, I say, can you please be safe, Oscar? Be safe. Nothing's worth that. I mean, you're a professional, you're a journalist, and you're doing your job, but it's you don't want to put your family in harm's way. I'm just very nervous that they're going to make you stop doing this, not by intimidation, by worse. I mean, so here's the point, folks. We had this conversation with Oscar the other day, a couple of days ago. I was compelled. I called some friends at the Department of Homeland Security, and Oscar, they're going to reach out to you if you haven't. They haven't yet. They will. And I'm not sure what they can do. I don't know what they can do, but I certainly would like Homeland Security aware of your situation. Any thoughts on what might be the right way to go with some of this for them, at least? I mean, can you get over here on this side? Maybe. I don't know. I don't know where to go with it. I just want to make sure you're safe.
Well, of course, everybody knows that I have been really open about my past. In the past, years that I have been, second opportunities in life happen to every individual, and everybody makes mistakes in the past. So, everybody's aware of my past, and I have completely renewed my life and changed my life completely. It's been almost 17 years of that mistake that I have made, but hopefully something positive can happen, and not specifically in the United States, somewhere else. The most concerning thing about this is that what I can say to the public, it is that, my family could not find where am I located on my body, so I can have a proper funeral if something aggravated happens in that particular case.
We can't talk this way. We can't. We need to get you out of harm's way.
Eric, I have to be completely honest about the situation, how it is over here in Mexico, and that is the most honest way that I can say.
What about you had at one point, you were talking to Mexican Senator Tilly. Can she help out at all?
Yes, absolutely. We have been, in talks through text messages. This sadly happens to a lot of journalists over here in Mexico. It is one of the things that happens consistently, this is why with the Journalists Union over here, we have been completely in touch to not get to those circumstances and to not get to that extent. But we have to think about it the good way and the bad way, Eric. So what can happen, in a bad situation?
Dumb question, I know, but I have to ask it. Is it safe to alert the authorities? I mean, it's almost like the authorities, quote unquote authorities, the police, whatever. A lot of them are in the pocket of the cartels. So is it even worthwhile asking the police for some protection?
No, it's good. There's good authorities, and it's good and bad authorities. They're more the good guys than the bad guys, and when it comes to this kind of situations, a lot of them, I know a lot of them. So a lot of them, they know that I'm here to work. I'm here to inform of the open situation that it is happening horribly in our borders and into the United States of America. So they know my good intentions or what am I doing. So in their good intentions, they know that, their more intentional way is to protect the whole situation and for us to not get into the extent of being in imminent danger that we are already right now.
Am I putting you in any further danger by bringing this up? And I'm asking this because I don't want to do that. I think the world needs to see what's going on, but I don't want to put you in further danger, Oscar. That's something I want to make sure we're not doing here.
No, absolutely not. In the first days when it happened, I remained quiet. I reached out to my brother, Ben Bergquam, and I told him what was going on. And they advised me to just remain quiet as they were doing the investigations. Then, sadly, the Charlie Kirk assassination happened, and I said, it's not the time. It is not the time at all. And I remained more quiet. And then I said, you know what, this is what is actually happening. And then after what happened, and I said, I think it is, I asked if I could speak about it. And they said, yes, absolutely. Now we have a lead. So go ahead, Oscar, you can, speak about what is going on.
All right. We will have Trish McLaughlin, who's coming on in a little bit later in the show. She's hung up at the White House right now. We were going to have her come on at the same time or similar time as you. We'll get to her later, and we will ask her. I'm going to just ask her point blank. How can we help Oscar? How can the United States help Oscar? He's exposing some of the biggest crime and corruption on the planet, especially on our southern border. They're shooting drugs into our kids. I lost a son to fentanyl that came across the Mexican border. I think it's very, very important what you're doing. I don't want to put you in harm's way. So maybe, who knows, let's see what we can do. But our hearts definitely go out to you and your family, Oscar Ramirez. We appreciate what you do, my friend.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bowling. And thank you so much for having me in your show.
You keep us and let us know what else we can do. And we will continue to do it. Oscar, thank you. El Blue, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
All right, folks, The Edge. It launched last week. Brett Favre was amazing. This week, we're debunking all the health myths, men's health hacks, let's call them, and what works, what doesn't. Testosterone, creatine, cold plunges, lifting more weights. We take you through with a real doctor. We talk to Joe Rogan stuff, Huberman stuff. Here's a quick taste, but I need you to subscribe at Eric Bowling The Edge on YouTube. At Eric Bowling The Edge on YouTube. Take a look. A project I've been talking about wanting to do for more than a year. I was kind of hung up in the whole political world, and the beautiful thing about The Edge is no politics whatsoever. I love doing things that are apolitical. We started from zero, not a single subscriber, not a single view. In just about a week or so, not even a week yet, we have thousands upon thousands of views. We're approaching 700 subscribers overnight. I can't imagine what this could be and what this will grow to be. But we're going to do it. We're going to give it a shot. I've wanted to do it a long time, and it's certainly nice to be away from the political world and into something where we talk about things guys, dudes do. It's okay to be a guy again. Isn't it great? It's okay to be a guy again. This is amazing. We've been told don't hold the doors open for women. It's sexist, or don't be such toxic masculinity. How many times have you heard that in the last 4 years? Toxic masculinity. No. We're going to be the antidote to toxic masculinity. We're going to be more toxic. How's that? We're going to amp up the toxicity of masculinity right here on The Edge.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore. Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are RAV.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
This is Diane from Rhode Island. Why do I love Real America's Voice? Because they deliver us facts from hosts who love America and love God. What's not to like?
Hi, this is Chris from Wisconsin, and I love Real America's Voice because they have great news and a great chat family. God bless all of you.
My name is Sandy Zeiss. RAV is the greatest for me because I live alone, and when I'm watching in the morning, have my coffee, I feel like I'm talking with family.
All right, folks, my next guest is my good friend, CEO and editor of Just the News, No Noise, John Solomon. Thank you for being here, John. I guess the big story of the day, former FBI Director James Comey. We're waiting to hear. We're waiting bated breath. Will he or won't he be indicted? John, what do you know?
Yeah, the grand jury is just wrapping up its business for the day down in Richmond. We should know in the next 45 minutes whether or not an indictment's been handed up today or whether it will pass on to Tuesday for more discussion. But what we do know is that there is pretty strong evidence that you and I talked about on your show a couple weeks ago. These are documents we surfaced earlier in September. The former director, James Comey, has always testified he never asked anyone to leak classified information, but we showed the world a few weeks ago that there are documents showing his own chief counsel, the general counsel of the FBI at the time, James Baker, told the FBI and the Justice Department that, in fact, Comey had instructed him through James Rubicki, the chief of staff at the time, to leak a piece of classified information in the final weeks before the 2016 election, right in October, right when you can have an influence on the election. That evidence has been in the FBI's possession for a long time. Kash Patel found it, sent it over to the Justice Department. That prompted an investigation in Virginia. People say, why Virginia? And the answer is because when Comey testified back in September of 2020, it was in the middle of COVID. You couldn't do things in person, so he testified from his home in Virginia. That opened up a different venue than Washington, D.C. It opens up the venue in Richmond, a more conservative federal court district, which will not bode well for Comey if he were to be indicted. So evidence was presented today. We know some FBI agents were there to be interviewed by the grand jury. We do not know yet what decision, if any, has been made, but we should know in the next 45 minutes. That's the guidance.
So indicted, I was reading for perjury, though. Would this be other charges?
No, I think all that's in the statute of limitations right now is that the September 30th, 2020 testimony that Comey gave. Everything before that, going back to 16 and 17 when they were doing Russia collusion and submitting the bogus Steele dossier to the FISA court or to the intelligence community assessment to mislead the American people and the FISA judges, all of that is outside the statute of limitations. The only way that could be brought in is if at some point down the road, Pam Bondi decides to create a conspiracy case and treat the last decade as 10 years of conspiratorial efforts to get Donald Trump. That allows the statute of limitations to be extended. But right now, the case before the grand jury is a single count of perjury involving testimony on September 30th, 2020, right in the middle of the pandemic, when James Comey was asked, and he doubled down saying, I stand by my testimony. I did not ask anyone to leak classified information. The grand jury is going to see that testimony, and they're going to see the evidence that James Rubicki and James Baker gave that suggests that Comey wasn't telling the truth.
So how can the grand jury decide quickly? Because the statute of limitations runs out in 4.5 days.
Yeah, listen, the opportunity to indict is today. They can do it today. If the grand jury wants to see more evidence, they will reconvene next Tuesday. Grand juries typically meet on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, so the next opening would most likely be next Tuesday. The statute of limitations would expire at the end of Tuesday night next week. And so there is a small window. You have to ask yourself, how could the Trump Justice Department bump itself up against this deadline? That is a question. That is a meaningful question. Kash Patel had this evidence wrapped up a long time ago. The Justice Department has been slow to get to it. There are some reports today that Pam Bondi had some doubt about bringing this case. I don't have that confirmed, but
gracious.
The idea that
I hope that's not. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
Well, the idea that we're waiting to the last minute is once again an example of how effective the deep state inside the Justice Department can be. They can slow walk things, even when you have an Attorney General and FBI director that really want to get the job done. The FBI did its work weeks ago. This was wrapped up and ready to go weeks ago. We reported on the bombshell documents weeks ago. I remember. Unfortunately, we're up against this deadline, but there's plenty of time to get it.
Begs the question, you got to get it so you can get him indicted. So once you get him indicted, other things can sprout from that. This is the way it works, right? Then I'm thinking Clapper, I'm thinking Brennan, I'm thinking, I don't know, Christopher Wray even, just open the case so that it's stop the clock, right? So we can now start investigating. And once you find stuff that in an active investigation, you can use it. Correct? Am I getting it right?
Yeah, listen, you could also turn James Comey state's witness, make a deal with him and have him testify against a Brennan or an Obama. Although I don't think Obama can be indicted under the current immunity ruling of the Supreme Court, but you could get meaningful testimony about the president. And so there's always that possibility. Yeah. I always keep my expectations slim when it comes to the Justice Department.
I hate to do this to my good friend John Solomon, but as we do it, Rav, we always make way for the President of the United States, folks. There he is.
Representatives and kings and all of the top leaders in the Middle East. And we had also a very good conversation with Bibi Netanyahu, trying to get the hostages back, and we're trying to get the end of the Gaza situation. It's really bad, very bad. And we think it could happen. Maybe it could happen pretty soon. We want the hostages back. We want the bodies back. And we want to have peace in that region. So we had some very good talks. As you know, I had President Erdogan here, Turkey, and we had a great meeting today. I think we had a meeting that was very conclusive in so many different things that we wanted, things that he wanted, and that was good. We'll be announcing that sometime later, and he'll be making an announcement too. But we had a great meeting with Turkey and their very respected president, and spent time. We had lunch, and we had a lot of good discussions. So those two things, and we have some executive orders today to sign that are very important for the country. And we'll start off with one that's a proclamation, and yes, want to do that, Will?
Yes, sir. So today is Gold Star Mothers and Families Day. This is an annual proclamation. This is to commemorate the fallen, those who have died for all of our freedoms and for our country, and for their families who have suffered such grievous losses. But this is a proclamation commemorating Gold Star Mothers and Gold Star families.
Yeah, and they're great people. Incredible people, what they've had to go through. Very few people could have gone through this kind of thing. Gold Star. Okay, thank you very much. He'll put it over here, Steve.
Next, sir, we have an executive order on TikTok. From the first days of your administration, you've charged a team from your administration, led by Vice President Vance, with ensuring that we can preserve TikTok as a platform for the 170 million Americans who use it, while ensuring that their data is properly protected as required by law. With this executive order, you will be effectively bringing into effect the agreement that will save TikTok and ensure that it can operate safely and securely.
So this is interesting because I had a very good talk with President Xi. A lot of respect for him. Hopefully he has a lot of respect for me too. And we talked about TikTok and other things, but we talked about TikTok, and he gave us the go-ahead. You know, it's run by American investors and American companies, great ones, great investors, the biggest. You don't get bigger, I don't imagine. And maybe I'll have JD. JD was very much involved and in charge of it. and maybe I'll have you say a few words about the deal. He would report back, and the points of the deal, I think, are great for our country. So, JD, do you want to give it a little talk, please?
Yes, sir. Yeah. So thank you, sir, for your leadership and for your help. We really couldn't have done this without the president actually ushering this deal over the finish line. There was some resistance on the Chinese side, but the fundamental thing that we wanted to accomplish is that we wanted to keep TikTok operating, but we also wanted to make sure that we protected Americans' data privacy as required by law, both because it's the right thing to do, but also because it's a legal requirement of the law that was passed last year by Congress. So we think that we were able to do that. Of course, we're going to keep on working at it. But this deal really does mean that Americans can use TikTok, but actually use it with more confidence than they had in the past, because their data is going to be secure and it's not going to be used as a propaganda weapon against our fellow citizens. We're very excited about it. We appreciate the cooperation of everybody involved, and it's a big day.
And I think I can say that especially the young people, they really wanted this to happen. They did not want to have TikTok close. And I got a little used to TikTok. I used it myself during the campaign, and it was very successful because you know how I did with the young voter. And Charlie helped me a lot too. And he said to me, "You should go on TikTok." And it actually had, because we got record votes with the young voter, as you know, for the election. So I was a little bit prejudiced in that way toward TikTok. It was very good and very meaningful. But we have American investors taking it over, running it, highly sophisticated. Including Larry Ellison, and Oracle, I guess, is going to play a very big role in terms of security, safety, and everything else. So we have very good controls, and literally, I would get a call from friends of mine who were fathers of young people saying, "Could you do me a favor? Could you get it approved, please? My son is driving me crazy." So we're getting it done, and they have a big audience, and we have great American investors. And here's your final copy. TikTok. Maybe if you want, we could take a couple of questions on TikTok, and then we're going to get onto something completely different. Okay? Yeah.
Mr. President,
Jeff?
Mr. Vice President, you mentioned that China was resistant. Can you describe where China is now? Are they fully on board with this?
They're on board. Yeah. I spoke with President Xi. We had a good talk. I told him what we were doing, and he said, "Go ahead with it."
On the algorithm, it's still being leased coming from China. Are you satisfied that there's no security concerns?
Yeah, I am. I really am.
It would push disruptive.
The biggest reason is that it's owned by Americans, and very sophisticated Americans, and people that love the country, and very smart Americans too. So they don't want anything like that to happen. Yes, please.
Thank you. Is there any operational relationship with Chinese entities or staff to execute the deal?
With who?
With the Chinese.
I don't think so. Not that I know. No, this is going to be American operated all the way. And great respect for President Xi, and I very much appreciate that he approved the deal, because to get it done properly, we really needed the support of China and the approval of China. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. President, now that Americans will have operational control, do you want to see the algorithm suggest more MAGA-related content prioritized?
I always like MAGA-related. If I could, I'd make it 100% MAGA-related. It's actually a good question, but I would, yeah, if I could make it 100% MAGA, I would, but it's not going to work out that way, unfortunately. No, everyone's going to be treated fairly. Every group, every philosophy, every policy will be treated very fairly. Thank you.
Mr. President, do you know the valuation? You know the American company is going to be valued in the billions?
Well, they valued it very highly. They're paying a big number. Do you want to talk, Scott? Do you want to say something about value?
Well, I'll let the Vice President, and then I can follow up.
You'll say something.
Sure. Well, first of all, I would say all credit goes to the Secretary of the Treasury. Couldn't have got it done without Scott. Also couldn't have got it done without Sean Cooksey on my team, so thanks to them. The company will be valued around $14 billion. We actually think this is a good deal for investors, but ultimately the investors are going to make the determination about what they want to invest in and what they think is a proper value. The most important thing is that it does protect Americans' data security. It ensures TikTok is still accessible. And on this question of the algorithm, which we've heard this a lot, what this deal ensures is that the American entity and the American investors will actually control the algorithm. We don't want this used as a propaganda tool by any foreign government. We want to make sure that our people and our investors actually make these decisions based on what's good for their business as opposed to what's good for another government's propaganda arm. So that's what we've done with this deal. I think it's very good for the American people. And as the president said, young people love this. We actually want everybody to access this, whether they're MAGA or not. We just want it to be fair. We want it to be fair to everybody, and we think that's what's going to happen with this new arrangement.
Well, the U.S. government...
And just to follow up on the Vice President, there were two pieces to the transaction. The Vice President's office has worked since the spring for the commercial transaction between the investor groups, and then Treasury and a group including the Vice President's office were in Madrid 2 weeks ago to negotiate with the Chinese, and it was a result of President Trump's close relationship with Party Chair Xi that we were able to get this across the line. We created a framework for Party Chair Xi to agree, and then on the leaders' call, Xi and President Trump discussed the final arrangement. So it was 1-2, and that was the final piece.
Will the U.S. government get any kind of annual payment as a result of this deal?
Taxes. It's going to make money, and we're going to get a lot of money in taxes. And you know, China wanted to see this go. This is a great legacy for China, too. I thought President Xi was great in terms of his approval. We probably could have done it a different way, but it wouldn't have been the same. It wouldn't have been the same security at all, but I appreciated that he approved it.
So aside from taxes, there's no part of the deal that is like a payment to the U.S. government?
Well, we're going to be announcing different things, but the U.S. comes out great. And I think China comes out great because they're going to have a very important legacy. And they have many other deals. You know, they have deals with us, and they have deals in here in this country. And, you know, they want to be treated fairly also.
So, Mr. President and Mr. Vice President, the U.S. company could change the algorithm to push different content? Is that...
The U.S. company will have control over how the algorithm pushes content to users, and that was a very important part of it. We thought it was necessary for the national security element of the law. We also just think it's important to protect American users. Again, we want users to use this platform the way they want to. We want the business to make decisions about content based on the interests of the business and based on the interests of the users, and that's what we think will happen with this new arrangement.
And they're paying a lot of money, and I think hopefully it's going to be a great deal. They're very sophisticated people. You'll see a list. Have you seen a list yet of the people? Well, you've been reading about it, though. It's. I know Michael Dell's involved, and Rupert Murdoch's involved, and a lot of. And let's see, we have probably 4 or 5 absolutely world-class investors that love the country, and they made a lot of money with the country, and many of them are in a somewhat related business, so it works out pretty well. And they're going to be very careful about all of these questions that you've been asking.
Who else beyond Dell and Murdoch?
Well, it's a blue chip group of investors, and we'll be announcing more about who exactly is involved in the deal in the days to come.
Oracle's playing a very big part.
That's right, sir.
And Oracle really understands this, and I think they're actually they've been involved for quite a while running it for the people, the previous people, and so it's really, I think it's going to be very well protected. Very, very prestigious deal, actually.
On that point, Mr. President, as the President said, Oracle has actually had a role in housing the data for a long time, even when the entity was controlled by the ByteDance organization in China. So Oracle had a pretty interesting perspective on what was necessary to actually create true data privacy protections for Americans. They were a very important part of getting this thing done.
Mr. President, you told us a couple of weeks ago you thought that the security concerns were overrated, but were there legitimate concerns when it comes to safety?
From my standpoint, no, because the people that own it are, you know, they're not China-centric, they're USA-centric, and they're very smart people. I guess you could say it about everything. Everything is what's secure nowadays. Things that you think are totally secure turn out to not to be. But I think in this case, it's going to be as secure as you can be because of the ownership and the people. And they have a big investment. You know, it's to their advantage to make sure it's good and safe. Yeah. Anybody else? Do you have a question? No, behind you.
Well, I just want to say, do you think this move and getting this deal done, Mr. President, do you think this honors the legacy of Charlie Kirk? You mentioned that he specifically pushed you to get involved with TikTok in your campaign, helped you win young voters. Do you think this deal honors him in a way?
Well, I think it's a good thing. It's a good sign. We're doing very well, as you know, with the trade deals. We're doing very well with China, and a lot of them. We were never treated properly. We were for 4 years, actually, but we were never treated very properly by other countries, and we're doing well. We've never done this well. We have, because of the tariffs that are coming in, the deals that are being made, $950 billion in one case, $950 billion, where previously they paid nothing. We have, as you know, in Japan it's $550 billion, South Korea's $350 billion. That's up front. And one of the things I can say, I announced it lightly before, but we're taking in tremendous amounts of money with tariffs. We've never seen anything like it. No country's ever seen anything like it. I'm going to devote a little bit of that money, a little bit of the tariff money, to our farmers. Our farmers have been incredible. They're the ones that let us survive and eat and enjoy our lives, right? Eat too much, maybe in some cases, like mine. But I will tell you, we're going to take some of the tariff money, relatively small amount, but a lot for the farmers. And we're going to help the farmers out a little bit, because during this transition period, a period where we're taking in incredible amounts of money, we'll have a little bit of a shortfall with the farmers until the tariffs kick in, because they haven't kicked in for the farmers yet. And I decided before, and I spoke to all of the people here, that I want to make a contribution out of the tariff money, a small percentage of it, but it's a lot for the farmers. It'll make the farmers feel very good, just help them through the transition. And ultimately, they're going to be making a fortune. They will be one of the top in the whole world in terms of percentage gotten from the tariffs we're taking in. But we have so much coming in; it's a very small thing. But I want to, in fact, just get the word out to the farmer, because they'll be struggling until the transition is complete. Then after that, they're going to do, I think, better than they've ever done before. Last time I said, get yourself a larger tractor and more land. And that was when they were doing very poorly, and they ended up there's been a self-deportation because of what we've been doing that's been incredible. Okay, yeah, please.
Secretary Hegseth is inviting military leaders from all around the country on Tuesday. Will you also be there?
From all around the country to what?
To Virginia. He's
inviting the generals and admirals to Virginia for a big meeting. They're not sure why.
Well, I know. I love it. I mean, I think it's great. Let them be friendly. Let them be friendly with the generals and admirals from all over the world. Why is there something? No, but is there something wrong with it?
And what is it about? Will you be there personally as well? And what is it about?
Well, I'll be there if they want me, but why is that such a big deal? I mean, the fact that we're getting along with the generals and admirals from all. Remember, I'm the president of peace. It's good to get along. It's good. You act like this is a bad thing. Isn't it nice that people are coming from all over the world to be with us?
It's not particularly unusual that generals who report to the Secretary of War and then to the President of the United States are coming to speak with the Secretary of War. It's actually not unusual at all, and I think it's odd that you guys have made it into such a big story.
Is it a big story? I mean,
I don't think it is, sir.
I would think it's no, but isn't it a good story? I mean, we're respected from all over the world as a military force. I rebuilt the military during my first term, even though we gave a chunk of it away to Afghanistan. But we're talking Afghanistan too, by the way, about Bagram and about that. But that's a very small amount compared to what we rebuilt it by. But I rebuilt the military, and we're very respected. We have the strongest military anywhere in the world without question. We have the greatest equipment in the world. We're selling the equipment to other countries. And a lot of generals want to be here, and they want to look at they're also going to be touring equipment sites. They're going to be talking about the newest weapons, et cetera, et cetera. But I think it's great when generals and top people want to come to the United States to be with our now called Secretary of War. Does everybody like the name? I do.
You said something really
please.
interesting this week about Ukraine, that you thought Ukraine could get back all of the territory that Russia had taken.
Yeah, they have a shot at it because Russia.
What prompted you to change your thoughts on that?
Well, because I've been watching the way what Russia's been doing. I'm very dissatisfied with what Russia's doing and what President Putin is doing. I haven't liked it at all. He's killing people for no reason whatsoever. And they are doing very poorly, considering they have put it all out on the line. Their economy is going to hell. They're bombing the hell out of everything, and they're picking up very little territory, if any. In fact, they're losing some territory. So I think it's been very bad for the reputation of Russia. This war should have been over. If this were our war, we would have had it over in 1 week.
But you didn't.
And they're getting into fourth year, Jeff. They're getting into the fourth year now. 4 year of fighting, and you see what they've taken. In the last month, they've taken very little, and you've been certain areas like Kiev in one night. And with all of that work, they've taken over very little. So now I'm very disappointed in President Putin. I thought I solved 7 wars. In fact, we have a great leader coming. We have the Prime Minister of Pakistan coming, and the Field Marshal. Pakistan Field Marshal is a very great guy, and so is the Prime Minister, both. And they're coming, and they may be in this room right now. I don't know, because we're late. And I said maybe they'd like to join They actually may be somewhere in the beautiful Oval Office. Yeah, please, behind you.
Quickly on Gaza, did you promise leaders this week that you would not allow Israel to annex the West Bank? Is that something that you?
I will not allow Israel to annex the West Bank. No, I will not allow it. It's not going to happen.
Did you speak with Netanyahu about this directly?
Yeah, but I'm not going to allow it. Whether I spoke to him or not, I did. But I'm not allowing Israel to annex the West Bank. There's been enough. It's time to stop now, okay? Yeah, please.
Jasmine Crockett recently.
Jasmine Crockett. Remember what I said? Is she a relation to the late, great Davy Crockett? I don't think so. Jasmine Crockett, let me tell you, before you even ask, she's a very low IQ person. I mean, if we ever had to pass an aptitude test, that's the one should take one, because she shouldn't even be in the crowd. So I have no idea what you're going to, but I don't think we should waste our time. This is a low IQ person who I can't even believe is a congressperson. Between her and Ilhan Omar and the group. I met the head of Somalia. Did you know that? And I suggested that maybe he'd like to take her back, and he said, I don't want her. Okay, what else? let's hear what Crockett said. Go.
She compared ICE raids to slave patrol. I want to ask you.
To slave?
To slave patrol. I want to ask you if you think that there should be consequences for members of Congress who make these types of comparisons or use this language.
Well, I think she's gone over the line, and I think a lot of the people. Look, the Democrats have become radical left lunatics. They have policies that nobody's going to buy. And, I see what's going on in New York. We're going to have perhaps a communist mayor because it's split up. If the people would get together and have one candidate, they'd have, I think, a pretty good chance. But it looks like maybe they're not going to do that. But we're going to end up with a communist mayor. It's not even believable, my beautiful New York. When I left New York to become president, it was a great place. But it was the beginning of bad things because we had de Blasio had just started as mayor, and I said, this guy's a real nut job. Went to Harvard to teach management. Can you believe it? He went to Harvard to teach city management along with the mayor of Chicago, who went to Harvard to teach. The two of them are teaching how to manage a city manage it into hell is what they do. But that was the beginning, and now we're going to go a step further. Now we're going with the communists. Can I be honest? I think it's the greatest thing to ever happen to the Republican Party. I really do. I think if a communist takes over New York City, I think that's a gift to the Republican Party. It's sad for New York, but it's a gift. And New York will recover because sometimes you need a shock like that to straighten you out. But it's politically, it's probably a very good thing.
Mr. President, can I ask about immigration, crime, and the World Cup? Actually, so
that's a lot of.
You have a number of cities that are pushing back against your immigration deportation move as well as your crime initiatives. Some of those cities.
I don't think they're very much.
But some of those cities have World Cup games. Yeah. Seattle, San Francisco.
They're going to be very secure.
But could those games move if they don't cooperate with your crime push?
Well, that's an interesting, I guess, but we're going to make sure they're safe. They're run by radical left lunatics and that don't know what they're doing. Look at Washington, D.C. I just got numbers. There's like no crime in Washington, D.C. You, Jeff, will not be mugged walking down the street. You can walk down the street with your family. You can walk down your street with your wife, your daughter, your son, and you're not going to be. We took out 1,700 career criminals that we're not allowing back. And we have this city in great shape. There was a time when not long ago, when every single week you'd have at least one murder. And look what's happening with Washington. It's safe. I went to dinner in Washington just to prove a point. I gave a press conference in the middle of a street. I wouldn't say Secret Service was thrilled, but I did it, and here I am. Look, Washington, D.C. is such a great example of what can be done. We did it in 12 days. We made it very safe in 12 days, and now it's much safer than that. One other thing, I drove around Washington over the weekend, and I said, look at the difference. The grass looked great. Everything looked great. We had a lot of our National Guard, and we didn't ask them to do it. They did it themselves. They're proud. They're great. And they were picking up paper. They were cleaning. The place looked really beautiful. So we have a great Washington, D.C. We, as you probably know, we're going into Memphis, and we're going into some other cities, and very soon we're going to go into Chicago. It will be safe for the World Cup. If I think it isn't safe, we'll move it into a different city. Absolutely. We'll take the world. If I think it's not, it's actually a very fair question. If I think it's not safe, we're going to move it out of that city. If, like the governor of Illinois, who is, look, between last week and the week before, 11 murders, and 38 people were shot. Then he gets up and says, this is a very safe. And then he says crime is better. The reason crime is better is because Cash put, about 5 months ago, a whole team of FBI people there to get ready for when we go in, and they've lowered it a little bit, like 20-25%, which isn't good enough, but it's a good start. But that was only put there because they're preparing for us to go in. And they've done, by the way, they've done a good job. So then Pritzker gets up, we've lowered crime 25. It's because the FBI was there. So, no, if any city we think is going to be even a little bit dangerous for the World Cup or for the Olympics, where they have Olympic overthrow, right? But for the World Cup in particular, because they're playing in so many cities, we won't allow it to go we'll move it around a little bit. But I hope that's not going to happen. Yeah.
Mr. President, Director Patel this morning indicated that the shooter in Dallas had been using an app to track ICE. Does your administration have any plans to take down those apps or get them removed or any?
Well, I can't tell you about that, but it tells you when they want to wear masks or they want to hide a little bit, why that's so important. These are great patriots, the ICE, and what a tough job they have. What an unbelievably tough job they have. And think of it, what are they doing? They're taking hardcore criminals out of our country and putting them back. These were largely criminals that were given to us by Joe Biden and his group of radical maniacs that surrounded this desk, just like these people surround the desk now, but they're not maniacs, they're very solid people.
Thank you, sir.
I'm glad I prefaced it. But they're great. We have a great cabinet. We have great people. And he didn't have great people. He had terrible people. Look at Afghanistan. Look at the people he had running our military. That could happen. The most embarrassing day in the history of our country was Afghanistan. And 13 young people died. They don't ever talk about the 38 that were horribly wounded with legs and arms and everything else, really horribly wounded. So the country's respected like it's probably almost never been respected before. I think we're respected at a level, and a year ago it was a dead country. We had a dead country a year ago. This country was dying. It was really in bad shape. Let's talk about the next subject, can we?
One of the most powerful deterrents we have to violent crime is the death penalty. As you said, your administration has taken bold, decisive steps to ensure that Washington, D.C. is once again a safe and secure city for its residents and all who visit. This is a presidential memorandum that directs your Attorney General and your U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, Judge Jeanine Pirro, to fully implement the death penalty here in Washington, D.C., where the evidence and facts of a case indicate that the death penalty should be used.
Okay, everybody understand? Death penalty in Washington. You kill somebody, or if you kill a police officer, law enforcement officer, death penalty. And hopefully there won't be that. So again, it's way down. I mean, we have had week after week after week where we haven't had a murder. I said that the other day in front of the president of Poland. The press was here, and I said, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to announce that Washington, D.C. has not had a death in 4 weeks, a murder. And he looked at me, he goes, is that good or bad? You know, he said, what kind of a place is this? But it's true for years. I mean, every week, essentially, somebody got killed or more than one. And this is a very safe city right now. We don't play games. And, you know, it's interesting. We took these careers out, career criminals. They call them careers. They left the word criminal out, but we took the careers out of here, and they're now brought back to their homes, or they're in jail, or they're in a jail in another country, and hopefully they're not coming back. And we have to maintain it. You can't just leave, and we have to maintain it. We've gotten along fairly well with the mayor. You know, she's getting a party that hates that the city's becoming safe. I mean, they're actually criticizing her because the city's becoming safe. But this is becoming this is right now a very, very safe city. This went from the most unsafe city in the country to the safest city in the country. There's no city any safer. That's a pretty big achievement. And we really did it in 12 days. But if you add an extra week to it, that'd be nice. And I mean, you can go out to dinner. Restaurants are booming. You know, the restaurants were dead. They were dead. Even if you got to the restaurant, then somebody would come in and hold you up. You know, they'd hold up the whole restaurant. They go to Uber. Young ladies in the White House, they'd call Uber for protection. They'd run to the car because they were petrified to be from the entrance of their building to the car. Now they feel safe. They're in the car, and then the car gets hijacked while they're in the back of the car. This is what we were living in. We were living in hell. The people that work in the White House, every time they see me, young women in particular, say, thank you, sir. And I don't even ask them about what. I know exactly. I made their lives. Now they're living in a beautiful, glamorous place called Washington, D.C. with no crime, and that's the way it should be. Okay? This is the death penalty for somebody that kills people in Washington, D.C. I think it's capital. It's a very interesting capital punishment, capital city.
Like that's
right? It's capital. But this is our capital city. We can't allow that to happen. People come in from Iowa to look at the Lincoln Memorial and they end up getting killed. It doesn't happen anymore. It's not going to happen. And if it does happen, it's the death penalty for the person that did it. And this goes into effect.
Yes, sir.
Right? Pam, is that right?
Yes,
Could you
sir.
speak a little bit about that?
Yes, sir. Not only are we seeking it in Washington, D.C., but all over the country again. And as you saw very recently, we are now moving the inmates who were on death row, who Joe Biden or the auto pen commuted their sentences off of death row. We're moving them to supermax facilities where they will be treated like they're on death row for the rest of their lives, President Trump.
Okay, that's a big statement. Thank you very much. Okay. I see some of you shaking your heads very positively. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, fellas.
You said on the campaign trail that you were for the death penalty if anybody, illegal, killed a U.S. citizen or a police officer. So this just reinforces your campaign promises.
And most people really like it. And Washington, again, it's going to serve as a beacon because you have to do it. These are bad people. When you look at that guy, the guy that killed the young lady in the train in North Carolina, that he'll be in trial for years and years, years. He'll get a good lawyer somewhere along the line. Somebody will come along, and what he did to that young lady, and she went into that train scared. You know, when she went in, the way she sat down, she was scared to just be there. She just wanted to not pay any attention to anybody, just not be noticed. And she had her throat slit. We don't want that in this country anymore. We're not going to have it in this country anymore. Thank you very much. Next.
Lastly, sir, this is a presidential memorandum on countering domestic terrorism and organized political violence. In recent weeks, months, and years, we've seen a tremendous upsurge in some highly visible, but also other acts of domestic terrorism and organized political violence being perpetrated by radical, politically motivated groups all over the country. What this presidential memorandum will do is set off an administration-wide response to that, ranging from the Joint Terrorism Task Forces to other components of the Department of Justice to the Department of Homeland Security and the Department of Treasury. We're looking at interdicting these groups, preventing them from performing acts of violence, and also looking at sources of organization and funding and support that prop them up and allow them to do the acts that they have been doing.
We're looking at the funders of a lot of these groups, and you know, when you see the signs, and they're all beautiful signs made professionally, these aren't your protesters that make the sign in their basement late in the evening because they really believe it. These are anarchists and agitators, professional anarchists and agitators, and they get hired by wealthy people, some of whom I know, I guess. You know, I probably know them. And you wouldn't know it. You're at dinner with them, everything's nice, and then you find out that they funded millions of dollars to these lunatics. Steve, could you say a couple of words?
Yes, Mr. President. This is a very historic and significant day. This is the first time in American history that there is an all-of-government effort to dismantle left-wing terrorism, to dismantle Antifa, to dismantle the organizations that have been carrying out these acts of political violence and terrorism. What we have seen, if you look at whether it be going back to the riots that started with Black Lives Matter and all the way through to the Antifa riots, the attacks on ICE officers, the doxing campaigns, and now the political assassinations, these are not lone, isolated events. This is part of an organized campaign of radical left terrorism. It is structured, it is sophisticated, it is well-funded, it is well-planned. There is really no parallel like this to anything else in the country right now. There is an entire system of feeder organizations that provide money, resources, weapons, and when they're attacking ICE officers, they're attacking federal buildings, or they're isolating public officials for harassment, doxing, intimidation, and ultimately attempted assassination. It is all carefully planned, executed, and thought through. It is terrorism on our soil. Because of this executive order, Cash and Pam are going to have the tools they need, working with Scott, to take these organizations apart piece by piece. And the central hub of that effort is going to be the Joint Terrorism Task Force, or JTTF, which sits inside the Federal Bureau of Investigation. But for those at home who are worried about terrorism in this country, they need to understand, because of President Trump's strength, because of his vision, because of his leadership, we are now going to use the entire force of the federal government to uproot these organizations root and branch. And again, that's only possible because of President Trump and his leadership.
Thank you. Steve Cash, please.
Yes, as Stephen was saying, Mr. President, thanks to your leadership, crime is going downward in a tremendous fashion, and that's what we want for every city in America. And the FBI's premier flagship enterprise, the Joint Terrorism Task Force, are honored to lead this initiative with our partners at Treasury and Homeland Security, because our citizens are being attacked by, as Stephen said, organized violence, and it's being paid for, not by them, by other people. So what we are going to do, combining forces as Scott and I have done in these last few months, is follow the money. People and organizations have collected funds and put them out into the streets of America and organized violence across our country. And thanks to your recognition of this and this executive order and the AG's leadership to lead out and prosecute these individuals, we are properly going to chase them down like the domestic terrorists that they are. And our streets and our communities are going to be safer because the JTTF and the FBI and Treasury and DHS and DOJ are going to combine forces like never before to root out this new evil that is perpetrating our criminal activities across our societies. And we are just so thankful for your leadership and recognition of it. It's not easy to do.
Good job. Thank you very much,
Who
Pam.
specifically do you want to target?
What?
Besides Antifa, is there a specific group or person you're targeting in this?
Any organized group.
Any
organized group who are committing these crimes, and we're working with the Secretary of Treasury. You know what law enforcement has told us under President Trump's leadership? He's taken the handcuffs off law enforcement. They can do their jobs now, thanks to you, President Trump, and that's what's happening. And all of these agencies that Cash mentioned, we work hand in hand together. Our prosecutors were following the money with Treasury. We're working with Homeland Security. Cash's agents, all of our agents, DEA, ATF, U.S. Marshals, combined, are working and with state and local government to take these people off the streets who are jeopardizing lives.
Can I just illustrate this? So I was talking with Cash and Stephen about this a couple of days ago, sir. So I believe it was in Oregon where you had a federal building where there were men in black ski masks who were committing acts of violence, who were shutting down a government building. To the president's point, they don't come from nowhere. These are paid people. This is organized. They're committing acts of political terrorism on American soil. And it's time we had a government that looked out for the American people rather than the people who are committing violence against the American people.
When you go out to Portland and you see what's happening in Portland, this is like nobody's ever seen anything like it. Every night, and this has gone on for years. They just burned the place down, and you know the shop owners, most of them have left, but the few shops that are open, they just use plywood and just like 3/4-inch plywood. They don't put storefronts in because they know it's going to be burned down. These are professional agitators. Right. These are bad people, and they're paid a lot of money by rich people, some of whom we know. I'm sure I know some. I don't. If I knew, I wouldn't associate because I'll be in trouble. Because Pam will say, "Why are you associating with this person?" But I will tell you that these are bad people, and they're paying a lot of money, millions of dollars. But take a look at Portland sometime. These are crazy people. And they're trying to burn down buildings, including federal buildings. And on my list of things that I want to do before we finish up with the cities, because I think we're going to whip the cities back into shape, and we have to. We cannot let our cities, and that's a small example, but it's the most violent example. It's every night, and they've done it for years. You'd think maybe at some point they made their point, and what are they doing? But we're going to get out there, and we're going to do a pretty big number of those people in Portland that are doing that. They're professional agitators and anarchists. They're actually anarchists, yeah.
Just so we
Go ahead, why don't you defend? Let's see you defend them, Jeff.
No, I'm not defending anyone. I just want, so that we can just explain this in our stories, could you name a couple?
You don't explain it right, though, Jeff. Go ahead, let's go. Maybe let's give you another chance. Go ahead.
Antifa, Soros. What names are we talking about?
Well, Soros is a name certainly that I keep hearing. I don't know, but Soros is a name that I hear. I hear a lot of different names. I hear names of some pretty rich people that are radical left people. Maybe I hear about a guy named Reid Hoffman. Somebody's a pretty rich guy, I guess, and I hear about him. I don't know. Maybe could be him. Could be a lot of people. We hear the same names. But they're bad, and we're going to find out. And if they are funding these things, they're going to have some problems because they're agitators and they're anarchists. These are anarchists. Really bad. Okay, yeah, please.
Mr. General, Mr. President,
Who you with? Who you with?
I'm with the Center Square. Sarah Roderikovich is my name. There's also, as you know, Antifa is not just a domestic terror, or now a domestic terror organization. It's also international. I know the Netherlands is looking at also designating them a terror organization.
Right.
Have you been working with your intel community and your DNI to possibly expand that to making them designating
Yes,
an
we have.
international terror
Yeah,
organization?
we have been. Yep. It's an international. In many cases, it is international.
Because
Yeah.
on Antifa, if someone takes to the streets of America and says they're Antifa, what happens to them? What will happen to them?
Well, I'd say the maximum under the law, and we'll see. Now, if they kill somebody, we just signed a death penalty, so it depends where it is. But if they kill somebody, which they do, I mean, people are dying. You go out to Portland, people die out there. Many people have died over the years in Portland. Portland is, I don't know how anybody lives there. It's amazing. But it's anarchy out there, and that's what they want. They want anarchy. Like when they attacked Seattle and took over a big percentage of the city, I was going to go out and we were going to do a big number. They heard that and everybody broke up all of a sudden. But, you know, you have governors that have to run that, and a lot of them don't do that. I don't like to go in. I'd rather have Pritzker's support when we go into Chicago. But if we don't have it, that's okay, too, because we're paramount, and we will do what we have to do. We're going to make Chicago safe. We're going to make every place. We're going to make as many as we can, and usually that involves a surge. But what we did with, in the case of Chicago, by having the FBI go out there 5 or 6 months ago, we brought it down a little bit. You know, a little bit is 25%, so it's not so little, but it is when you're talking about the kind of crime and killings and murders that you hear in Chicago. But we're going to get it. Chicago's a great city. As the Union Pacific said, the head of the Union Pacific, who's a great guy, started off as a low-rung guy. He said he started in a caboose, and now he's the chairman of the Union Pacific. But he's a great guy. But he said, "Sir, don't lose Chicago." The way he said it, I said, "Boy, it really hit me." You know, here's a man that knows all the cities. The Union Pacific, I guess, is our largest railroad, and he knows all the cities. He's been doing it for 45 years, and he said, "Sir, don't lose Chicago." And the way he said that meant a lot to me, and we're going to go into Chicago very soon. We're going to take care of Memphis. We're going to take care of Memphis. You can't walk a block without getting shot. We're going to take care of that one, and just like we did Washington, D.C., and we're going to do Chicago very soon. Yeah.
We heard there could be an indictment on James Comey. Do you know if there is an indictment, or Madam Attorney?
I don't know. I know it's going on because I read the papers just like you do, right? So I don't know. Do you have anything to say about that?
We can't comment on that.
Yeah.
Madam Attorney General, can you comment on a New York Times report saying that Justice Department officials have asked attorneys to target a George Soros-funded group? And is this executive order that you just signed a part of that effort?
I'm not going to comment on whether there is or is not a pending investigation, but everything's on the table right now.
I don't think anybody has to ask, because if you look at Soros, he's at the top of every. In fact, sometimes they say, could he be involved in this many things? But he's in every story that I read. Stories that I read keep talking about Soros, and so, you know, I guess he'd be a likely candidate. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President.
Thank you.
Guys. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, guys. Let's go. Let's go. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Let's go.
Thank you, Brett. Oh, hello.
Thank you,
Okay, here we are. Wow, blockbuster. What did we tell you about? Domestic terrorism, international terrorism? President signed the first executive order. I guess it was a finding or directionally on Monday night, coming back from Charlie Kirk's memorial service. Right there, you had everybody in the Oval. You've signed other executive orders, and clearly they signed one about reinstating the death penalty into the District of Columbia for capital crimes. But then he dropped the mother lode right there. And if we can cut this, he was naming names. He named Reid Hoffman. If I was Reid Hoffman's one of the most obnoxious billionaires in the country, purely evil guy, hates Trump, hates MAGA, hates the country. The president said, hey, I've heard some names about some of these guys. Yeah, Reid Hoffman keeps popping up. I would take that as a papal bull. This executive order gives the FBI and DOJ a whole set of tools, a massive tool chest. in which to go after the three layers of these terrorist organizations. The foot soldiers down front that you see outside of Portland, and the affiliate guys looks like the guy on the roof at in Dallas, and whoever the shooter, potentially the shooter in when they find out who the ultimate shooter was with the Charlie Kirk situation. I can also tell you, because of designating these transgender militias, these radical transgender, because look, the transgender movement, you can see it in the women's and sports thing. It's a bunch of very manipulative, screwed up men, quote unquote men, that, want to be women or think they're women or want to cosplay as women, that that is the transgender movement. Yes, you do have some women in there that want to be men, as you can tell from the Nashville shooting, but vast majority are manipulative, very manipulative, cunning men, and now they've gotten dangerous with these militias. They're all part of affiliated groups. And Pam Bondi said right there, hey, everything's on the table, could be other groups. Stunning announcement and executive order. He called Pam and Cash to be over in the Oval Office to be part of this. And so just over 2 weeks after the assassination of Charlie Kirk, the execution of Charlie Kirk, actions being taken in this increase in political violence, which is being goaded on by the mainstream media. And remember, you got the first tier, the foot soldiers. You got the second tier of people in the military or former military officials, former non-commissioned officers, special forces, others that train the Antifa, train the foot soldiers, train Black Bloc. You have national security personnel, intel personnel that have been radicalized. Then you got the third level, and the third level is the operation integration. This is the foundations. This is the money. This is the George Soros, or according to President Trump, potentially a Reid Hoffman. Reid Hoffman. He actually said that in the Oval Office. Stunning. And he said, the Attorney General said, when they asked about Soros, we're looking at everybody. President goes, well, his name keeps popping up. Basically, every time I'm briefed, his name's at the top of the list. So great day. This is going on offense on a terrific day. Okay, we got a bunch of stuff going on. I got Jack Posobiec. Is Poso up? Julie Kelly. Let's go to Julie Kelly. Julie Kelly, we got so much to go through, the leaks about Comey, but just from the Oval Office, you just saw President Trump throw down as hard as you can, and really the initiating action, like in a movie, boom, that now gives Cash and Pam Bondi, and he's going to look for results. He's given them every tool in the toolbox. Julie Kelly, your thoughts?
I think that he is reflecting, as you and I talked about yesterday, the frustration of the base and the president and his White House, that things appear to be anyway moving sort of slowly, and that we want to make sure. And Jack has talked about this really forcefully over the past few weeks, especially the past few days, Sean Davis as well, that we need to have action. We cannot squander this window of time, especially after losing our friend Charlie Kirk in such a tragic assassination, still all of us in disbelief that happened. So I think that the president is just making sure that, everything is on the table, everyone is on the table, every interest group, every nonprofit, everyone who has fueled and continues to foment violence, that they've now been put on notice.
Julie, do we have the Ken Delanian about the leak of the memo? I want to go to the Comey situation. I don't know if we ever broken out. Can I play it? Is it ready right now? Okay, I want to play a clip that kind of broke last night. I want your assessment, because this gets to the problem that Cash and Pam have, and the problem that the MAGA base has, is that the administrative state and the deep state still control the deal, although President Trump is the president, Pam Bondi's the attorney general. You've got now Halligan over in the Eastern District. We just have a tenuous grip on this. Can I go ahead and play it? Are we ready?
We believe that the U.S. Attorney, Lindsay Halligan, is moving forward with the case, despite that memo that she received recommending that she not do so. And again, that memo said that not only do these lawyers think they can't win the case and convince a jury beyond a reasonable doubt that James Comey is guilty of lying to Congress, they don't even believe there's probable cause, which is the lower standard by which you obtain an indictment. Although the Justice Department rules, the ethical rules, say that a prosecutor should believe they could win a conviction if they even seek an indictment. But we think they're moving forward. We believe the grand jury is sitting today. They may be presenting to the grand jury today. We're waiting to see what happens here. And look, I mean, you laid it out really well. There was a saying in Stalinist Russia, "Find me the man and I'll show you the crime." And that looks like what's happening here. I mean, this was James Comey and his conduct in the Russia investigation was scrutinized by a different Trump-appointed prosecutor, John Durham, the special counsel, who looked at everything and didn't charge Comey, or very few other people actually, didn't even.
I can't take any more. Show me the man for a guy I went to prison for 4 months. Plus, they came after us for everything. These people are the worst, and Delaney is one of the worst. I'm sure he's going to be investigated because of all the classified leaks that he got. So you ought to be very careful what he's saying on television. Julie Kelly, right there is the problem. They go to a guy like, was it Delaney at NBC? They leak classified information. They leak information, take it down. And I'm going to tell people, hey, there's no First Amendment right to do that for classified information and highly confidential information about ongoing investigations. This is all to try to put a mark that James Comey is being singled out. He's not being singled out. He's a criminal. This is the low-hanging fruit. There's so much more to come on him. As Mike Davis said this morning, an ongoing conspiracy doesn't have a timeline on it. This one runs out, I think, next Wednesday. Your thoughts, ma'am?
Well, it looks like what they are attempting to do in the Eastern District of Virginia, Steve, is what we saw happen in the Southern District of New York. And that is this internal revolt by so-called career prosecutors who are really partisan political operatives. And when the Trump DOJ went in to dismiss that politically motivated indictment against New York City Eric Adams, you had a new a temporary U.S. attorney, Danielle Sassoon, who, remember, issued this long resignation letter about how this was the weaponization and politicization of the Department of Justice. Then you had other prosecutors step down. It was this big publicity stunt. It looks like we're in the making of a similar situation in the Eastern District of Virginia. Of course, we had Eric Siebert, who was ousted last week. His number two, Steve, a woman named Maya Song, she just left the Lisa Monaco's office. She served as a senior counsel for Lisa Monaco, the Deputy Attorney General under Joe Biden, the longtime Trump hater, saboteur, one of the architects of the Russiagate collusion hoax. And this was the assistant U.S. attorney under Eric Siebert. So what we're hearing from both Fusion Ken, as we call him, and ABC News is that this declination memo was written by, I think, 3 prosecutors, career prosecutors in that office, saying not just that they didn't have the evidence, but something along the lines that an indictment would violate DOJ policy and ethics rules. Now, we don't know what that means, but what we do know is that this appears to be a pattern in what we call the establishment Department of Justice in politicizing their own insubordination and defying the will of their superiors at the Trump Department of Justice.
Julie, you're working on a bunch of big stories for your new Substack. Just give us an idea. Hopefully we see this indictment in the next couple of days. What else is on your watch list? I know we talked about the impeachment of Beryl Howell, which hasn't happened, but we are working on this. We are definitely working on this, talking to people on Capitol Hill. So you're 100% correct. You got to impeach one of these radical federal judges. What else do you see out on the horizon that is something we ought to put on people's radars right now?
Well, it appears that they're accelerating the investigation, I believe, into former CIA Director John Brennan. So that is happening. Also, the very strange story of what happened to Tom Homan, who appears to have been part of the by Christopher Wray's FBI last year. I'm working on that as well. But then also, Steve, what you and I have talked about, and that is this Department of Justice using the precedent that was set by the Biden-Monaco DOJ. Equated statutes like seditious conspiracy and using some of those statutes the same way that the Biden-Garland-Monaco DOJ used them. So I'm working on that as well. So there's a lot to work to keep up with.
The two buried, you got dropped two bombshells right there. Number one, that Brennan is ongoing. I know you have a big update on that. And the Tom Homan setup. They're trying to take out Trump's guys all the time, the MAGA people all the time. So that's one I know you're feverishly working on. Also, John Solomon's going to be with us to kick off the show tomorrow. I think John Solomon might have a bombshell or two also that he may put up either overnight or first thing in the morning. John Solomon also beavering away in this. Julie, where do people go to your Substack, your social media, all of it?
So my Substack is Declassified with Julie Kelly. Also on X, Julie_Kelly. I have a podcast up this week I'm going to be posting with an expert, our friend Kyle, who is talking about exactly the sort of framework that the DOJ and the Trump White House can pursue to rein in left-wing terror operation.
Julie Kelly, always honored to have you on here, man. Amazing work.
Thanks, Steve.
Amazing work. President Trump in the Oval Office. This spiraling and escalatory political violence from the radical left in the Democratic Party is going to stop. And President Trump is going to stop it. He's going to use the full force of the state to take this apart brick by brick and hold accountable those that have helped finance it, organize it, drive its message, all of it. Not just the Grundoons down front throwing Molotov cocktails in Oregon. You got to get them too. Don't get me wrong. Put them in prison for a long time. But there's a deep darkness on the color revolution against this constitutional republic. Short commercial break. Poso, and we're going to go to the round table next in the War Room.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Hi, I'm Bridgie, and why do I love Rav? Well, even out here in the cornfields of Iowa, I still need news I can depend on. That is Real America's Voice.
This is Rashad from Boston, Massachusetts, and I love Real America's Voice. It is the best place for real news and content. Much love.
I'm Lou, Mega Pilot from Rav's Gator Chat here in beautiful Trump County, Florida. The best place for real news is Real America's Voice.
America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
By the way, gold around 3,800. I got that down. I'm ready to roll. I'm ready to roll here. I'm focused. I'm focused. I get so caught up in the Oval Office because what President Trump's doing, you just don't see that. Like today, it's not even like a press briefing anymore. He's giving a tutorial. You're never going to see this again, folks. Just enjoy it now. Embrace it now. Trump is a phenomenon you'll never, ever, ever in your lifetime. It's like a Charlie Kirk or Andrew Breitbart. They come along every so often. You'll never see it again. And what he's doing is, and of course he's dropping bombs in there, but getting down to the heart of it, the signal. They did the first one on Monday. He wanted something different and deeper. Gave him a bigger toolbox. The Joint Terrorism Center is going to run this out of the FBI. I'm pretty sure the DHS guys, the Terrorism Center over there, will also be involved. Financing all of it. Birch Gold. Lula's scheduled for next week. I don't know. He's heading up to BRICS. They're trying to destroy the dollar. What you need to do is talk to the Birch Gold guys, and not just about the price of gold, not even just about the process, but also the methodologies of how they get you into it. IRAs, 401ks, all this highly technical deals they've got for tax deferment of your retirement, all of it. Take time to study this now. Take time to spend time with Birch Gold. They'll spend time with you. Birchgold.com, promo code promo code Bannon. That would be me. At the end of the dollar empire. Also, and maybe a quick and dirty, is to text Bannon at 989898 and get the ultimate guide for investing in gold and precious metals. And you get direct access to Philip Patrick and the team. And Philip's going to be with us on Saturday. We're going to spend a lot of time on Saturday going through a lot of stuff in capital markets and economics. Patriot Mobile, the guys down in Texas. They support you. You know that to stop giving money to people that hate you. You know what they've done to fight for freedom and MAGA down in Texas. But it's also the great phone service, mobile service, that you can't do without. 972-PATRIOT. You're going to talk to an American citizen, and they're going to walk you through the options. Everything. So take your time. Call 972-PATRIOT. Tell them Steve Bannon sent you. You'll talk to an American citizen, and take your time and get the full readout. Do it today. Let's go to the roundtable. I call it a symposium, but a roundtable. It covered a bunch of different verticals. As we left and went to the Oval Office this morning, Claire Dooley from the Maha Institute and our own Britt McHenry were there. I'm going to toss it back to them. We picked back up, guys, and we had the Oval Office, so we bookended it. Oval Office and you guys. Oval Office and you guys. Tell us how it went today, folks.
That's fair to cut out from us for the Oval Office. We trust that and believe that. It was a very informative, lengthy panel. 5 hours. We had a lot of different individuals, neurologists, advocates, mothers, with some really heart-touching stories. What stood out the most to you, Claire? Because you've done documentaries on all of this. I certainly have a few takeaways myself to tell Steve, but what about for you?
I think one of the overreaching themes is redefining what autism is and what we mean when we talk about autism from a vaccine injury standpoint. That was something that I think was discussed a lot today, right? Maybe we should revise the definition of autism, change how we're diagnosing it, maybe create a new category for autism diagnosis. So that was one point that I really thought was a good way to step forward when it comes to autism, because I think a lot of times people get really frustrated. They think, oh, well, don't you think autism is a blessing? But we're not talking about someone who is a little funny, a little quirky, and good at math. We're talking about individuals who are nonverbal, who have seizures, who have gastrointestinal issues, profound health impacts that we call vaccine injuries. So that's kind of the difference between the two.
Absolutely. And there was a lot of talk about vaccines, of course. We may have mentioned this prior, but the hepatitis B shot given to infants, is that necessary? A great quote by Tony, I believe, of the PAC Action president, was you're not a vaccine denier if you just have a few questions about, do we need mercury in every vaccine that's given to our children? That was a very great point to make. A mother who went to the ends of the earth, literally to help her child. And I think there were some homeopathic solutions that were offered too for women when we discussed Tylenol and pregnancies, acupuncture, massages. Not everybody can just have the credit card ready for that, but I think a little bit more back to the basics instead of just immediately going to Tylenol as a cure-all, which we know isn't good.
Britt and Claire, the purpose of this was to get more information out there. I got a question, and I'd like to get both of your responses. This has been so demonized by Big Pharma as that this is just a network of very upset parents, but this happened for other reasons, and a group of cranks that are driving this. This whole purpose of what we've seen over the last couple of weeks coming out is to get this information out to a broader public. So, Britt, you first, and then Claire, do you think we're being successful? Do you think this information is starting to get out and a broader public is starting to sit there and go, you know what? There may be something here that requires additional investigation, additional research as we get ready to drop the autism report. Britt, you first, and then Claire.
Absolutely. There were immediate comments about President Trump being the president of health, the president of autism, that he's been talking about this for decades. With his press conference really getting out ahead, I'm sure Claire will agree with me on that. All the media, mainstream media, is going to focus on Tylenol, which does have its concerns. But what other president, Steve, has come out to really address the issue of autism, which we know RFK Jr. is pioneering different technologies and philosophies in how to cure it. So what happened today was to discuss, why is this happening more in children? It's a issue in the natal development, the postnatal development. So whenever you hear about that, that isn't a fallacy, right? That's what's been pushed, at least from what I've seen, Claire, in mainstream media. It happens in child development, and that's what today was about, is how we can avoid certain vaccines that'll accelerate that, avoid things in addition to just Tylenol that could help pain relief. And I think this was very educational.
Yeah, there was a lot of answers when it comes to the science of how we can prevent autism and treat autism. But to answer your question, Steve, I think that we are absolutely taking the step in the right direction right now with Trump with his announcement Monday and this roundtable happening today. This is a moment that many moms with profound children with autism have been waiting for decades, and it's happening. We're having the conversation, and I think that we can move forward because we have, after the post-COVID era, we have doctors, we have scientists, we have lawyers, epidemiologists. I mean, every single profession and expert that you want to name, they're here. They were just standing behind me saying their testimonies. So now we're arming the public with the right information. And I think we're going to look back on this moment in 30 years from now and think, how did they think that vaccines weren't causing autism?
Wow.
And why weren't they worried about autism and the epidemic that was coming forward?
Wow. Claire, where they get more information? Where they get more information for the symposium? Is it up? I know we had tons of people, a huge audience watching today, but for those that want to catch up on it, where do they go?
So if you want to go to mahainstitute.us, you can sign up for their email list. You can learn more about where to watch it full time. It's on Real America's Voice, the whole symposium, as you say. But we are also going to do a full post-production on this programming and cut out any dead space, make it look pretty for you, that will be coming in the next few weeks. So you can find that at mahainstitute.us, Maha Action, and Maha PAC.
And we taped a lot of interviews as well. And I will say, Steve, they had...
Go ahead.
What's
Keep
that?
going. Keep going.
Oh, I was just going to say, I'll do my best to put those out with Rav online. And I was just going to add they had Make America Healthy Again fruit roll-ups. They're versions of it. So, that was enjoyable to listen and be educated and be healthy.
Britt, what is your social media? Where do people go to track you?
On X or Twitter, Britt McHenry, at Britt McHenry, my name. Same on Instagram, and I will try to post more of those clips. And I also wrote an article on it, Steve, so maybe we can get that up on our website.
Perfect. Yeah, we'll get that up and maybe talk to you more about it. Last thing, Claire Dooley, when are we going to see your next film? Are you getting lazy on us? You're a great young filmmaker. When's your next film coming out?
I'm not lazy. I'm just strategic, Steve. Okay, there's a big difference. So we're going to be releasing sometime in the next year, in the fall. But we're doing this the right way this time. I can't just throw my film out on War Room. Okay, we're going on the festivals. We're going through distribution, different distribution outlets. We're doing the real deal this time. So it might take a little while.
The room with that camera.
Okay,
I was sitting down.
That's good.
And if you guys want to learn more about my documentaries, you can find it at clairedooley.us.
Claire Dooley. Okay, guys, thank you. Great job today. Look for more of the content. Thank you all. Poso, we got so much to go through, but I want to focus on what just happened in the Oval. I appreciate you stepping away and joining us. Your show's been on fire recently. Talk to me about now President Trump signed another executive order to broaden out the tool set that Pam and Cash can use against Antifa. Brother, you've been fighting that since I first met you. I think you were a teenager. Tell me about it.
Yeah, Steve, thanks so much for having me on again. And, we're still here. I'm still here in Phoenix. You could see him in the Turning Point studio. And, we've been trying to lock it down as best we can and keep the ball moving forward here with obviously everything we're going through. But look, at the end of the day, it's as simple as this. These networks will not stop until they are stopped. They didn't stop in 2020. They kept continuing, and now they're at the point where we're seeing targeted assassinations going on. And we need to start seeing nighttime raids on these violent groups and these violent terror cells that exist within our country. It's really as simple as that. So whether it's an ICE shooting down in Dallas, or it's an assassination up in Utah, or by the way, another ICE shooting that took place on July 4th in Fort Worth area, so just near Dallas. This is going on, and unfortunately, Steve, it's escalating. So I applaud the president. What we need to see is action, and we need to see this action right now. We can't wait until there's another left-wing violent shooting, or in ABC? They were the station out in Sacramento. They had a shoot. They got shot up there. And Fox News, they
shot it up. They
tried to bomb the Fox News van, and all this has been going on. Steve, it's not going to stop. And I'm sorry, but there's some DC politicians around there who want to say, "Oh, just stop." They think they can get up and beat their chest. And Ted Cruz, I saw him up there. Why won't you just stop? Why won't you stop? Senator, they will not stop until they are stopped. Government action is what's needed here. That's what the people want. They want to feel safe. I don't want speeches. I don't want tweets. I want myself and my children to be safe, because they've already killed one of us. They've taken shots on Trump. They killed Corey Compatore last year. What is being done?
Jack, can you hang on 1 second? I just want to hold you through the break. We got a couple minutes. I appreciate you doing this. A huge day on the fight against this escalating political violence brought on by the left. And as Jack Posovic's so fond of saying, there ain't two lefts. There's not one you can debate with and one that's vicious and violent. There's one left. Only one left, right? and it's got to be put down. The way to do it with this terrorist. Jack Posobiec on the other side.
Great News America, Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today. Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
This is Giselle Chaffin. I'm from North Carolina. I'd like to let you know that Rav News is the best news. Number one news. Truth seekers seek to find the truth. It'll set you free.
My name is Sandy Zeiss. Rav is the greatest for me because I live alone, and when I'm watching in the morning, have my coffee, I feel like I'm talking with family.
I'm Terry from New Jersey, and I just want to say that I love Real America's Voice. I love you guys. Keep up the good work.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Jack, I got on you a couple of years ago. I think it was 4 or 5. A couple of years ago in Lincoln Park, I think you went down there and confronted Antifa like you used to do all the time. I said, man, you're too valuable to this movement to do this now, about how dangerous these people are and how violent they are. We saw this with the beloved Charlie Kirk. Talk to me now. What would you tell the president? We only got a couple of minutes. What would you tell the president today after he signed this? Where should he start? If Jack Posobiec wants to see action, and the public needs to see something, would you start in Oregon? Would you go roll up some of these other groups? Would you kick down some doors in Utah? What would Jack Posobiec recommend?
Well, look, Portland is the obvious, right? Portland is the one where you have some of the most advanced and deepest and well-known and well-documented Antifa cells in the entire country. So why wouldn't you start Portland, Oregon, Eugene, Oregon, go roll up those cells? But Steve, here's the thing. You go to the joint task forces, the joint terrorism task forces that are in every major city in America. There's always a guy. It's typically a guy who's on the gang intelligence, gang information unit, who actually knows who the violent radicals are in and operating within their AOR. So you work with the Joint Terrorism Task Forces, because if this is a domestic terrorist group, then that's what you have the JTTF for. They work with local law enforcement. They know the laws that have been brought. Just the rules of engagement are a go now. You are green lighted. So all of the guys who are out there that have been tracking these groups, that know these groups, guess what? Now that's a terrorist organization. You need to treat them like a terrorist organization. So yeah, you can start in Portland, but I would go to the JTTFs and I would put out the word right now immediately that it's on. It's on.
Jack, you wrote a book on humans. Where do people go for social media? Because you're like the Associated Press for us, plus the book on humans, which really gives you the history of all this, because all these people are kind of all the same. Where do folks go for the book and your social media, sir, and your show? Yeah,
we're up. The book is up on Amazon on humans, and I wrote a book, The Antifa, on the origins of Antifa, which go all the way back to Weimar Germany and the Civil War Spain. So go and get those books if you want to understand. These people are not interested in debate. They killed the guy who was trying to debate. If you don't wake up, DC Republicans, then guess what? Anyone could be next.
Jack Posobiec, honored to have you on here, and honored to be shoulder to shoulder with you in this fight. Thank you, sir. A brave young man there. Natalie Dominguez, we want to make sure that it's so hard to own a home today, particularly people under 35. We want to make sure that every dream people have are in that home. We want to make sure it doesn't turn into a nightmare. How is Home Title Lock going to help the Warren Posse, ma'am?
Well, first of all, I just want to say, everything that we're worrying about that Jack was talking about, I think it's so important to make sure that while all of these very big idea things are happening around us, we're keeping ourselves safe. And that's why we partnered with you. That's why we do what we do and talk about what we do. So I'm going to give you guys another news update today and just talk about that. So in West Dallas, there is a report that has come out that a pastor has actually lost his family church that was originally founded by his grandfather to a fraudulent deed transfer back in 2017. So 8 years ago, and this report is just coming out. And sadly, the fraud was actually carried out by a fellow pastor of another church who claimed ownership of the property using these fraudulent deeds and actually moved his congregation into the church while the church that was supposed to be there was actually out because the church was being renovated. And they actually came back to this other church occupying their building, which is terrifying, right? Same thing if it happens to your home. Maxie discovered that when he went to go to the courts to remove Foster for trespassing. And there's a video that if anyone in the audience wants to go see, you can find it online. He talked about that the courts couldn't do anything about it because they said it was out of their jurisdiction to kick him out because this criminal pastor had paperwork showing that he was the legal owner of this building. And then Pastor Maxie, the former owner of the building, he lacked money for a prolonged legal fight, so never actually went to battle for the church. And after this, in 2022, so this is 5 years later, they actually convicted this Pastor Foster of doing this to 3 total churches that they know of, including Maxie's, and is now serving a 35-year prison sentence. And as of when this report came out, and this is the scariest part, the former pastor, even though the criminal, right? I'll say the criminal because they're both pastors. So the criminal's in prison. He's serving 35 years, right? And the original pastor that owned the building still does not have this building back in their possession. The report showed that it's still sitting there on valuable land, and he didn't have the money to go through and reclaim it with court proceedings. So they're still without a church, their congregation. And this is terrifying because, one, this can happen to anyone with any type of property, right? Whether it's a church, a home, you have an Airbnb, you're the owner of an apartment building, you have some vacant land sitting around, or you're, an elderly grandma that's on her home she's been in for 65 years. It's going to happen to anyone with a property. But two, it's just how sad that 8 years later, this church building was lost to fraud. The guy went to jail and then no recourse for the homeowner. Basically, if you don't have the money, you're screwed. So that's why we do what we do here at Home Title Lock. We're not just monitoring alerts. Go ahead, Steve.
No, I'll go through. I want to know, hit what we do, because even if the criminal system takes over, that doesn't help you in getting your property back or the money they took out of second loan. That's a different deal. The state's going to take care of their business with fraud, but you're kind of left holding the bag. This is the reason that you've got to go and check out. Okay, we only got about 30 seconds. Where do people go, Natalie?
HomeTitleLock.com, promo code Steve. Find out if you're a victim today. You get 14 days free, $1 million triple lock protection. We're not just monitoring and alerts, we are restoration. So no out-of-pocket cost to you. We fight for as long as we need, whether that's months or years, whatever it is, to get everything back in your name. So you're not left like this pastor who now no longer has his church. HomeTitleLock.com, promo code Steve. Come check it out.
Remember, the guy that did it got 30 years. But the other guy doesn't have his church back. Unbelievable. Natalie Dominguez, look forward to having you back on again, ma'am. Thank you. Historic day. Another one. President Trump dropping bombs. We're going to clean up this political violence in this country. It's not going to stop overnight. But as we've said on this show consistently, the ones banging the table, you had to do this. It ain't going to stop until you stop it. The way you stop it is use every available tool to the state. President Trump now has initiated the action. It's time for people. Let's get on with it. Short commercial break. We're going to be back in the worm in just a moment.
Great News America, Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today. Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
Everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
Everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness.
Control room can hear me. I can't hear the show.
Good evening, America. Happy Thursday. Welcome to the latest edition of Just the News, No Noise. I'm your host, John Solomon, reporting to you, as always, in the nation's capital, where a lot of things happened today. President Trump got Tic Tac, well, almost out of Chinese hands now. Amanda's going to bring you up to date on that in a second. But before we get to that, I want to talk a little bit about accountability and FBI. Tomorrow morning, you're going to wake up to a major story at Just the News. It answers a question that we've tried to pose for the last 5 years. Did FBI agents themselves believe the FBI had become biased? Tomorrow, you're going to see not one, not two, not five, not 10, but scores of FBI agents telling their leadership in an internal memo after January 6th that they believe the FBI had become politically biased against the conservative movement and 4 liberals. And they cite extraordinary circumstances, extraordinary details, extraordinary statements. It's so rare for the FBI to speak up against their leadership internally, but this happened on Chris Wray's watch. Now, all the while, Chris Wray was telling Congress, we don't have a political bias problem, even though his own agents were saying day in and day out they in fact had a political bias problem. The other thing we're going to answer for you, for the first time, we're going to be able to give you a specific number. How many plainclothes FBI agents were in the crowd and working the Capitol on the day of January 6th? Now, we knew there were 23 undercover informants. We got you that data a few months ago. Tomorrow, we're going to tell you an astounding number. Yes, it's a very large number of FBI agents that were on the scene when the riot was breaking out, all in plain clothes, all unable to be seen. Chris Wray would never answer that question to Congress. We're going to answer it for you with these documents we're going to make public. Meanwhile, on the issue of the FBI, and maybe one of the men who owns some of the legacy of that politicized FBI, James Comey, a grand jury in Richmond right now, is considering evidence about whether he lied to Congress in September of 2020. The statute of limitations coming up next Tuesday. Today, prosecutors presented evidence in that case. And remember what we told you a few weeks ago. Director Comey told Congress, I didn't ask anyone to leak classified information. Then we showed you a document a couple of weeks ago where James Baker, the chief counsel and top lieutenant to James Comey, said, no, I was asked by James Comey through the chief of staff to leak classified information to the New York Times in October 2016. That is what the grand jury is evaluating tonight. We'll let you know if during the show they make a decision or whether that gets kicked to next week, but we're keeping a close eye on that. And with that, I'm going to yield to my extraordinary partner. Every night she's got a lot more headlines. Amanda, I know you've been watching a lot of news today.
Yes, indeed, John, and we've got a few updates about the attack on that Dallas ICE facility yesterday that left 1 dead and 2 wounded. FBI Director Kash Patel said earlier today that the Bureau had found a, quote, high degree of pre-attack planning in suspected shooter Joshua John's home. And the FBI Director also revealed that the suspect downloaded a document titled Dallas County Office of Homeland Security and Emergency Management, which had, of course, a list of DHS facilities. Now, Johns also, according to the FBI, conducted multiple searches of ballistics as well as searching for the, quote, Charlie Kirk shot video between September 23rd and September 24th. And we also found out that back in August, he searched out apps that tracked the presence of ICE agents. And they also found handwritten notes, one of which read, quote, hopefully this will give ICE agents real terror to think. Is there a sniper with AP rounds on that roof? So absolutely incredible. So we're going to get to more on this with DHS Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin later on in the show. But turning now to President Trump, who signed an executive order just a little while ago, right before the show this evening, that will pave the way for an American-led investment group to finally take over the U.S. assets of TikTok. Now, the new deal allows TikTok's U.S. operations to split from Chinese company ByteDance and, by extension, the Chinese Communist Party. Now, the group is led by software company Oracle, and the American investment side of things will own a majority share of the app, but ByteDance will still have a 20% stake. So, John, that was a major move today, something that President Trump talked about on the campaign trail quite a bit.
He did, and he delivered it. Vice President J.D. Vance led these negotiations along with Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary. President Trump answered a very important question. Remember, Congress passed the law saying you have to divest or get out of the country, and you cannot keep control, China, of the algorithm that controls what people see. President Trump confirming today that he and President Xi have agreed the algorithm will be fully under American control. That was the big unknown up until just a few minutes ago, but a big deal. You got to watch that live here on Real America's Voice. All right, we've got a great guest to kick things off today. He comes from a state that just went through that horrific shooting targeting the ICE van. He represents the state of Texas, as I mentioned, Congressman Keith Self. Sir, good to have you on.
Great to be with you. Thank you.
I want to start with what the president announced a few minutes ago. He promised to free TikTok from Chinese influence. From what you heard from the president, do you feel that he's meeting the mandate that Congress gave in the law?
Well, I think he did. And the algorithm, as you just briefed, is the important part. It's not the investment, it's the algorithm.
That's right.
Because TikTok has been a data vacuum of U.S. personal data. That's what we had to stop. And if what you report is true, then I think President Trump did exactly that.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Well, and Congressman, lest we forget that barely a year from now, it is going to be midterms. And I feel like with young voters, people who are just now registering to vote, that this issue is probably going to be a big one for them. Don't you think?
Well, we had heard that so many people use TikTok, do business on TikTok. I am delighted that we have made the change. We have ripped that out of the communist Chinese orbit and brought it under the American so that we can continue to use it. Now let's just monitor to make sure that China is not stealing what we took from them.
Yeah, that's a great point. And, sir, we'd be remiss not to mention that Congress really led on this. Congress last year, before we had a President Trump again, took the lead on this. And that was such an important moment in that. And I know you were a big player in that. I want to turn to what happened in your home state. Another day, another assassin's bullet, another political inscription on the ammunition. Far left violence seems to have become far too normal. Give us your thoughts on what happened and what we need to do to start to have a conversation to change this dynamic.
Well, we're starting to see copycat attacks by people. The writings, anti-ICE rhetoric on the bullets, but the planning that you just briefed on really concerns me because he'd been planning this for a while. But then the rhetoric that we hear, you cannot call ICE Gestapo. You cannot call the ICE facilities concentration camps without expecting someone that has a grievance to take action. And that's what we're seeing. And once one does it, then we start to see the copycat actions taking place. Yeah. That's exactly what this was. And we need to stop this now, which means we need to put long-range surveillance protection around the ICE detentions until we can cut this off.
Yeah.
Great point.
And sir, do parents have a role to play here? Because there are parents across America that are struggling with, teenagers and maybe young 20-somethings that are heavily involved on the internet. They are on the dark web. They are in these message and chat rooms, possibly getting radicalized. Should parents pay even more attention than they already are?
Well, that's a whole nother discussion, Amanda. But yes, absolutely. Parenting takes intentional monitoring of your kids, whether you do that through an app or whether you do that through personal interaction. Yes, parents need to be responsible for this. And what concerns me is the amount of mental illness that we've seen in some of the shooters. That is a concern because parents should know that. So to your point, parents need to be aware that if your child has mental challenges, then you need to be very aware of what they're looking at on the internet.
Yeah, so important. And that gaming platform Discord, we've seen too many of the violent offenders of the last couple of years have some connection to that, some radicalization there. I know that's going to be high on the list of things to watch. Sir, you have always been an advocate of law and order, and I know you also take seriously the role the FBI has, but also keeping it on course on its mission. Tomorrow we're going to release this document. It's an after-action report from the January 6th event, and it had agents openly saying we were used as political pawns. The FBI has become too biased. It treats conservatives different than liberals. It's scores of people, 50 pages of comments just like this from the rank and file of the FBI to Chris Wray. I know you want to fix this because I know you believe the FBI has an important mission. How do we get Kash Patel the tools, and how do we get the mindset back in the FBI that they don't see a political stripe when they're pursuing a case, they just see the evidence?
Well, believe you me, we've known this anecdotally for years now.
Yeah.
It sounds like you now have the receipts, and I think that should change the perception of the American people that, yes, Kash Patel has to make major changes in the FBI. We've got to get them back focused on their core mission, because if they're targeting their political enemies, they're not focused on their core mission, which means American citizens, American institutions are in danger. So let's get Kash whatever he needs to make sure that he can root out this, that he can change it back into the warrior ethos toward their core function. I couldn't agree more with you that the FBI must have a major orientation to their mission, because now that you're bringing the receipts, I think it'll be easier because the American people will be able to see exactly what we've known for years anecdotally.
Yeah, so important.
Sir, I know that Leader Schumer does not want to recognize that this could end up being a Schumer shutdown, but it sounds to me like White House is looking at a shutdown as an opportunity to offload some federal employees with some mass layoffs. So it seems to me that Chuck Schumer is kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. He shuts down the government and Trump gets to knock off, more of the bureaucracy, or he, according to his voters, acquiesces and caves to the Trump administration. That's a bad spot to be in.
It's a horrible spot to be in, but I refer to it as a Schumer shakedown because he wants to basically undo the one big beautiful bill, reinstate all of that spending. He wants to undo the rescissions package, the $9 billion. It's a horrible position. I don't know what his decision is going to be, but yes, the president and Russ Vought at OMB have put him in a tough spot.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. Sir, one of the things I know you've been concerned about is the Democrats' effort and Schumer's effort to get Biden's COVID-era Obamacare subsidies back in, put those back on the taxpayers' dole, make them permanent as part of the shakedown. We're not in COVID anymore. We don't have a COVID pandemic, at least. What's going on here? Is this just another form of free health care?
Well, it's basically COVID-era temporary subsidies. No Republican has ever voted for an Obamacare subsidy. There was one vote originally not for subsidies. No Republican should be voting for this today. We're talking about massive amounts of money, $40 billion a year. With churn, they're talking about more than $335 billion over 10 years.
Wow.
These are massive amounts of money, often into the billions of dollars. You have the federal government paying insurance companies where there was no claim directly from the federal government to the insurance company. This cannot happen. These should be allowed to expire at the end of the year.
Absolutely. Sir, before we let you go, I want to ask you about something that's going to be happening tomorrow. You're introducing a bill regarding illegitimate Palestinian officials. This is, of course, as we have a lot of these Commonwealth nations and others that are officially recognizing Palestine, whatever that even means geographically. But, sir, tell us about the bill.
Well, the bill basically says you can't have a visa until you do certain things. And they're not going to do certain things. Look, Palestine, as they're defining it, is a figment of their imagination. It's ethereal. It does not exist. Outside, they still think outside of Israel and Gaza, they think the two-state solution still exists, is still a possibility. It's not. You go inside Israel, you go inside Hamas, they realize they have done grave damage to this two-state solution. This will help by not giving them visas for any reason until they meet certain criteria, which I have no doubt they won't meet.
A great and common sense idea. Something that comes out of Texas a lot. Texas has got a lot of common sense, and they're lucky to have you representing them. Congressman Keesel, what a great honor to have you on the show today. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, what a great conversation. Thanks for being with us. All right, folks, one of my favorites. I've been in this town 35 years, and it's always hard to know when an agency is going to be transparent or not. Our next guest, the Assistant Secretary of Homeland Security, Tricia McLaughlin, has hit a new standard. She's always up front, always getting us information quick. She's going to join us with the very latest on what happened to that ICE facility in Dallas right after these messages. Hey folks, if you're a homeowner like me, you need to listen to this. In today's AI and cyber world, scammers are stealing home titles and your equity is their target. Here's how it works. Criminals forge your signature on one document, use a fake notary stamp, pay a small fee with your county, and boom, just like that, your home title has been transferred out of your name. And that's when the problems begin, because they start taking out loans using your equity and even sell your property. And you're not even going to find out it's happened until you get a collection or foreclosure notice months later. That's a nightmare, right? So when's the last time you checked on your home title? Well, if you're like me, the answer is never, right? You need to do something about that right now. That's why I partnered with Home Title Lock, so you can find out today if you're already a victim. Use my promo code JTN at HometitleLock.com and you'll get a free title history report and a free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection. That's 24/7 monitoring of your title, urgent alerts to any changes that might happen, and if fraud does happen, they'll spend up to $1 million to fix it. That's a good deal. Find out why I trust Home Title Lock. Go to HometitleLock.com and use the promo code JTN. That's HometitleLock.com, promo code JTN.
Great news, America. Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share, share, share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today. Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
Everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
This is Giselle Chapin. I'm from North Carolina. I'd like to let you know that Rav News is the best news. Number one news. Truth seekers seek to find the truth. It'll set you free.
My name is Sandy Zeiss. Rav is the greatest for me because I live alone, and when I'm watching in the morning, have my coffee, I feel like I'm talking with family.
Welcome back, everybody. We have been learning more of the details around the attack on that ICE facility in Dallas yesterday that left 1 dead and 2 wounded. Now, FBI Director Kash Patel has said that there was a high degree of pre-attack planning based on evidence found in the suspected shooter's home. So joining us now to discuss more is Department of Homeland Security Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin. Tricia, thanks so much for being here.
Amanda, thank you so much for having me.
You know, unfortunately, since Charlie Kirk's assassination, we have had to have a very, very real conversation in this country about rhetoric and hyperbole. And I'm just seeing another instance of hyperbole. A Mexican-American radio host, Maria Hinojosa, who basically compared Mexican children, Latino children living in the U.S., that they live in fear like Anne Frank during the Holocaust. So if I'm to understand, being deported back to your home safely, and if you choose, not even being separated from your family, that's comparable to 6 million Jews being slaughtered during the Holocaust. How do we get away from this hyperbole, and how do we message on truth and so that it gets across?
Amanda, it is so unhinged. Our ICE law enforcement are doing the Lord's work, and they're getting criminal illegal aliens out of our communities, including California. We've arrested over 600 known or suspected terrorists, about 3,000 members of Tren de Aragua, MS-13 gang members. I can't tell you about the scores of child pedophiles that we've arrested from around the country. These men and women, they're fathers and daughters and sons, and they are human beings, and they are just enforcing the rule of law, and they're saving America's children from the terror of these criminal illegal aliens on our streets. I am so disgusted by the rhetoric we've seen from the left, whether it be the media pundits or whether it be the politician you just referenced, Gavin Newsom, who just unveiled an unconstitutional law last weekend called the No Secret Police Act, obviously an allusion to the secret police of the Nazis, making Holocaust allusions. We're seeing this time and time again. And what they are doing is giving a free pass to these unhinged lunatics like the individual we saw yesterday who went after our ICE law enforcement and really tried to hunt them down, spraying them with bullets, not just the facility itself, but also all of their vehicles. We're so fortunate that no law enforcement's lives were lost yesterday, but unfortunately 1 detainee life was lost, and 2 of the other detainees who were shot, unfortunately, are in critical condition, and we do continue to pray for them today.
Just awful. When you look at this episode, do you have any doubt that there are other people that help radicalize or assist this person get into the stage where that rhetoric got them to the point of becoming a sniper?
No, I have no doubt. And I also, John, I mean, we've seen how the media has covered this, and they've given total excuses to the shooter, saying we don't know if it's politically motivated. We don't know if he actually was going after the detainees. The evidence is nearly overwhelming, John. We've seen not only the etchings on those bullet shells, but we've also seen the handwritten notes that this individual said he wanted to terrorize ICE law enforcement. This looks like it was a very premeditated attack. And unfortunately, it also looks like it was inspired by Charlie Kirk's murder, which is just so heinous and despicable. There's a lot of similarities as far as the long-range weapon, as well as the shooting from a rooftop to an adjacent building. So our thoughts and prayers are with our law enforcement today.
Absolutely.
Copycat.
And another thing contributing to the danger is these ICE tracking apps, which I suppose legally, if that's on the same level as something like a police scanner, it is technically legal. But should it be up to stores like Apple, like the Apple App Store, to take down these apps? Leave it up to the private sector, or put pressure on the private sector to prevent this from getting out there. It's putting their lives in danger.
I think it's looking like obstruction of justice, and that's exactly what's happening. We hear this huge debate in this country about why these individuals, why our law enforcement are wearing masks. Well, it's exactly this reason. Not only are they seeing a 1,000% increase in assaults against them, but it's things like this app, that Tren de Aragua, MS-13, those known and suspected terrorists that we're targeting. They use those apps to evade our law enforcement, but also to target them. So I think that this is something that the Department of Justice is very much going to look at. We have to look at options here to keep our law enforcement safe.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Another place is you have a lot of nonprofits that's not only fomenting the rhetoric, but fomenting some of the tools that are putting these ICE agents in danger. Could you imagine the IRS also getting involved and maybe defunding some of, or at least taking away the tax exemption of some of these nonprofits that are involved in this?
I think this has to be a whole of government approach. Let's follow the money, whether it be for these ICE apps or otherwise, these riots. We've seen increasingly, whether it be Portland, Chicago, which was just happening over the weekend, or Los Angeles, we are seeing that these rioters are being bussed in. Who's paying for those buses? These are professional protesters who are on the ground. They're not from the community that they're protesting. And we need to follow that money stream and end it right now before there's more bloodshed and a law enforcement officer gets further hurt or, God forbid, killed.
Yeah. I want to applaud you guys on a number of things, but one of those things is this $2 million figure. 2 million figure, 1.6 million who have self-deported. That is a credit to you guys, a credit to your messaging to people here in the United States who are here illegally, and then 400,000 deported. How much is that number going to grow?
Now that we have a lot more law enforcement on the ground, we have 5,000 more ICE law enforcement on the ground just in the last 2 weeks alone, which is remarkable. And we've had actually 151,000 applications to ICE. I mean, putting that in context, that's pretty inspiring considering we're pretty public about the fact our law enforcement is seeing 1,000% increase in assaults against them. This is a dangerous job, but Americans are proud and they're patriotic, and these young Americans are certainly answering the call. So we are confident we're going to get those numbers up, and I think it's going to be a cycle. The more arrests and deportations we make, the more people who are in this country illegally are really going to get that message and say, I don't want to get arrested, I don't want to get deported, so I'm going to leave now and potentially preserve the opportunity to come back to the United States the legal right way.
Yeah, a really compassionate offer that the Homeland Security made at the beginning is to put this in process, which is common sense. It really has worked. I want to keep on the line of questioning that Amanda opened up, because there's another area of extraordinary credit. We chronicled 2 years ago the fact that the Biden administration lost track of tens of thousands of children who came across the border in the most vulnerable condition, without their parents, at the behest of cartels often. You've been finding and locating those children, reuniting them with their families. It's an extraordinary humanitarian success story. Tell us a little bit about it and how you've gone about doing it.
Yeah, this is an issue that's incredibly close to Secretary Noem's heart. She's a mother, she's a grandmother, and she's all over this issue. So far, there's a little bit more than 13,000 children who have been located, and they're now in the safe custody of a guardian or a parent. But we have to get more. We're working with Robert Kennedy at HHS. They oversee this function. But this is partially why it's so important that we have ICE law enforcement on the ground, especially in these sanctuary cities, because these sanctuary cities become magnets for human traffickers, for child laborers, because they know that law enforcement won't mess with them. They won't go in. We just saw, I think you all might remember, about a month ago, we had an operation out in Los Angeles at a marijuana growing facility, and we located 10 children there who were involved really in slave labor. They should have been in school. They should have been with their families. Instead, they're picking marijuana. It was so despicable to see the reaction from the left. They weren't praising law enforcement for these brave, heroic acts in rescuing these children. Instead, they continued to demonize them. But our ICE law enforcement, we're not going to let it deter us. We will keep going, and we will continue to find these children.
Yeah,
so important.
Another pretty appalling reaction was that of Governor Gavin Newsom and the state of California as a whole when an illegal immigrant who obtained a driver's license, a commercial driver's license in California, ultimately killed several people in the state of Florida when he was operating an 18-wheeler. They seem to have, I mean, it was a very, very calloused response, hardly any sympathy at all. How can the federal government, how can DHS enforce driver's license laws in states like California who want to just issue them out like it's an ATM?
Yeah, and California is one of the biggest offenders of these commercial driver's license mishaps. Actually, I was just speaking with the Department of Transportation a couple of hours ago, and I think they have some good news on that front. I won't get ahead of them, but I will say Secretary Noem and Sean Duffy, the Secretary at Department of Transportation, have been working hand in glove. They realize that this is an issue. This was not the first incident where we saw a death or serious injury because an illegal alien had obtained a commercial driver's license. So this is something they're all over, and the Department of Transportation should have very good news for us shortly.
How about that?
It seems like anytime there's an issue, the answer is we're already on top of it. It's amazing to see that you guys are so ahead of the 8 ball on all of these issues affecting the American people. Tricia McLaughlin, Department of Homeland Security Assistant Secretary, thank you so much for spending time with us tonight.
Amanda, John, thanks for having me.
Yeah, great to have you.
Yeah. All right, everybody, we've got much more coming up after these commercial messages.
Hey folks, President Donald Trump's not just talking about economic turbulence, he's telling you how to protect yourself from it. The strategy President Trump is using for decades to safeguard his own wealth through every crisis is sitting right there in the IRS code. While everyone else panics about market crashes and dollar devaluation, those who understand the strategy, well, they sleep soundly. Many investors are saying gold should take a larger percentage of your portfolio because of the challenging political times ahead. They're not alone. Central banks bought 1,000 tons of gold last year. They see what's coming over the horizon. American Alternative Assets created a free guide showing you and I how to implement Trump's IRS strategy to protect your retirement. It's the same approach the wealthy use to preserve their fortunes when currencies collapse. Call 888-615-8047. That's 888-615-8047 right now for your free 2025 Wealth Protection Guide. One more time, that's 888-615-8047. You can go visit the site I created for myself called johnlikesgold.com. I do like gold, so johnlikesgold.com. Go check it out.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
all you Ravagers. I'm Billy Howell, your old buddy Carefree Largo from the chat, and I'm thrilled to be part of the Rav family. When I want to be heard, I use my Real America's voice.
This is Diane from Rhode Island. Why do I love Real America's Voice? Because they deliver us facts from hosts who love America and love God. What's not to like?
Welcome back, everybody. I'm really excited to have a conversation in this next segment. A couple of years ago, one of my mentors in journalism, he had just retired, and he called me up and said, I'm not going to be able to enjoy my retirement. I just got diagnosed with FTD, and I had no idea what FTD is. It's called frontal temporal degeneration. It is a serious disease. It's becoming more common, and it robs the faculties of people far too soon in life. We're very lucky right now to be joined by a top official from the Association for Frontal Temporal Degeneration. She's the Director of Advocacy and Volunteer Engagement, Megan Busby. Megan, great to have you on the show.
Thank you. It's great to be here.
All right. I don't think until Bruce Willis, a lot of Americans knew what FTD was, but it is becoming more commonplace. It's afflicting more Americans. Describe what it is and why it's being diagnosed in much larger numbers these days.
Yeah, so FTD, I think even with the Bruce Willis announcement, does continue to be underdiagnosed, misdiagnosed, and misunderstood. It is a rare form of dementia that typically manifests between the ages of 45 and 64, which makes it the leading cause of young onset dementia and really hitting folks right in the prime of their lives, oftentimes taking care of sometimes small children and part of the workforce. Unlike Alzheimer's, memory often remains intact in the early stages of FTD, so the symptoms are very different than in Alzheimer's disease. And the cost to families all the way back in 2017, which we have a study from 2017 that shows that the cost to families living with FTD was $120,000 versus $64,000 to families facing Alzheimer's. And we definitely believe that number would be much higher today.
Wow.
So I guess it's a good thing that the memory remains intact longer, but if this is hitting earlier, then that's not great news at all. And if the symptoms are different, then people may not know exactly what to look for with this compared to Alzheimer's. Can you tell people some of those early warning signs?
Yes, they are seemingly minor, but uncharacteristic personality, speech, and movement changes that oftentimes will go unnoticed unless you are the closest to the person living with FTD. So oftentimes a spouse will notice these nuances in the changes in their personality, and that will kind of trigger that something is wrong. And as the disease advances, it is a progressive disease. So everyday tasks, self-care, social behavior, they become increasingly impaired.
There isn't a cure yet for this, but I know this month we're creating the best awareness we can so that we can move science closer and closer to figuring this out. What do we know are some of the causes or some of the indicators of people who get this? Is it environmental exposure? Is it genetic? What do we know?
So about 20% of cases are genetic. So there are genes that have been identified associated with FTD. About 40% are familial, meaning there is a family history, but a gene has not yet been identified. And then the majority of cases are really just what we call sporadic. There's no reason, there's no rhyme. And the science, we're still developing the science and increasing the research around maybe to try to discover, what are the reasons behind this disease.
So we've got testing now where you can test for things like the BRCA gene, what can augur cancer. Is there a test that you can take that can identify that gene in the cases where it does exist?
So yes, you can have genetic testing to identify whether you have the gene. Typically, after a family member has been diagnosed with it, and then goes through the genetic testing themselves, identifies which gene is impacting them, and then the family members, it's up to them, of course, but can access genetic counseling and genetic testing to determine whether they have that gene.
We've got a very gracious audience. They always want to step into action. Maybe this will be the first time some people are hearing about it or thinking about it long enough to say, hey, I want to do something. What resources or actions can all of us here on this show tonight take to help advocate for the families that are living with this diagnosis, to help the patients, or to help get science to the next level of research on this?
Absolutely. So over the last 2 years, AFTD has really expanded our advocacy work or legislative advocacy work. And so we do have an action center on our website that allows folks to sign up and join our advocacy efforts, and allows them as well to email their legislators regarding any legislation that is important to the FTD community. We currently are asking people to join one of those such campaigns for the Bipartisan Credit for Caring Act of 2025, which would really help to provide much needed financial relief, which we talked about earlier with how financially devastating this disease is to families across the U.S. So it would create a new non-refundable federal tax credit of up to $5,000 for eligible family caregivers that have an earned income of at least $7,500 for the taxable year. And so folks can join that campaign or just our efforts in general and learn how they can lend their voice to this cause by visiting our website, which is www.theaftd.com to learn more.
Pretty darn important. Tell us how this organization started too. I love the fact that you guys have jumped into this void.
Yeah, it was founded by Helen Ann Comstock, our founder, who recently, unfortunately, passed away. And she was a volunteer whose husband had FTD. And there were no resources back when this organization began, much like any other, health disease nonprofit, which is always, founded by those that are personally impacted. So we're really grateful for all the work that Helen Ann set up. Our organization was, as I said, founded by a volunteer, but also really built upon volunteers. And I'm happy to say there are about more than 600 volunteers that we have still to this day that work with us in many different aspects.
Before we let you go, because I'm curious, people who volunteer for this organization, or even people like yourself, is it oftentimes because you have been affected by it through a family member?
Oh, 100%. I personally have not been impacted, but many of our staff have, and every single one of our volunteers has.
Wow. Well, amazing. Well, Megan Busby, we are so grateful for all that you do and all that your group does. And in this month of creating awareness, we hope we can contribute to making sure more people know what to do and how to support people in need. It's a great opportunity. Folks, it is FTD Awareness Week. Visit the Association for Frontotemporal Generation at theaftd.org. Go there today and check it out. It's an amazing organization. Go share hope. Go now to theaftd.org. All right, we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we're going to talk about the economy. The price of gold is skyrocketing. Why? We'll explain after these messages.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Hello, all you Ravagers. I'm Billy Howell, your old buddy Carefree Largo from the chat, and I'm thrilled to be part of the Rav family. When I want to be heard, I use my Real America's Voice.
This is Diane from Rhode Island. Why do I love Real America's Voice? Because they deliver us facts from hosts who love America and love God. What's not to like?
Welcome back, everybody. While President Trump is bringing stability to the United States, around the world, things are still uncertain. For example, just look at what is happening between Ukraine and Russia. Russian jets just buzzed Alaska again for the 9th time this year. Drones have been shot down over Poland, and NATO airspace has been breached. And all of this is wreaking havoc on world finances. And even though the economy here in the United States is doing better, we are still tied into the wider global economy. So here to explain what all of this means for you and your financial future is Shannon Davis, CEO of American Alternative Assets. Shannon, thanks so much for being here.
Of course. Thanks for having me.
All right. So we've got drones being intercepted over NATO territory. We've got the UN taking place, the escalator stopping, the teleprompter stopping, the Russia-Ukraine situation. Oh, boy. It's a lot of dysfunction. And how is it affecting us?
Oh, man, uncertainty everywhere. This kind of tension, that rattles everything. Oil markets, global trade, currency stability. Goldman Sachs and other analysts are already warning that geopolitical risk at this level. Markets hate it, and it's just the uncertainty is what's got people really, really nervous. I think this is a fire back. Russia on the 6th came out and was trying to blow up our debt, $37 trillion. They're reshifting through the stable coin to revalue our currency. They got to deal with the debt. So, I think Trump's firing back now, pivoting, going back to Ukraine. He's made some bold comments, and it's going to be interesting to see what Putin does next. He's not going to lay low on something like this.
Great. Shannon, I want to break in for a second. We're getting word from inside the United States government that James Comey has been indicted by a grand jury in Richmond, Virginia. 2 counts. We don't have the indictment yet, but we have confirmation from federal sources that an indictment was handed up just about 20 minutes ago in Richmond, Virginia, federal grand jury. We'll keep an eye on this through the rest of the show and bring you up to speed. But a significant moment, the first FBI director in the history of this country.
And that was lengthy deliberation. I didn't think it was going to come.
Yeah, no, we didn't know what was going to happen here. We'll get everyone up to speed. Let's get back to the economy because all of us are affected by what's going on in the world today. Shannon, we've been watching, and you have done such a great job educating us on the central bank digital currency movement. And it seems like even since the last time we talked in countries around the world, it continues to gain steam. It does pose a big threat for all of us who value our financial privacy and our future buying power. Tell us what concerns you in the last few weeks, what you've been seeing there.
Well, yeah, we've been talking about this. It's been happening for a long time, well before we started talking about it. It really comes down to what we were just talking about. We have $37 trillion of debt. It's unsustainable, and we don't have the ability to continue to print money They don't want to borrow money, and that's what's going on with our treasury market. They want to be able to be in a position where they can create money, and this is where stablecoin comes into play. They can take these ledgers, loan it to the Federal Reserve, get money, and not have to pay it back. And this is happening. This is the Trojan horse, the stablecoin. This is why it was written into law by Trump on the 18th of July, and now he's executing this, because that is the way we are going to get this debt down. There's no other way. We don't have enough revenue to generate from taxes and other places to knock down $37 trillion. It's gotten out of control, and they now have to deal with it. And digital currency is going to be the way to do it. And there goes all our control, our privacy, and why you're seeing just a flood to gold, and why gold is reaching all-time highs throughout this entire week. I mean, it's eclipsed 3,800. Talking about Goldman Sachs, I mean, they're predicting it to be 4,000 by the end of the year. And it's just a safe, secure place to have your money. And that's the number one thing people are flooding to, like central banks.
Yeah. Shannon, throughout our conversations, you have been very much a realist when it comes to President Trump's monetary policy. You've had some good things to say. You've also cast some concern on a lot of the decisions, some of the things in the Genius Act. When it comes to something like stablecoin, and what you say is inevitable that we move in that direction because otherwise we can't pay down the debt. But President Trump is kind of pulling a rabbit out of the hat kind of guy. Is there really nothing on the horizon other than giving it all up that can bring it down?
Well, this is why he pivoted. He tried. He tried to bring our deficit down. This is what the Doge was all about. I mean, if you go to the website, it talks about Doge saving $206 billion, I think last time I checked. But a lot of that is monetized over time based on certain things that they're freeing up with our budget. It's not even a real number. How do you do it? This is why he pivoted. There's no rabbit out of the hat. I mean, we've just been irresponsible. Not only Trump, I mean, presidents before him have been irresponsible with our debt. He created a pretty big deficit in his first term, $8 trillion. He's outpacing every single presidency in this presidency run. And so there's just no way to pivot besides remonetizing our currency. The dollar is just worth very little now. There's no other way to go.
Yeah, it's just remarkable. How much is the Fed contributing to all of our agita?
Yeah, nice. I think that's the biggest challenge. He can't write an executive order to the Fed and have them do things that they're doing. They're starting to crack under pressure. That's why they've lowered the rates. What does a quarter percent do? 25% at 0.25 basis points. That's not going to do much. It's not a good thing when they lower rates. They're trying to pump the economy back up with spending, but people aren't working. I mean, we've got nearly 2 million people unemployed, and that to me is not even a real number. The way that they calculate unemployment. So the books are cooked, and we got to revalue our money. And when that happens, this has happened in time. France did it when they converted from the franc to the euro, and people lost 30%. They lost 30% overnight. Yeah. With digital currency, not only will you potentially lose value of your retirement savings overnight, but you also lose all control and privacy. So they're backed into a corner.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt indeed. We've got more details. Shannon, we're going to let you go. I think we're going to blow the break here and just keep going. We've got new details on coming. We're going to get everyone to American Alternative Assets at the end here. The fastest way, folks, JohnLikesGold.com. That's the easiest way to get there. John Likes Gold. By the way, I do like gold, so it's a perfect website. I want to thank Shannon for that website. It's my favorite website. Also, you can call 855 GOLD 340, 855 GOLD 340. Shannon, we're going to get back to the breaking news. Thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Yeah, have a great day, guys. Thank you so much for the time.
Great honor to be with you. All right, folks, here's what we know. 2 charges on the indictment. The first is false statements. The second is obstruction of justice. The false statements related to the very issue that we highlighted on this show earlier this month, a document where the FBI's general counsel, James Baker, top lieutenant to James Comey, said he was instructed by James Comey through the chief of staff to leak classified information. James Comey told Congress twice, once in 17, once in 2020, that he did not do that. The obstruction of justice, we don't have a good sense of what that is yet, but it has to do probably with misleading Congress or the Justice Department about the proceedings. We'll get a little bit more on that. The indictment, we expect to have a paper copy of the indictment in a few minutes. The man charged with enforcing the law, leading the most prestigious law agency in the world, the man who said he answered to a higher authority, a higher loyalty, now stands accused of dishonoring that agency and not following the loyalty of the oath that he took to the United States government, which was to tell the truth and to serve honestly. Now, he gets his day in court. He is presumed innocent, something that Democrats often don't do, and maybe even James Comey himself didn't give that benefit to President Trump over the years. But a significant moment. Amanda, I want to just get your take on this. An FBI director has just been indicted.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder what the legal implications literally are for people like James Baker and James Rubicki as well. But, you know, obviously James Comey was the top of the line. And when it comes to running an organization and being responsible for the conduct of your organization and certainly your own conduct, the buck should stop with Comey. And, you know, there's been so much distrust sown about the Federal Bureau of Investigation. And look, we have gone through ebbs and flows. There have been seasons of trust and distrust in the storied history of this institution. And it is in a particularly low area. But, you know, I think that it shows a bit of accountability. I think that in a state like Virginia, the fact that you could get an indictment on 2 counts, I think that that speaks, you know, pretty well. I mean, granted, this is a bluish state with a red governor. So it seems like they are very reasonable. That grand jury was very reasonable. So, you know, like you said, he'll have his day in court. We'll see.
Yeah, I think that's right. And the Democrats are going to say, oh, this is the weaponization of the government. That's funny coming from them. But a jury of peers looked at the evidence independently, and they've made that decision. And again, he's presumed innocent. When you look at this, what was going to make this so fascinating, many times you end up with a witness who is outside the circle and they've got an axe to grind. The evidence, at least on the false statement, comes from 2 guys that, you know, James Comey spent every day with. He was really close and tight to them. This is his inner circle. They themselves could have been charged. And I want to remind people that the first time the government looked at this was in Trump 1. And it was with Bill Barr and John Durham. And John Durham decided not to charge James Baker at the time, and obviously not James Comey, the fact that this gets resurrected. And I wonder if this is the reason why. Comey would have learned in 2020 during that investigation, they were looking at the false statements, and he comes back after that investigation, decide not to charge him, and he doubles down on the I didn't do it, and maybe that doubling down, it becomes the ultimate obstruction of justice. That could very well be what it is. So we'll see what that is. Other big news today, it's hard to underestimate the TikTok decision. You get President Xi to give up the algorithm. That's at least according to J.D. Vance and President Trump. You save a platform that politicians love, but young people really love. And oh, by the way, marketers love it. A lot of people marketing products. It's kind of the modern day QVC. It's hard to estimate what a big moment this is for the country. And I was watching the news conference, you know, in the Oval, and even establishment media were like pretty impressed. Wait a second, did you just say they got the algorithm? And it's like, there was a realization that what President Trump and his team and J.D. Vance and Treasury Secretary Bessent and the others who worked on this did, this was a big deal.
Yeah, I mean, look, China had given every indication that we were going to have to pry that algorithm from their cold, dead commie hands. Fortunately, that is not the case. I mean, look, Vice President Vance is his own man, and he has his own own skill sets. And President Trump is typically known as the supreme negotiator, but I'm pretty sure J.D. Vance has absorbed some of those by osmosis, if not by, studied learning. But I think this was absolutely, it's incredible. And John, I think for a lot of people, I look at situations like what's happening in East Asia, I believe it's Indonesia, where their social media was knocked out overnight. And you have especially young people who have built businesses, home businesses where they're just working from a laptop, but they're able to support their family on next to nothing. But it's only because of these businesses. And you saw what happened there, and you saw the social and civil upheaval that happened after that. And this is what could have transpired, obviously on a smaller scale, because we have tons of other social media programs out there, or platforms out there. Gosh, I sound like a boomer. Social media programs. But people have options, they have options, but this is...
You made the old guy laugh on that one. That's funny.
This is something that is by far incredibly popular, and young people are paying attention.
Yeah. All right. We have had Russia Gate. We had Ukraine Gate. We've had a lot of gates. Elevator Gate, the next one?
Yeah, UN Gate, I think, because they had a whole series of malfunctions, these technical difficulties, 3 instances, the escalator, the teleprompter, and audio issues. Right? Look, I'm going to say if it happens once, then oh darn. If it happens twice, oh damn. If it happens 3 times, that sounds intentional.
Yeah, and the Secret Service now has been formally asked to investigate whether this was acts of sabotage on U.S. soil. Keep in mind, the United Nations is in New York, and while it's a sovereign territory inside the building, they do get the land from the United States, and it's going to be very interesting to see whether this leads to a greater schism in where we go. Next hour is Standing Firm. They're not going to let Jimmy Kimmel come on. Yeah, Sinclair too. So Jimmy Kimmel's going to have a much smaller audience than he had before his comments. Interesting moment there.
Yeah, he did have a record audience, though, for his comeback monologue. I think it was like 6 million or something. But
tell President Trump to thank for that.
I know. I saw a video of the people who went for that live broadcast, the first one back since he was temporarily taken off the air.
Yeah.
And let me just say, it is exactly... The people in that crowd looked exactly the way you would expect them to.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, that's exactly right. I wonder what James Comey looks like at this moment. It's got to be a pretty shocking moment to realize you're about to be arrested by the very agency that you used to lead. It's an extraordinary night. And again, we'll have coverage all throughout the night.
Well, look, for James Comey, and I think you said this earlier, digging in, I think, is ultimately going to be his downfall. It is that arrogance. It's that...
doubling down on something where it was pretty obvious that his evidence in his inner circle contradicted him. I'm going to stick around here and talk to Grant Stinchfield. We'll be back tomorrow. We'll have some more chance to talk about all of this in tomorrow's show. But what a day.
Absolutely. All right, everybody, that does it for us tonight. We'll see you back here, same time, same place tomorrow.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Well, good evening, everyone. Welcome to Stinchfield. We do have breaking news tonight. It appears the season of retribution is now officially upon us. James Comey, the former FBI director, has been indicted. That from multiple news outlets right now. This is tremendous news. As many in the Make America Great Again camp, that's all of you and me and so many others, wanted these dominoes to start to fall. This is lawyer Mike Davis.
Lawyer up, Big Jim, and we are going to be making the 6'6" prison jumpsuits as we speak, because this guy is a snake. He participated in the biggest scandal in American history. When they talk about the threat to democracy, Crossfire Hurricane and the cover-up is the gravest threat to democracy we've seen in America.
And who was the biggest victim of Crossfire Hurricane? Of course, President Trump. You know, we forget he is the crime victim in this case. Now, I believe President Trump has stayed out of the nitty gritty on this. Certainly, he's put his feelers out there that he would like to see this start to happen. But I think he stayed out of the details. And again, he is the victim in all of this, and he does deserve justice. This is President Trump today.
They're going to make a determination. I'm not making that determination. I think I'd be allowed to get involved if I want, but I don't really choose to do so. I can only say that Comey's a bad person. He's a sick person. I think he's a sick guy, actually. He did terrible things at the FBI, but I don't know. I have no idea what's going to happen.
Right now, it looks like all of this surrounds James Comey lying to Congress. I actually believe this was the first instance where he got busted lying to Congress. It goes back to 2017 with Chuck Grassley.
Director Comey, have you ever been an anonymous source in news reports about matters relating to the Trump investigation or the Clinton investigation?
Never.
Have you ever authorized someone else at the FBI to be an anonymous source in news reports about the Trump investigation or the Clinton investigation?
No.
Has any classified information relating to President Trump or his associates been declassified and shared with the media?
Not to my knowledge.
I believe that was the start of his long list of lies. We know he was buddy-buddy with these news reporters, ordering people inside the FBI to, quote, work with the New York Times. Well, one of the men who broke the story early on, by the way, of James Comey's misdeeds is host of Just the News, No Noise. Our buddy John Solomon is back with us. John, welcome to the program.
Yeah, good to be with you. Pretty extraordinary night. A former director of the FBI is now charged with 2 felony counts.
All right, what are the felony counts? What do these charges stem from, John?
Yes, so there are 2 counts. One is false statements. We believe that is false statements to Congress. The indictment has not yet been unsealed, but we have confirmed with multiple officials that the indictment has been handed up. The first count is false statements. We believe that involves a September 30th, 2020 appearance before Congress. It was during the pandemic, so James Comey was not here in Washington. He testified remotely. He testified from a location in Virginia. That's why the Richmond grand jury had to look at this, because it was in that jurisdiction where he committed that alleged lie. And in that testimony, he was asked if he stood by those earlier comments to Chuck Grassley in 2017 that he had not authorized the leak of classified information, and he said he stood by those comments. We now know from the documents we talked about on your show a few weeks ago, documents we got at Just the News that were recently declassified, or made public and unredacted by FBI Director Kash Patel and Attorney General Pam Bondi, that one of Comey's top lieutenants, James Baker, his former general counsel in the inner circle of James Comey's top leadership team, said that he in fact was asked by Director Comey through the Chief of Staff, James Rubicki, to leak a classified piece of information to the New York Times in October 2016. And that is what we believe the false statements charge is. The obstruction charge we weren't expecting. The grand jury may have decided to add that on. We'll have to see what that obstruction of justice is, but that is the second count that was handed up by the grand jury just a little while ago.
very interesting here because that document goes back to 2016. The 2017 comments I played from Grassley would be outside the statute of limitations, as I understand it, of 5 years.
That's right.
The statute of limitations on the 2020 interview runs up at like the end of the month. Let me play that clip. I believe we have it. This is him talking to Ted Cruz. Very similar interaction. Roll that.
That he leaked information to the Wall Street Journal and that you were directly aware of it and that you directly authorized it. Now, what Mr. McCabe is saying and what you testified to this committee cannot both be true. One or the other is false. Who's telling the truth?
I can only speak to my testimony. I stand by what the testimony you summarized that I gave in May of 2017.
So your testimony is you've never authorized anyone to leak. And Mr. McCabe, if he says contrary, is not telling the truth. Is that correct?
Again, I'm not going to characterize Andy's testimony, but mine is the same today.
All right, John, so what will happen? Will they call McCabe, who's a bad actor and all of these things? Will he come in, testify against Comey if this ends up going to trial? Do they call the gentleman you mentioned that was talking about the leaking to the New York Times, or all these witnesses?
Yeah. So I think the key witnesses are going to be James Baker and James Rybicki, the two top lieutenants to beyond Andy McCabe. So Andy McCabe that's the foursome that was the top of Comey's leadership team. McCabe could very well be called. He has a credibility issue. Remember that he was caught by the Inspector General giving false statements in a review, and he himself was fired for false statements. So he's not your ideal witness. Baker and Rybicki are more likely to be the key witnesses because they're also, according to Baker's account, when he's interviewed by the Postal Inspection Service, which is the agency that first discovered this, they are, by his account, it was him and Rybicki that got the order from Comey. So they're going to be more important if the indictment, as we understand it, is centered on that September 30, 2020 testimony that you just played. The other thing they always question, there are text messages. There's a links system in the FBI. There are emails. We know from some reporting we did 2 weeks ago that they were using some private emails for some of these discussions about media. We don't know what's in those emails, but imagine that. The FBI, after investigating Hillary Clinton, was using private email itself for government business. We have to wait and see if the grand jury had access to emails or text messages that could further authenticate or raise evidence that shows who's telling the truth in this. So we should see that grand jury indictment unsealed tonight or tomorrow, and we'll get a little more details, and we'll wait to see what that is. But a significant moment. And the irony of James Comey doubling down in September 2020, he knew at that point that John Durham had been asked to look at this. John Durham had declined to prosecute the original testimony in 2017, but by doubling down on his testimony, he may have created the liability that just became this indictment.
Wow. Really amazing stuff. Stunning. We now have a former FBI director indicted. It is something that all of us who are fans of President Trump, and really, it's more than that. It's fans of the rule of law and that an FBI agency wouldn't be weaponized against the people. This is the retribution that we've been looking for. We'll see how it plays out from here. I know you'll be on it. We'll be following you, John Solomon, to see what's in that indictment. I know you'll have it all for us. Thank
Graham,
you.
we're going to have something else tomorrow. If I could just bother you for 1 second. Tomorrow, we're going to release a whole bunch of statements from FBI agents during an after-action review of January 6th. What you're going to learn from those statements is jaw-dropping. One of them is the number of FBI agents that were on the ground in plain clothes responding to the riot. Huge number. And two, that episode led to an outcry inside the FBI, one that Chris Wray did not acknowledge to Congress, that agents believed the FBI had become politically biased to the point of jeopardizing its mission. 50 pages of comments of FBI agents telling their bosses the agency was ruined by bias. We're going to break that tomorrow morning. That, too, is a legacy of the James Comey era.
Nothing short of stunning, not surprising. But what's mostly not surprising is that you're the one breaking it, John Solomon. Just the News doing such great work for so long, and we appreciate you sharing some of it with us, John.
Thank you, my friend. Good to be with you.
Absolutely. So we'll check out Just the News tomorrow morning. Can't wait to see that hit. All right, I want to turn now to an update on the ICE shooter yesterday. It is now very clear that ICE agents were the target. This was a radicalized young man who certainly was on the left, turned out to be a communist, basically. This is the acting U.S. attorney in the Northern District of Texas.
He called the ICE employees people showing up to collect a dirty paycheck. He wrote that he intended to maximize lethality against ICE personnel and to maximize property damage at the facility. He hoped to minimize any collateral damage or injury to the detainees and any other innocent people. It seems that he did not intend to kill the detainees or harm them.
But that's, in fact, just what he did. Killed one detainee and two others in critical condition. Now, he also used what I'm dubbing leftist Antifa-style technology, apps that tracked ICE agents' movements. Why? So these goons could obstruct ICE agents. They know where they are and maybe carry out violence against them. This is the director of enforcement removal operations.
The shooter used the ICE tracking apps. Anyone who creates or distributes these apps that is designed to spot, track, and locate ICE officers are well aware of the dangers that they are exposing to law enforcement. It's a casting call to invite bad actors to attack law enforcement officers. It's no different than giving a hitman the location of their intended target.
Well, that's exactly what they did. This is why I say the left, and sadly the Democrat Party surely appears to be acting as a terrorist organization as it enables these people with technology, with organization, with money, with equipment to go after conservatives. We also know that this shooter was copying the Charlie Kirk assassin. He had Googled the details about how the assassin who killed Charlie Kirk carried that out. This is Tricia McLaughlin with Department of Homeland Security.
Incredibly disturbing. I mean, we saw those shell casings from those bullets with the anti-ICE messages, so the motive was becoming increasingly clear. And then to hear about the handwritten notes where he's wishing for terror and to bring terror to ICE agents, that this does look like it was directly inspired by your friend and so many people's hero, Charlie Kirk.
Here's the reality of what we face today. There is a growing number of radicalized leftists that are now taking to the streets to commit violence against law enforcement. Great conservatives like Charlie Kirk trying to kill President Trump. The list goes on and on and on. They take their cues from the leaders of the Democrat Party. These blind liberal zombies are killers. Now, instead of moving them towards Jesus, God, and religion, Hillary Clinton does the exact opposite. This is just yesterday.
You could turn the clock back and try to recreate a world that never was, dominated by, let's say it, white men of a certain persuasion, a certain religion, a certain point of view, a certain ideology. It's just doing such damage to what we should be aiming for.
She's talking about white men, Christians like Charlie Kirk, like you, like me. Judeo-Christian values that America was founded on. That's what she thinks is the problem in America today. Again, it is fake news. Do not buy the gaslighting. This is a Democrat state senator in Texas.
This homicidal attitude towards ICE, nothing justifies pulling a trigger. But I do think that we have a problem when we take our law enforcement and dehumanize them and turn them into instruments of fear, because law enforcement must have a positive relationship with the community in order to be effective.
You understand, folks, the Democrats' favorite three-letter word is but, B-U-T. Nothing justifies the killing, but they're agents of fear. They're the Gestapo. They're Nazis. We believe that you should have guns, but we want gun control and gun safety laws. Everything is a but with them when it comes to the Constitution. Now, more craziness here in the United States. We have leftist violence we've got to worry about. There is a new warning that is being issued by the Joint Counterterrorism Assessment Center that Al-Qaeda specifically Al-Qaeda on the Arabian Peninsula, is calling on Al-Qaeda members in the United States to carry out attacks on American citizens. They specifically tell them to use knives and guns, vehicles, use homemade explosives, attack hospitals. Law enforcement officers are some of the targets. And, of course, crowded events. We've seen this all before. Now, I'll remind you, 2 million gotaways during the Biden administration. How many of those Al-Qaeda members are here in the United States that will carry out this mission being offered up by Al-Qaeda overseas? I don't think it's a coincidence, folks, that as this threat level gets unleashed on us, we also see a former Al-Qaeda leader, Abu Muhammad al-Jawlani. Okay, turn it down just a little bit, the audio. Thank you, guys. We see this former Al-Qaeda leader, there he is on your screen, al-Jawlani, who is now the president of Syria, and he was invited to speak at the United Nations. This is a man that killed American soldiers on the battlefield. Now, he spoke at the UN. He is a terrorist. He's changed his name now to Al-Shara. You can change your name all you want. We know who you are. This is him just 10 years ago.
And this is one of the duties that also fall on your shoulders, because you are the key to battle. We will tell them no in a loud voice, in another language, with bombs. With car bombs, with machine guns, with rifles, with storming, with suicide bombers, with all the strength and energy we possess.
Suicide bombers? He's literally praising them, calling them into action 10 years ago. Do you think that ideology changes and now I've got to see him shaking hands with Marco Rubio? To me, it's disgusting. And then I watched David Petraeus, who was the general over Central Command. He oversaw so much of the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. He had men killed by al-Jawlani. And he sits on a stage with him this week, and he all but kisses his feet.
Are you getting time to do some thinking? Are you getting enough sleep at night? Again, I've been there. And it is so very, very hard. And your many fans, and I am one of them, we do have worries.
A fan of his? Would you look at this wanted poster? There was a $10 million bounty on this man's head not long ago. The United States wanted him for killing American citizens, and you got the former general of CENTCOM now praising this man? I don't really understand what's happening. I want to bring in former Green Beret and host of Speak the Truth podcast. Matt Tardio is back with us. Matt, welcome to the program. And I want to ask you specifically because you fought in Iraq and Afghanistan. You had men killed, presumably, by this guy, this now president of Syria. Well, I could not hear Matt. I don't know if people at home can hear Matt or not. But as soon as we get that fixed, we will. I think he's muted on your end, Matt. If you could fix that, let's do this. Okay, Matt, back to you.
I apologize. I'm pretty heated over this. Yeah, yes. It's disgusting. Yeah, it's not just that he was a member of Al-Qaeda. This man was actually a member of 3 different terror organizations. He was friends with al-Baghdadi, the man that ended up founding ISIS. He actually got asked to roll his terror organization up underneath ISIS when it was formed, and he turned it down because it's not that he didn't agree with ISIS, but he wanted it to be a Syrian-centric form of ISIS, which he ended up turning into HTS. And HTS, again, a terror organization recognized by the United States of America up until recent. And then same thing with the Al-Nusra Front, same thing with Al-Qaeda. This man literally just changed his clothes. And over inside of Syria, as we speak, we have Christians that are being slaughtered by his men. We had Druze that were being slaughtered by his men, and it continues on to this day, and we're turning a blind eye to it. But the worst and the biggest insult, the big slap in the face is, number one, Petraeus standing there and saying that, we're friends, and actually calling himself a fan of al-Jawlani, calling himself a fan. of Jelani. And at the same time, we have the administration that says, listen, we can't recognize a Palestinian state because then we're giving Hamas what they want. But at the same time, we take this former al-Qaeda operative, this former al-Qaeda leader, a man that founded the al-Nusra Front, a man that founded HTS. And then because he overthrows another radical dictator, all of a sudden we're going to recognize this man as president of another country, invite him in, roll out a red carpet. It's disgusting.
You know, Matt, Bashir al-Assad is the dictator that he overthrew. That was a brutal, evil killer. But I want to set the scene for everybody at home. And, Matt, you know this better than anybody else. There are no good groups in Syria. You've got, as you mentioned, ISIS, al-Qaeda, al-Nusra, all of them. You have what they call rebel groups, and they want to call moderate rebel groups. There is no such thing as a moderate rebel group in Syria. They knew if they could overthrow Bashir al-Assad that the al-Qaeda groups could then end up taking over. And he's now the president. Al-Qaeda's on board with this. He's literally just pretending to be a statesman, dining on the Upper East Side of Manhattan when he wants nothing more than to lop all our heads off, Matt.
Well, it's not that he just wants to lop all of our heads off. He wants to lop everybody's heads off that don't agree with him. It wasn't that long ago. I mean, we're talking a month, 2 months ago. I'm watching videos of his men in Damascus, capital of Syria, murdering Christians inside of clubs in the middle of the night because they're dressed differently, murdering Alawites, murdering Druze. He got told at one point in time that he was going to stand down. The United States of America, when he went to go assault the Druze a couple months ago, he got told to stand down, and he refused. His men continued to go, and they continued to flow with other Muslim tribesmen down into the region. It wasn't until Israel dropped 2 bombs within 300 meters of the presidential palace in Damascus that his man magically stopped. But then they decided to take it a step further. They decided to just paint over top of their government vehicles and go down there and take participation inside of the slaughter anyways. And they're about to do it again, Grant.
All right. Last question for you real quick, if you can. So I have great, obviously, respect for President Trump, his team. Marco Rubio, I think, is a great Secretary of State. Petraeus, I've now lost all respect for. What is the motivate? There's got to be something at play why they're placating this man as the president of Syria. What's the reason behind it? Do you have any idea, Matt Tardio?
I couldn't give you a reason or an idea behind it. The only thing that I could possibly think of is maybe Saudi Arabia was pressuring him or Qatar was pressuring Trump, telling him it's okay. He turned the other cheek. Now maybe he can come around and we can have peace and stability in the region. Problem is, we just shouldn't be dealing with terrorists, period.
You know, and then you add in the Israeli factor, trying to get Syria and Israel to be friends with each other, that whole side of things. It's a chessboard over there, but I don't like it when terrorists take over statesman jobs and then coming over to the United States. And as I said, dining on the Upper East Side of Manhattan as if they're some kind of high society guy. Matt Tardio, thank you for your service to this country. And, of course, thank you for coming on the program.
Thanks again, Grant.
All right, absolutely. And watch his Speak the Truth podcast. It's good stuff. He gets into a lot of good stuff. All right, folks, do you owe back taxes, and are your tax returns still unfiled? Did you forget to file an extension? If you haven't gathered all your documents or made any estimated payments, you could soon be targeted by the IRS. There's help available, though. Tax Network USA, a nationwide tax firm, has helped taxpayers save over $1 billion in tax debt. They've filed hundreds of thousands of tax returns and assisted thousands in reducing their tax burdens, and they can help you too. Don't wait. Visit tnusa.com/RAV or call 1-800-905-8000 for a 100% free consultation. Take action now before it's too late. Visit tnusa.com/RAV or call 1-800-905-8000. All right, the Anti-Defamation League is blaming the right for mass shootings carried out by leftists. We prove the ADL is wrong.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com
realamericansvoice.com. This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Hi, I'm Chris from Illinois, and we like to watch Real America's Voice in the War Room with Stephen K. Bannon for all the great guts. Everyone from Kerry Lake, the great Frank Gaffney, Trump coming for retribution.
When the bacon wants real facts and figures, he goes to RAV. Real America's Voice, baby. That's where you get the real scoop and not the poop.
Hi, I'm Chris from Illinois, and we like to watch Real America's Voice in the War Room with Stephen K. Bannon for all the great guts. Everyone from Kerry Lake, the great Frank Gaffney, Trump coming for retribution.
Well, folks, it's no secret the left is growing more and more violent. And what do? They gaslight us.
Our country should be more fearful of white men across our country because they are actually causing most of the deaths within this country. And so if fear was the...
Give me a break, Ilhan Omar. You know that's absolutely false. And in fact, your jihadi friends that we just talked about are the ones that I fear most. Plus, you're members of the Democrat Party that are literally killing my friends. So now, white extremists, we know, can often be leftist. Most of them are. Trans, most of them are. Radicalized by Democrats, most of them are. Charlie Kirk's assassin, the ICE shooter yesterday, the trans shooter. We can go down the list. Here's President Trump.
Who do you hold responsible for the uptick in left-wing violence in the country?
Radical left rhetoric. The radical left is causing the problem. They're out of control.
So the Anti-Defamation League, which literally only defames conservatives, okay, its name is ridiculous, puts out a report that certainly to me appears to be bogus. We'll put it up on the screen. Here's what they write. All extremist-related murders in 2024 were committed by right-wing extremists, 8 of 13 by white supremacists. The remaining 5 have connections to far-right anti-government extremists. Well, none of that sounds right. Could it be true? I mean, it's the Anti-Defamation League. Well, I saw a piece by Dr. John Lott over at the Crime Prevention Research Center, and it turns out our suspicions are correct. It's not correct at all what the Anti-Defamation League put out. Please welcome to the program Dr. John Lott. John, welcome back.
It's great to talk to you, Grant. Thanks for having me on.
All right. How bad did they get it wrong?
They got it pretty much backwards. I mean, they claim over the last 3 years, all the extremist murders in the United States were done by so-called right-wingers. The thing is, and unfortunately, the media just repeats them. They don't actually look at it, or I guess don't care. I mean, you have people like the Buffalo mass murderer in 2022, at the grocery store there, who they label as right-wing extremists. He himself called himself an eco-fascist. He called himself a mild, moderate, authoritarian leftist. He raged against capitalism for destroying the environment. But, he was a racist, and they used that to go and classify him as a right-winger, because I guess only right-wingers are racist. But if you actually look at why he was racist, it's because of his extreme environmentalist views. He figured that people having children were damaging the environment. And he was particularly upset with blacks because he thought that they were having more than their share of children out there. So that's the reason why he wanted to go and kill blacks. The notion that you're going to find conservatives that are upset with people having children, at least not the conservatives that I associate with. Or you look at another one of these mass murders that they classify as a right-winger, the person who shot up the gay bar in Colorado Springs in 2022. That individual was a trans individual. Apparently, there was some conflicts between trans individuals and such as himself and other gay individuals that were there. He wanted to be known by pronouns like they and them. But, the fact that he shot up a gay bar, even if he was trans and even if he was a socialist, apparently got him classified as a right-winger. And you could go down through other ones that are there, ones that they don't classify as a political view, like the Nashville school shooter that was there, who is trans, who railed against white privilege in her diary, who talked about wanting to kill little crackers, which is a derogatory term for whites, who resented the wealth of the students that were there at the school. So, John, her diaries are filled with Marxist rhetoric that's there, but they refuse to classify her anyway, but not as a left-winger. And the thing is, even the other ones you go through, there are other mass shooters that they misclassify, but most of their cases involve somebody killing one person. So you may have somebody in the Aryan Brotherhood that goes and kills somebody, kills a 2-year-old or an 11-year-old that they were raping, or kills another gang member. These are not racist killing. It's not like the Charlie Kirk case where you have somebody for political motives killing somebody else because of their political views. And so, it's just,
to me, John,
unfortunate that it gets attention.
It's offensive to me that the Anti-Defamation League somehow lumps in Nazi-style Aryan Nation guys with conservative movement. They're not even close to being conservative movement, but this is what they do. Just as I'm sure they're not lumping in an MS-13 gang member who snuck into the country with the left-wing movement of open borders. I'm sure those aren't counted as left-wing murders.
No, you're right, obviously. They view anybody who's racist as a right-winger. If you're anti-Semitic, you're automatically a right-winger too. I mean, you would think that they would have been paying attention to the news over the last few years with regard to anti-Semitism and seeing all the demonstrations and riots on college campuses. Those are not conservatives, which are doing those types of things. They would look at the polls inside the Democratic Party.
How do they get away with leaving this group off the list? I'm just going to go down real quick. Number 8, please, if you put it on the screen. Audrey Hale, the Nashville shooter, you mentioned. Robert Cremo, Highland Park, Illinois, anti-Trumper. 2023, Connor Sturgeon, Louisville, Kentucky, anti-Trumper, pro-BLM. Kim Brady Carricker killed 5 in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, BLM supporter, anti-police. John, they leave those people off the list. That it's literally they're committing fraud when you leave that off the list in the way of any researcher that's doing a study.
Right. I mean, and you could add for the last one in Philadelphia, not only was he pro-BLM and anti-police, but he was also anti-Trump. So I don't know. Look, a lot of the media, even after Charlie Kirk's murder, was trying to claim that the person that murdered him murdered Charlie because he wasn't right-wing enough. So they can go and do whatever they want to on these types of things. But it's important that you're out there to try to provide some balance.
Well, you're the ones doing the work here, and I'm just giving you a platform to let everybody out there know, because the work that you're doing is so fabulous, Dr. John Lott, Crime Prevention Research Center. Thank you for enlightening us, because I promise you the media ain't going to do it. We appreciate you, sir.
Thank you for being there.
Absolutely. All right, folks, you need to learn about Energized Health and intercellular hydration. Supercharge your energy, boost your immune system, and dramatically increase your brain function. Look and feel years younger, all through a simple and natural process. Don't believe me? Go to EnergizedHealth.com. Check out hundreds of amazing testimonials. Energized Health offers a 100% money-back guarantee. They're A+ rated and have helped thousands over 20 years. Go to EnergizedHealth.com. While you're there, check out their master class. That's EnergizedHealth.com, and make sure you tell them that Grant Stinchfield sent you. All right, the Canadian government is trying to kill 400 healthy ostriches. This is much bigger story than it seems. I'm going to tell you why next.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
I'm Chris from Illinois, and we like to watch Real America's Voice in the War Room with Stephen K. Bannon for all the great guts. Everyone from Kerry Lake, the great Frank Gaffney, Trump coming before, retribution.
When the bacon wants real facts and figures, he goes to RAV. Real America's Voice, baby. That's where you get the real scoop and not the poop.
I'm Chris from Illinois, and we like to watch Real America's Voice in the War Room with Stephen K. Bannon for all the great guts. Everyone from Kerry Lake, the great Frank Gaffney, Trump coming before, retribution.
Everyone, I want to tell you a battle going on in Canada over the lives of 400 ostriches. Now, you probably say, why does Stinchfield care about ostriches? Well, I care about all animals, quite frankly. But because 2 of them died of the bird flu, the Canadian, basically the equivalent of its Food and Drug Administration, wants to kill all of those ostriches. Now, it doesn't make any sense because the owner says, hey, we'll test the ostriches. They said, no, if you test the ostriches, we'll arrest you. So you dig a little bit deeper into this, and it turns out the ostriches aren't being used for human consumption. They're being used for research. They're taking material out of the ostriches' eggs and seeing if they can create a vaccine for the bird flu, to fight off the bird flu, the very thing that the government wants to kill these ostriches for. Now, why would that make a difference? Because this is a low-cost study, and Moderna was given a $590 million grant to study mRNA vaccines for the bird flu. Canada has been ground zero for this kind of stuff. How bad did it get? This is an emotional family as law enforcement comes on property.
How many animals are you going to kill before you stop? No, it won't. Because you guys are operating from the World Health Organization and the United Nations. This is absolutely insane. This is tyranny. This is overreach. This is tyrannical behavior on families and terrorism. This is terrorism on families.
Just break this down to a common sense perspective. They're offering to test every animal. If every animal comes back negative, what's the problem? They want these animals dead. They even went to feed the ostriches. They got arrested.
So we went to go feed our animals. Loaded up the truck, and my mom and I were crying. We're happy. And we get to the first pen. And they got us away from everybody that could film. They didn't want anybody to see what was happening. And there was a bunch of police cruisers and their paddy wagon that surrounded our farm truck and told us that we were under arrest.
For ostriches? This is the globalist agenda at work. Don't think I'm crazy here, folks. This is exactly what's happening. And as I mentioned, Canada's ground zero. Now, I've got good news. The Canadian Supreme Court stepped in momentarily. There's a stay. So for now, the ostriches live. How long will this last? We're not sure. I want to bring in now journalist and award-winning filmmaker. He is the founder of Press for Truth, and he's been very instrumental in covering this story. Dan Dix is with us. Dan, welcome to the program.
Well, thank you very much for having me. Glad to be here.
All right, Dan, what do you make of this story? Because, everyone's asking why. What is it really at stake here and at play?
Really, this seems like it's a precedent-setting case. This really just goes to show how tyrannical the Canadian government is and will potentially be if this goes down in front of everybody. There's a lot of people covering this. There's a lot of cameras watching, and this may be something that's going to shock the Canadian people. This can be tracked back as far as late 2020, early 2021 during the pandemic, COVID-19 84, as I like to call it, when this Universal Ostrich Farms switched from being a farm that was dealing with birds for food consumption and various cosmetic products and things of that nature to being research birds. You fast forward up until late last year in 2024, and all of a sudden, a number of these birds got sick. In fact, 69 of them ended up dying. We don't really know what it was all about. But the Canadian Food Inspection Agency caught wind of this. They contacted the farm and said, hey, can we come down and do a couple of tests? And the farm allowed them to come in and do that. Now, the Canadian Food Inspection Agency ended up using PCR tests, highly controversial. We know now that they can kind of elevate these levels as much as they want. You can find just about anything using a PCR test. And they determined that 2 of the dead carcasses that they tested had H5N1 avian influenza, and therefore they put in the motion to have all of the birds killed. Now, that was nearly 10 months ago now. We're talking 10 months have gone by. If they have contracted that virus, surely by now they obviously have herd immunity, because the video footage has been showing that they're walking around perfectly healthy. So there's really no good reason right now for them to come in and cull these healthy, beautiful, majestic animals. So it's bizarre that it's coming at the hands of the Canadian Food Inspection Agency when they're not even meant for food. And yet they are still the ones calling the shots here. But as you said in your intro there,
do you think there is a connection from the research they're doing? They're taking now, as I understand it, antibodies from the ostrich eggs that would then end up fighting the H5N1 bird flu that we're just talking about here, and the big pharma contracts that are out there for mRNA vaccines. We know where Canada stands on those. Is there a connection here?
Well, there's definitely the potential that this is a big threat to Big Pharma and, what they want to push with the next upcoming pandemic. So that is very, very real possibility. There's kind of multiple sides to this argument, actually. Some people are of the opinion that this is going against the wishes of Big Pharma. This is putting them in a tough spot. They want to block all this research so they can move forward with vaccines instead of healthy antibodies coming from the eggs. Whereas some other people would suggest that the virus itself has never even actually been isolated in a lab per se, and the whole thing is kind of moot, and it's really just perpetuating the government narrative that COVID-1984 is something you really got to be afraid of, and new variants are something you got to be concerned with. But it really does seem that the government is the ones who's concerned about this, and the government is in bed with Big Pharma. So it seems like they do not like what this farm is doing in terms of their research. So that very well could have something to do with it.
Lastly, I guess your prediction here, because common sense tells you there's no reason to kill these birds. Now, as you mentioned, 10 months have gone by. None of them have come down with bird flu. They were offering to test them. Why would you take a family's livelihood like that? And that's big money we're talking about as well, not just the birds' lives. Does the Supreme Court hold up this stay? You think they get through this without them killing the birds? You want to make a prediction real quick if you can.
Well, the stay is an interim stay. This just buys them a little bit of time. But as it is right now, as we speak, the Canadian Food Inspection Agency and the RCMP have control of the farm. They are currently setting up large viewing walls, presumably to call the animals behind the walls, behind the prying cameras of the world's eyes. And so it does seem like they are continuing to prepare for this to happen should the Supreme Court rule in their favor.
This is literally insanity. There is no reason to kill these birds. And this is about big government. The woman in the farm owner is right. It is tyrannical. Dan Dix, I appreciate you coming on. It was short notice. I reached out to you on X. You've been doing a great job covering this. Thank you for being so available to us.
No problem, guys. My pleasure.
Absolutely. All right, folks. We're going to be right back.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
This is Rashad from Boston, Massachusetts, and I love Real America's Voice. It is the best place for real news and content. Much love.
Hey, this is SEAL Team from Missouri. I like Real America's Voice because it's real news for real people, and it's real good.
Howdy, Rab fams. It's Warbringer here. Love you all. Rab is the only place to get the truth, and this is the only way we're going to be able to restore our republic. Love you all. See you in the chat.
Welcome back, everyone. I'll tell you what, New York City has a big problem on its hands. No, I'm not talking about the homelessness. No, I'm not talking about the crime. No, I'm not talking about it over budget on everything. I'm talking about who's going to be the next mayor. There's a real good chance that this communist is what he is, Mamdani, is going to be the next mayor of New York. Now, if you think New York faces financial problems now, wait until you hear Mamdani's plans for illegal aliens when he gets in office.
400,000 of our residents are right now in urgent risk of deportation. The city knows that when it provides legal assistance to those same New Yorkers, their chances of going home increase 11-fold. And yet it has only assisted fewer than 200 of those New Yorkers. That's why also a cornerstone of our campaign is a commitment to increase funding for those very legal defense services by more than $100 million.
What about angel families? Those who had loved ones killed by illegal aliens, whether in drunk driving accidents, whether in drive-by shootings, whether in holdups that go bad. What about overdoses? Drugs brought in by illegal aliens. Are you going to help those families too, Mamdani? You're going to provide legal counsel when they want to sue MS-13 gang members for feeding fentanyl to their children? I doubt it. Now, do you think New York's going to be able to afford that? Not a chance. So what will happen? Of course, then comes the federal government bailout. Well, our Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, says, the United States is not coming to New York's rescue.
That New York City will be coming to the federal government for a bailout if the Mamdani plans are implemented.
And are you going to give him that bailout?
It will be the same thing that Gerald Ford said. Drop dead.
Drop dead.
You can't be bailing out every city every time they make a dumb decision. We'd be bailing out every blue city across America, and sadly, every city with over 1 million people in it turns out to be blue in this country. I think that's quietly starting to change, though that ultimately, is going to take a little bit of time. An update now on Escalator Gate. Do you remember this scene? President Trump headed to the UN to give a speech when, as he gets on the escalator, what happens? Wah, wah. It stops. First off, it was dangerous. You literally could fall. They're trying to literally trip up the president. Well, an investigation has been ordered into this. I am not convinced anything will come of that. Remember, the prompter also went down on him.
Making this speech without a teleprompter because the teleprompter is not working. I feel very happy to be up here with you, nevertheless, and that way you speak more from the heart. I can only say that whoever...
All right, whoever did this, you're in big trouble. Will they find them? I don't know. We still don't have the leaker from the Supreme Court over the Roe v. Wade decision. Remember that? That turned out to be a big nothing burger. We never get to the bottom of anything in this country, it seems like. And also, he asked his wife, how did I do? And you know what Melania told him? I couldn't hear you. Somebody turned down the volume so you couldn't hear President Trump. It was a massive sabotage deal. Ned Price put it this way. Cut 7.
Let me give you another Picayune example, to use Jonathan's word. When he was on that elevator, on that escalator, and the escalator stopped, well, I imagine one of the reasons that escalator stopped is because his administration has withheld hundreds of millions of dollars in funding over his first term in office and during the first 8 months or so of his current term to the UN.
As well he should. President Trump has now ended 7 wars across the globe while in office. Did he have any help from the United Nations? None. The United Nations is a globalist money trap that only pushes climate zealotry. There is no reason American taxpayer dollars need to be going to that organization. We ought to pull out altogether, and we ought to have them move their little party overseas and get them out of New York City. We'll see if that happens. All right. President Trump unveils his new Wall of Fame. We'll show it to you next.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join